Well, good morning and welcome to the Port of Spain venue here, Queen's Park Oval, where we greet you with the news that the game has been delayed for an hour and a half and the overs have been reduced to 4 to 5 per side. So Guyana winning the toss and electing to field, so Trinidad and Tobago, the defending champions, will bat. Tony Gray, good morning to you. How do you see this pitch and the decision to bowl on it by
Well,
Guyana?
yeah, good morning to you, Sean. Good morning to all listeners and viewers out there. I think it's a good decision, mainly because there will be some early morning moisture. We look at the conditions here, the atmospheric conditions. It's cool. Not a lot of clouds around, threatening clouds. So that's not bad at all because we want a 45 over game. We don't want any rain interruptions. But this pitch is going to offer some traction for the spinners and the faster bowlers. So I think it's a good decision to field first. And the other thing that if rain comes, and then, the Guyana Happy Eagles will be good enough to chase a target. They will have a target to go at.
Yes, and we see contrasting selections from either team. Trinidad bringing in Shannon Gabriel, playing his first match, and Guyana leaving out Isaiah Turn.
Yeah, obviously the Guyanese will think that they're better with the spin bowlers and the medium pacers against the Trinidad and Tobago team. And Shannon Gabriel with his pace, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team will be thinking, well, the additional pace, an extreme pace, a guy who can bowl at 90 miles an hour would create some problems for the Guyana Happy Eagles players.
So, unlike what we saw in the past, Guyana will open with Niall Smith, a fast bowler.
Yeah, listen, this guy can bowl some deliveries at 90 miles an hour. He's not consistently quick, but with a new ball, he can create some problems. The last game a couple of days ago, right here at the Queen's Park Oval, he had some very good deliveries, and as we see the first delivery.
Yeah, Gabriel, watching from the pavilion as Smith bowls a wide.
Yeah, it's clear that there's going to be movement out there with the traction, the moisture on the surface. He's got to get it right from the start with two slips in place. So Imlak, the captain of this Guyana Happy Eagle side, has started very attacking. He's looking for early wickets. Some good movement away from left-handed batsman in Otley. And he's got the ball that delivery closer to the off stump.
So Otley on strike, Webster the non-strikers in, Smith in, two slips, and allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper, not close enough to challenge the off stump or force the batsman to play. And even though the game has been reduced by 5 overs each side, it's early days yet. You could afford to leave alone a couple of balls.
Yeah, it's about thinking about how you're going to approach things on a pitch that will seam around, will assist just the spinners but the faster bowlers. It's about not wanting to lose too many wickets in the power play, and it's about really and truly setting a good foundation for your team as opening batsmen. It's a good delivery. Excellent movement away from Otley. And that's the line and length that he needs to consistently bowl. Obviously, in the power play, I'm trying to big batsmen will want to maximize the power play by looking for runs. It's not going to be easy because of that extreme movement, and obviously because of the rain that fell last evening or this morning, early this morning, the outfield is going to be a little heavyish.
Yeah, let's remind you that the power play is no longer 10 overs, it's 9 because of the reduction in the game, in overs. Smith closer to the line of the off stump, but again that lateral movement away from the left-hander, and again no shot played by Otley.
Yeah, excellent delivery. And if it's not spoiled, you shouldn't try to fix it. That's the line and the length that he needs to bowl consistently. Can even try a short delivery as Sean. Fong with a new ball because it dissipates very quickly in the way of movement and swing and hardness. You need to perhaps make a statement with a new ball very early and bowl one good short delivery.
Leeward Islands, with their win yesterday, moved to the top of the points table with 38 points. Again, good delivery, landing in almost the same areas.
Yeah, he's looking to target that all-stump line. Good movement. And when the ball is moving away that way and that much, you want to really and truly try to get the outside edge. This is not just about containing batsmen, but one of the great things about the one the game is early wickets. And if you can get one or two with a new ball, it really and truly slows down the run rate, the scoring rate, and you can bowl out teams before, well, in this case, 45 overs. It's well bowled
First
again.
ball hitting the bat, again the outward movement. This time he plays it with that movement down towards third man, and Trinidad and Tobago Night Riders, they're on their way.
The Red Force.
The Red Force, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that happens. They're doing well here, and they got to be watchful, perhaps slightly circumspect because of the nature of the pitch. And this is an important game, Sean, for especially Guyana Happy Eagles. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team have done well. They're defending champions. But this is a really important game for both teams.
So many tournaments, so many different names. The same side got different names for CPL. So it's sometimes confusing, and there's so much of cricket, almost an overdose of T20 cricket, especially these days.
Yeah, different formats,
Yeah.
a lot of different formats. We've seen it not just in the Caribbean, but worldwide.
Yeah.
We've seen Pakistan beat Australia in Australia.
And that's maybe why the players get so much injuries, because they want to go to all the tournaments. There's so much tournaments now, no real window period. Smith bowling to the right-hander now, and that's outside the off-stump. Edged it more than steered it. Thick outside edge all along the ground though, and that's the end of the first over. It's 3 without loss.
Yeah, good over, good over. He needs to attack the bat a little bit more and the stumps a little bit more. He needs to be slightly more direct because of the movement. He wants to get wickets early on, and that's the mindset that he has to have with control. So aggressive control, he needs to ensure that he starts the trend with the ball, and that's what you want the faster bowlers to do. You want them to start the trend of being positive out there. They're the one with the new ball, and that was a good first over by Niall Smith.
So Ashmin Ned to open the bowling from the Brian Lara end. So Barbados on third with 34 points. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago on 37, and Guyana on 28, Jamaica on 24. It's going to be a battle now between Jamaica and Guyana to get into the top, especially Guyana. They've got to win matches and get a lot of bonus points, and also get their net run rate up if they're to progress to the semi-finals. 18 times Guyana's been to the semi-finals, and they've been runners-up 9 times. 9 titles they've got. The first in 1980 in Antigua at the
Look at Ned. He has really done a fantastic job for his team with the new ball as a left-arm orthodox bowler. He's gotten a lot of wickets. He has that habit of getting wickets in the power play. And that's why he's consistently used in the first 10 overs.
Ashmin Ned. Left arm spin. brings the batter forward, goes past the edge, and it's good to see female umpires umpiring in male games. We saw predominantly the males umpiring in female games, but now that's slightly changed. We see two umpires, female, umpiring in the female matches, and it's good to see a female umpire in a male game.
Yeah, I think that you have to be unisex in so many different ways. We now have a lot of female international commentators, some regional ones, so I think it's good for the game.
Yeah, Donna Simmons back in the days was the first female commentator in the West Indies. I think she did a stint with BBC also.
She was excellent.
Yeah, Donna
Excellent.
was an expert lawyer also.
Yeah, well researched.
Yeah, that's what lawyers do. Slip still in place, down the track he goes. When he gets there, he just defends back towards Ned. Nice containing over. Just the one run. So at the end of the second over, it's 4 without loss.
Yeah, the great thing about Ned is that he gets wickets because he really and truly initiates pressure and he maintains it. What I like about these spin bowlers, and you've seen it a lot with our spin bowlers, Gudakish Moti and Akil Hussain, they seem to be able to revert to a game plan against each individual batsman when they get hit to the boundary. And that is not just about skill, but it's about the mental capacity to not get flustered at all.
And match awareness. When a batsman comes down the track, you know to pull the ball back a little bit, bowl a little quicker. When you want the batsman to drive, flight the ball a little higher. And those are attributes that a spinner has to have. Smith, he's a fast bowler. Bowls relatively quickly. One of the quicker bowlers in the region, down the leg side. And a wide. Well taken there by Imlak, who's had a good tournament behind his stumps also.
Yeah, and in front of stumps too, he's a very efficient wicketkeeper. One of the fittest players in regional cricket. He is the right type of personality to put as a leader because he leads by example, always very fit, always wants to improve. He's toured with the West Indies team, has not played a lot, especially in test match cricket, but one definitely for the future.
Went as backup keeper to De Silva. Smith gets this ball to come in back to the right hand. He got it to move away from the left-hander, so he's now got to try and get the ball to straighten up or move away from the right-hander.
Well, he's got to work harder because his natural movement is away from the left-hander. This is a right-handed batsman in the Webster, and he's got to work harder. And, I've said it time and time again during commentary that he has to complete his action. So when your natural movement is into the right-hander, you really have to work harder to take it away from the right-hander with a slip in place and a gully in place too.
In murky conditions, almost English-like conditions, the ball slips from Smith's hand and it's retrieved there by Pomal at mid-off. The ball is going to be a little slippery because of the overnight and early morning showers.
Bowled again, that's it.
Almost an involuntary defensive shot. The ball hit the bat instead of the other way around.
Yeah, I think that both batsmen are trying to play with soft hands because of the fact that Niall Smith has that ability to bowl those heavy type deliveries. So they're very conscious that the ball can come off the bat very quickly. So they're playing with soft hands here in their defensive moods. Now you talk about this type of new ball with the pace that he has. I think that if he works harder at completing his action, he can get an early wicket. Now it's moving around a bit, and he should be looking to get wickets here. That's supposed to be his mindset. It's well bowled again.
That one straightened up. It didn't come back in towards the right-hander. So at least he did something different on that occasion. Well played in the end though, in total control down towards backward point. Open the face.
Yeah, he's not getting the ball to outswing at all. He's getting the ball to straighten, but he's hitting the bat very hard. And it's wonderful conditions, Sean, to bowl in as a fast bowler, former West Indies fast bowler. It's nice conditions. It's not too hot. The ground is padded. It's not too bad on your joints, and you're just flowing in nicely. A nice Smith is flowing in nicely.
Smith, nice rhythm, as you said, both, and that short put away down towards the boundary for 4. So first boundary of the morning, it's going to be 9 without loss.
Yeah, short delivery, that's the difference. The difference was in length. The previous delivery was fuller and on the line of the off-stump. This one is short. Now you have Webster is very good at the short delivery, gets into position very quickly, as we've seen there, and no nonsense in his approach, pulling that ball for 4 runs. So good shot by Webster. He's now on 6 of 7 deliveries.
Niall Smith from the county of Berbice, second largest county in Guyana, and home of New Amsterdam, the first town in Guyana. That's bowled him, clean bowled. Leg stump hit, the ball came back again, went through the gate, and he is gone 9 for 1.
Yeah, listen, a nothing shot really. If you're defending the ball, you have to defend the ball with energy. And that was a lazy shot by Webster. Just coming slightly forward, not long forward to negate the movement. That was a perfect line delivery, a perfect length delivery by Niall Smith, and really wasn't a nothing shot. And that's a problem with T.N. Webster. Sometimes he loses focus, and he's got all the skill in the world, all the shots in the world, but sometimes there can be a lapse in focus, and that's exactly what happened there. So good bowling by Niall Smith. As I said before, with the ball moving around like it has been moving around, you really have to look to get wickets early. The mindset is to get wickets with control.
So Amir Jangu would make his way to the pitch as Webster departs. Dejected looking Webster as he makes his way up towards the members' pavilion. His batting is finished in this game. And it's hard to, especially in a test match, you're out for duck as an opening batsman, you don't bowl. You know, you've got to do the feeling, especially with the second team makes 500 runs.
That's the beauty of being an all-rounder. You can always be compensating for a poor performance with the ball or the bat, either one. So it's great being an all-round player. When you talk about fielding, very important part of the game. In all formats of the game, I've seen fielding being something that has improved in a general sense in world cricket because of the coming of the T20 game. Even big, strong fast bowlers need to get down quickly, get to the ball. The intensity level is greater, so the fielding overall in world cricket has definitely improved.
In overcast conditions, sun looking to battle the clouds in the sky. This is a ball that's short, first delivery, and it's pushed away into the onside. They get a single as the over comes to an end. At the end of 3 overs, it's 10 without loss.
Yeah, excellent start. Not just both bowlers containing batsmen, but got that important wicket of Webster, and they would want to continue. You look at the field placing by Imlach, he's been a lot more assertive. And one of the previous games that Guyana Happy Eagles played, we talked about the mindset of the Guyanese players in the one-day game, or in this case, List A game. We want them to see that they have the ability, but they need to be a lot more positive. And Imlach is the one to initiate that with his field placing. And we've seen that being specific out here and maintaining that slip.
So Ned has been removed from the attack and replaced by the batting all-rounder who bowls medium pace. Can be bowl some quick balls, especially the short ones. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. So for the first time, we could see pace bowling in tandem.
Yeah. He's got a good first name there. Footballer's name, Ronaldo.
First delivery outside the line of the off stump. No real movement either way off the seam and straight through to Imlak.
I think that what has prompted Imlak to bring on Ali Mohammed at the Brian Lara Pavilion is the movement. There's definitely some traction, there's some movement, and he's a type of bowler, could be tricky on the surface. It's not of extreme pace, not frenetic pace, but can move the ball around. Well
Nice
played.
shot. Yeah, played it with the outward movement. And the man at backward point, he's one of the best fielders in the Guyana team, Junior Sinclair.
Yeah, well, he's come into the Guyana Happy Eagle side because of Kevin Sinclair not being around again. I'm being told that perhaps his discipline needs to improve, and you don't want that at all, Sean, because he is a very good player, talented player, but so is Junior Sinclair, his cousin.
But no, Junior Sinclair is no relation to
Okay,
Kevin
well,
Sinclair.
okay.
His unrelated namesake. As Ronaldo Ali Mohammed misses his run, aborts his action and goes back towards his mark. So Junior Sinclair, like Kevin Sinclair, plays for the same club, Rose Hall Tongue in Berbice, but there's no relation to Kevin. Nice shot, but straight to the fielder as he pitched up. And the left-handed Django gotten some runs in this tournament.
Yeah, he's been in terrific form, and on the backdrop of the 4-day tournament, he scored a double century against the CCC team at that would be at UE Spec, East Trinidad. He's been batting well. He's been elevated to West Indies international cricketer on the squad, and this is a good player too. And you've seen that a lot of these players are maturing, but slightly later than normal or what you expect from them at an earlier age. He's in his mid-20s. Very good player, very efficient wicketkeeper too. So he's one to watch.
When you were playing for the West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago, did you rather bowl in these kind of conditions?
Yeah, loved it. Loved it because of the flat wickets here at the Queen's Park Oval.
That's a good delivery. Came back
Well played.
and nicely timed.
Yeah.
And it's going to be chased, pulled back just inside the boundary, and good work. But he has to come across back like a hurdles and then retrieve the ball. And there was no mid-on, or no mid-off, so that he could chase, and two men be in action there. One pull back the ball, toss it to the other one, relay, and the other one throw the ball back to the bowler. But good shot in the end.
Yeah, excellent shot. Obviously, the ball coming back into him. He dug it out because it's a full-length delivery, timed it well, and got the runs that were required. So excellent batting by Django.
Wide outside the line of the off stump. You don't necessarily see wide balls outside the off stump. Most, if the ball goes down the leg side, in one-day cricket, it's certainly going to be a wide, but not most times outside the line of the off stump, unless you're bowling in the death and deliberately bowling wide. So 14 for 1. That's a good shot, but he'll only get a single because the third man, Pomal, is going across his left. Natural left-hander Pomal tosses the ball back towards the keeper. Imrak collects, and the over comes to an end. So 4 overs gone, 14 for 1.
Definitely Otley, who has a really aggressive bat swing at times. He has decided to use the pace of the ball. He's decided to play with soft hands. He's decided to push the ball into the gaps, as we've seen some spectators there. Not a lot of people. This is the home team that is playing here at the Queen's Park Oval. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and you expect, the there to be some people, especially the family members, in supportive of their team. And it's not the case as yet, but remember, this is a 45-over game, and you expect them to come later in support of their team.
Smith from the commentary box end bowls, and that's knocked away down to his backward point. And again, there's no run, so we see the Trinidad and Tobago flag in front of there, the Carib stand. So those people show that they're supporting Trinidad and Tobago. There are lots of Guyanese also in Trinidad, and maybe be looking at the weather, looking at the rain. Now they hearing the commentary coming over, they'll come down to the ground. It's a home team playing and the second home team playing. Guyana is the second home team all over the world. Sometimes the first home team, like in Florida, where the CPL was hosted outside the line of the off stump. And Russell at one time complained when Jamaica was hosted in Florida that more Guyanese were coming to the match than him, than Jamaicans.
Yeah, Jamaican cricket has not been all that good in recent times, but the test match is going to be played there. It's good news for them because Jamaica has produced some wonderful cricketers over the years. Yeah. My idol, Michael Holden, wonderful fast bowler, excellent mechanics. Patrick Patterson, Courtney Walsh. You could go on and on. Lawrence Rowe.
The great George Headley. The Black Bradburn.
Mm.
So this is a ball that's on the line of the off stump. Is that thunder I'm hearing?
Yeah, a little bit, but no threatening clouds about. But it's gloomy here, gloomy conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval, but I am not going to say that rain is going to come quickly, because it's not. The clouds are dark, yeah, but it's high. So at the moment, it's good conditions for playing cricket and good conditions for fast bowling.
And it's gotten a lot brighter than when we first got here. So that means the sun is being able to push through those clouds a little bit more. Smith bowls, and that's a nice shot played out towards the wideish mid-off. Good stop there by the fielders. Savory just inside the circle, and couldn't prevent the batsman from going for a single though, which takes this total now on to 16.
Well, I'm looking at the pitch, and there's some traction there for both spin and pace, and you want to calculate or set in our minds a target that the Guyana Happy Eagles will want to go at. I think Red Force will be looking at least in 45 overs, at least 220.
Yeah, that would be a reasonable score. Maybe a little bit more. This is a ball that's back of a length, played into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, he seems very comfortable against the left-handed batsman. We've seen that at the start of his spell. Now he's continued nicely in his third over. He's just gone for 10 runs, got 1 wicket. And you look at the field placing, it's quite clear that his captain feels that he can control those deliveries that is angled away from the left-handed batsman. So a slip in place, a man in the gully position, a man at a short point position or backward point position, a man at cover point. So it's really aiming to bowl those deliveries outside the off stump.
And his strength is moving the ball away from the left-hander. A good single, good sharp run. Took the mid-off on, and even though he released the ball quickly, it missed the stumps, and a good single. So good sharp running to end the over. At the end of the over, it's 17 for 1.
Yeah, it's imperative that they look to rotate strike in the right way. In the power play, obviously, and this is a truncated game, 45 overs, you expect the batsmen to look to be not just gliders of the ball, but power hitters. And you know that the fielders in the inner circle will be looking to save boundaries more than anything else. So their weight will be on the back foot really, And you can take those easy singles, manipulate the ball around, play with soft hands, use the face to the bat, and you got to have that communication between both batsmen.
Ronaldo Ali Mohammed comes in, bowls, and that's played into the onside. Nice soft hands, but this time they couldn't run the sharp single. Just saw the three flags, the Trinidad and Tobago flag, the golden arrowhead of Guyana, and of course that white flag, the Queen's Park Cricket Club flag. Not many clubs have flags in Guyana or the rest of the region, but most of them do. Good delivery. That one came back and made a little bit of height, so maybe an extra pace, bend its back.
Yeah, I think that he was expecting the ball to come closer to him, Django, but it was an expansive sort of square drive outside the off stump and missed it completely. He's been in terrific form, as we mentioned, Sean. And the thing about batsmen like that, they want to feel the ball in the bat. But obviously, looking for that square drive, missed it.
Well, he's been there for 15 balls. He's only got 3, and he ignores this one. It's a wide. And a run into the scorebook.
Yeah, with Ali Mohammed, he doesn't need to try too many things there. The ball is moving off the seam. I think that with that delivery, he used his fingers a little bit more, and it went wide of the off-stump signal, rightly so, by the umpire, that it was a wide. He just needs to have the wicket helping him, and he just needs to spot it up, what I call spot it up in coaching, bowl that line and length of the off-stump.
An injudicious shot there, looking to pull more on length than line. I was short. He missed it. It was outside the off stump though.
Yeah, he doesn't have the pace to trouble a batsman, and it was wide of the off stump. Perhaps he should have played the uppercut over slip, but he's got to be mindful that there's a slip in place in Kemo Paul.
And there's a short third man. There's a third man in Pumal.
Yeah.
Good
Well
delivery
bowled.
again.
Yeah.
Came back.
And I think that they would be getting slightly frustrated here because the runs are not coming, just 19 off of 5.4 overs. And the runs are not coming, and we're still in the power play. And they will be getting slightly frustrated here because both batsmen are aggressive type positive players.
If you just joined us, we would tell you that Guyana won the toss. They elected to field, which means Trinidad and Tobago, the defending champions, are batting. They're 19 for 1 off of 5.5 overs. The only dismissal was Tion Webster. He was bowled by Smith for 5. It was 9 for 1, and that happened in the third over. So these two got a job to do. They've got to build a partnership. Django would be expected to continue his good form. The Guyanese would want to end that good form. Good delivery again outside the line of the off stump. The over comes to an end, so at the end of 6 overs, it's 18 for 1.
Lovely house. Ooh, is that Colin Murray's house? You see in there?
Yes, well, you did say that Colin Murray, I think it was Ruskin Mark said that Colin Murray was a billionaire. So that may be his house.
Yes, good bowling by Niall Smith, Ned, and Ali Mohammed, keeping things tight. You look at the batting of the Red Force team, a lot of batting to come still. Joshua De Silva, he's short of some runs. Carrie Pear can bat. Jet Kohli is a very good all-round player. Jason Mohammed, hugely experienced. Yannick Correa.
That's a lovely shot. Square the wicket, off the front foot, and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it's a brilliant shot. Good timing, exquisite timing, and getting close to the line of the ball, head over the ball, and hitting down on the ball, but slightly opening the face square of the wicket to achieve 4 runs. So excellent shot by Otley. And this is where I feel, with the new ball getting a little bit softer, that they could capitalize on the pace of Smith and be a little bit more positive now.
So both batters left-handers as the sun comes back, not in all its glory, but sufficiently to raise hopes that there'll be a full game here today. Smith hustles in, and that's a good delivery. Might have been pitching just outside the line of the leg stump.
Yeah, the good thing about this field placing is that most batsmen will preempt thought and will think that the bowler is going to bowl consistently with the off-stump line, which he has, but that delivery was straighter. It perhaps pitched outside the line of the leg stump. Vociferous appeal, but the umpire deciding that it was going down past the leg stump.
As we get into the middle of this CG regional on 50 over tournament here, Leeward's in front, 38 points. Trinidad and Tobago, they're on 37. Barbados 34, Guyana 28, Jamaica 24. A shot again, back of a length by Smith, and it's pushed into the offside. Hello to Dr. Robert Ramcharan and Dr. Nigel Camacho from the Sinclair Medical Center. Those two doctors, along with God, helped to save my life in 2012, 2nd of October. I remember that day clearly. In fact, Dr. Camacho is now the president of the Queen's Park Cricket Club.
Yeah, wonderful personality, always very affable and always very helpful. Loves the game tremendously and has done a fantastic job as president of Queen's Park Cricket Club.
Smith. And that's a short ball and pounded away. That's going to go down towards the boundary. Have the legs to take it to the boundary. So 2 boundaries.
And that's what caused him to bowl, perhaps release the ball too late and offered that short delivery that stood up for Otley to play over extra cover for 4 runs. So things are flowing nicely now, and there has been a definite plan by the 2 batsmen just to see things off a little bit and get into rhythm and then play some assertive shots.
Dr. Camacho's office almost like a museum, a cricket museum. Good delivery. And riding it down. Slow pitch. Tennis ball like bunks.
Yeah, you look at people who have not played at the highest level of or regional level. Some real lovers of the game.
Yeah.
You know, people who really love West Indies cricket, really love the history of the game. Have seen a lot of brilliant cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval. Dr. Camacho, one of them, obviously,
and
would have seen the greats.
And he was the head of the Trinipasi, which used to go all over the world when West Indies used to be in their pomp. He promised me that when I got out of surgery in 2012, I would have seen the World Cup final. Sam Wells got 100 in that game, and he fulfilled that promise. Put a television in my room, and there I was watching the World Cup final. So 7 overs gone, 26 for 1.
The other thing, Sean, and must say that you've shown immense quality as a human being, first of all, to come back from that level of adversity. And you mentioned to us off air that Brian Lara helped you financially. Yeah. And that was a good thing by Brian.
Yeah. He was in Australia, and he heard of my, through Dr. Camacho, and he called me and said, I heard you were sick. And I said yes, and he said he's going to get his lawyer to offset the expense of at the Brian Lara Cancer Treatment Center.
Wow, wow. Yeah, and it's great to see these superstars having those humanistic qualities to help a fellow human being. Excellent by Brian Charles Lara.
Well, I know Brian since we were teenagers playing youth cricket for Guyana against Trinidad and Tobago. I also dismissed him. But I wouldn't tell you how many runs he made.
Must be a century.
A big century.
A big century, not just a century.
Yeah.
Yeah, very prolific in the way he scored runs too. And once he had that mindset, he would get up one day and say, listen, I'm going to score a century today. And he would score a century. That mental visualization, very strong where that is concerned.
No shot, no movement of the right foot across, just slashed at it, and it went by to be taken by Imlach.
Yeah, I think that when you look at the field placing, there's a man in that backward point position in St. Clair, but there's a huge gap between him and the man at cover. And I think that they're trying to get him to play towards the slip area, trying to encourage him to play through that area so that he can get an edge towards slip or the wicketkeeper. So not bad thinking at all by Ali Mohammed and his captain.
This time he leaves it alone. And coming back to Brian, I remember Brian in 1988. That's where we played in Barbados. And he had a BMW contract at 18 years old. And he'd just gotten back from the first World Cup ever played by the West Indies. And he wore his maroon cap, his maroon West Indies sweater. And when he came into bat, ball outside the line of the off stump again. And there's a guy called Keith Semple. He went on to play a couple of one-day matches for the West Indies. He was making his debut in that tour. And he said, that's a legend. and that was under 19 cricket. Brian Lara was a genius. Went on to score 375. Then Hayden broke it back 400. And then he got 501 in a first-class game. That still stands as a record. And his 400 still stands as a test record.
He got that 501 playing for Warwickshire.
Yeah.
And, you know, what was said about... Remember, he broke the world record before getting to Warwickshire. And there was a lot of people going there as members.
Yeah.
Warwickshire now is one of the richest clubs in the world. And that's where an iconic figure comes in. The economics of the club can be risen so very well because of the status of the player. We talk about the one-day game, for example, in this case, the List A games. If we have that type of quality, people will really come out. So it's not just about improving and developing players, but making sure they become elite athletes.
Mohammed bowls, and that's steered away by the left-handed Otley, and they look to explore the possibility of a second, aborted the idea just as it got into his mind, and settled for one. So 28 for one, 8 overs gone.
Yes, Imlach being proactive in that he made a field change. He's putting the man at the sweeper position with two left-handers there, and Ali Mohammed coming round the wicket. And you saw both left-handers, especially Django, trying to play that square drive. So he was very proactive there in being protective in that off-side boundary. So good captaincy. 28 for one in 8 overs. You'll take that as a feeling captain.
Yes, good tight start from the Guyanese. But there were some boundaries. Couple of boundaries, I think 3 or 4 boundaries in the morning session so far in the power play. But that didn't really hurt Guyana because there were a lot of dot balls also.
Yeah, you're looking at 3.50 runs and over, current run rate. It's a real struggle, but both batsmen are there. They just lost 1 wicket. And they are not going to think, obviously, about the bonus point in the first power play. Probably look for the bonus point in the second power play. We'll have to wait and see. But again, conditions not really greatly suited for batting. The ball is not really coming onto the bat. But Kimo Paul, with his warrior type mentality, will start his spell.
Starts with a short ball, not enough on it. Maybe he got big on him, played too early, and played it down towards Chandrapal at backward square. They got 1, so 29 for 1.
It's a slow, short delivery. I have this ability. He's played a lot of T20 cricket, the bowl, different types of deliveries. He's now setting his field. Permaul is having a word with him. So you wait and see how they approach things. But the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen have been careful here, circumspect, and you expect them to be a lot more positive.
Comes from the county of Essequibo.
That's well
Good
bowled.
delivery, almost edged it, nibbled at it. comprehensively beaten there.
Yeah, the ability to bowl, the wicket-taking delivery is quite evident with Kemo Paul. Love him as a cricketer, love his mindset. But the in-between deliveries, the stock-type deliveries that keep batsmen at bay is what he needs to improve on. So a slip now being employed by Imlach, and rightly so.
Maybe influenced by the away movement of that ball and the shot played there by Django. That's short. And good stop there at the forward square leg position. Good backing up too by Smith at the mid-off position. So good cricket in all round.
Yeah, that's brilliant feeling. Brilliant feeling. So to maintain pressure, you don't only want bowlers to bowl line and lengths that you plan against each individual batsman, but you want it to be backed up by some very good feeling and brilliant feeling. That was brilliant feeling.
One of only 2 test players to come from Essequibo, himself and Runford beaten, both fast bowlers. And that shot almost ducked and then pulled the ball. It's going to go close to the boundary. It wouldn't get there, but that's a dangerous looking shot. Almost ducked, like the way that Roy Fredericks did when he made that blazing 169 against Lily.
One good thing about Django is that he kept his eyes on the ball, but he was also slightly protective too.
Yeah.
And that happens sometimes, but once you keep your eye on the ball long enough with those short deliveries, especially on pitches like this, because you can have balls fluctuate in bounce. You've got to keep your eye on the ball. But he kept it down nicely, got 2 runs in the process, and a good shot in the end, but, slightly a faster delivery from Kemo Paul. He's got that ability to bowl those spearing-type short deliveries.
I remember Roy Fredericks saying that when he made those runs in Australia, he looked, ducked, and hit the ball. When he heard it hit the bat, looked up, and it was 6 runs. That was the fastest 100 in Test cricket at that time.
Yeah, and you often hear stories
but
about
those
it.
pitches were not like this at
Fast.
all. They were fast.
Yeah. And I've heard Bernard Julian, the former West Indies all-rounder, talk about that situation, how the fear factor was so great with West Indian batsmen. Nobody really wanted to go and face Dennis Lilly and Jeff Thompson. Jeff Thompson bowled at 98 miles an hour. Really good stories. Dramatic stories.
Lovely
Good
shot. Great shot. Gloriously played. On the front foot and through the covers. Exquisitely played for 4.
Well, his mindset is to try different types of delivery. That was a slow delivery, but a full delivery, rolling his fingers and presenting that space outside the off stump for Utley to play that wonderful expansive drive. Got to the pitch of the ball with the bat, not with its front foot, but still the full face of the bat in the position in which you wanted the ball to go in. And that was 4 runs. So Kemo Paul has bowled inconsistent lines and lengths in that particular over.
So that boundary takes him to 17. And after 9 overs, the Red Force getting up to 36 for 1. So a session in the power play, that's the end of the power play, where we see both teams having their moments of glory.
Definitely. So I think that what Red Force has said is that we'll wait till the ball get a little softer and then we'll be a little bit more positive. And the plan has worked with just 1 wicket falling.
Ali Mohammed bowls, and that's a drive pitched up out towards wide mid-off. And we've seen the demise of Tion Webster, bowled by Smith, and he fell at 9 for 1. But since then, there have been a couple of boundaries, 2 exquisite ones. I remember the one square and that cover drive in the last over. And they've had a good partnership building so far. Guyana needs to break this partnership. Trinidad and Tobago needs to continue with this partnership.
Yeah, the question would be, has Imlach made the right decision with taking the Ned off the bowling after 1 over?
I think Ned would be more productive later on in the innings, he's played the two fast bowlers, well, one medium pacer and Smith. So he's going to use them early to extract as much moisture from this pitch as possible, and with the ball harder. But Ali has got to understand that he's not got the pace to bowl short. He loves to bowl short, but he's not got the pace to bowl short. He's more a swing bowler, needs to bring the ball further up.
Yeah, and when you have these medium pacers, their forte is trying to bowl consistently well, trying to be nagging to the batsman and trying to move the ball both ways. And we said that he has that ability to move the ball both ways, but should not try to pound the ball into the turf. That's a good shot.
A good stop, though.
Yeah.
Well done. Guyana's fielding has been very good so far.
Yeah, the focus has been good. The movement towards the ball, the effort, the mindset has been good out there. And it's just about maintaining all those qualities.
Trinidad and Tobago's first title was back in 1979 when they beat Barbados. Larry Gomes scored the most runs, and Alec Burns had the most wickets for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, medium fast bowler, played for Police here.
Yeah, similar to Ronaldo Muhammad.
Mhm.
Here is Muhammad, and that's slashed away. Maybe aerial, but good feeling in the end, and down towards the backward point boundary. Good diving save there from Tejan Ryan Chandrapal, and the batters come back for two.
He doesn't have the right mechanics. Even at the medium pacer, he stutters just before getting into his delivery stride, which is not huge at all. So he depends on the shoulder strength and perhaps keeping his wrist behind the ball. So doesn't have the pace. Must have the mindset of a fast bowler, but he wouldn't have the pace because he really stutters. That's well bowled. Good advance into the ball. And we've seen Chandrapal on that sweeper position. He's improved immensely in his fielding. These days, these fielders put into the dive. Years ago, it wasn't all that prevalent in international cricket. Gus Logie, Roger Harper, the great Sir Vivian Richards,
Clive Lloyd in his
Clive
heydays.
Lloyd were the brilliant fielders.
And they didn't use the slide. The slide was a modern tactic, and it saved runs because you're almost on the ground, sliding, and you get to the ball quicker. You release it faster.
But remember, the reason why we didn't use a slide, because in club cricket years
the
ago,
grounds.
the grounds were really hard and not easy to slide on those grounds, but the injury factor too.
When you slid on those grounds, your skin was sliding off on your hands, on your elbows, on your knees. So that's another over completed. The 10th over has been completed. 40 for the loss of one, as we say goodbye for now to Tony Gray and welcome Billy. So it's not really a water break, it's the refreshments coming out for the TNT batters. So the sun coming out a bit more. The crowd, we hope they will come out a lot more. But this is the biggest crowd we've had at this ground for all the matches. The last match had 2 men and a dog. Good morning to you, Billy.
Very good morning to you, Mr. Devers. Good morning to Trinidad and Tobago and to our viewers listening online. This has been a very overcast morning indeed in Port of Spain, and especially here at the Queen's Park Oval. That delay just due to some damp spots in the outfield.
Kimo Paul turns and good delivery, jumping defensive shot, and played it out for a single down towards square leg, and there's no run. Well, Kimo Paul comes from an area which has the part of the Amazon jungle. It has the famous Kaicho Falls in Guyana, which is higher than the Niagara Falls and higher than the Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. And it has the Orajuk Falls, and it's got lots of animals in the jungle, good for ecotourism. Ball back over length. It's also got the highest mountain in Ghana, Mount Roraima, on the Pacaraima mountain range. On a clear day, when you go to the top, if you're so good to reach the top, you can see 3 countries: Brazil, Venezuela, and of course Guyana, from the top of the Roraima mountain. Let them really develop now, the interior communities. Paul from the island of Saxakali. That's one of the many islands in the Essequibo River. There he is, bowls, and gets pushed away into the onside and gets an easy single. So batting becoming more and more comfortable. The confidence is being increased the longer their innings has been progressing.
Well, we've been here in the concrete jungle in Port of Spain, and it's been slow going initially for the Trinidad and Tobago batters, especially losing that early wicket with 9 runs on the board. Tion Webster going to a beauty of a delivery from Niall Smith, getting that ball to just jog back, swing late into between bat and pad. And he's been going across the left-handers.
Pitched up delivery from Paul, played out to mid-on.
Smith was just going across the left-handers, getting that ball to angle as well as move off the seam, and getting some swing as well with whatever moisture was there in the pitch as well as in the atmosphere in these overcast conditions. I thought he was a tad bit too wide and seemed to be tiring coming down to his 4th over when he was eventually taken off. So much so that his wide deliveries too were just punished through the offside for boundaries.
But he got the ball to move laterally away from the left-hander. Appeal, missed the ball, looking to hook. Might have appealed for a glove. No glove made contact with that ball, except the keeper's glove.
He was also bowling with, at times, 2 men on the onside. I just wondered if that played in his mind, and hence he kept the ball just wider off that off stump. But had there been an extra mid-wicket or so, he might have started a little closer to middle stump, trying to get that outside edge, with sometimes having 2 slips in play.
But the same type of delivery to the right-hander, which came into him now, got success when Webster was bowled. Gain short, gain in control, roll the wrist, and hit it down towards the long leg position. They get a single.
And similarly, that line of delivery that got the wicket of Tion Webster, had there been a mid-wicket in place to the left-handers, he could have very well have started it on that line, because that ball that did bowl him got in between and hit into middle and leg stump, which would have been a good line of attack as well, getting that exaggerated movement across the left-handers. But both left-handers are still out there. Kimo Paul came into the attack, replacing Niall Smith at this end, and it's been very much a short pitch bowling attack from Paul, having a player out in the deep mid-wicket, a sweeper on the offside, and a 3rd man, just opting for more short deliveries at the end of that over.
Yeah, so 11 overs gone, 43 for 1, and we see some more fans coming into the stand. The Trinidad and Tobago flag, very evident there. Maybe the people in the stand at the back there, they put the flag there to show that they're supporting Trinidad and Tobago.
Of course, with the delayed start this morning, fans would have just waited to see that play did begin actually, and then to see who was batting at the time. So the local fans would come in knowing that the Trinidad and Tobago team, Red Force team, is at the crease. There's a bowling change here.
So Ned is back after solitary over. 1 over for 1 run previously. Bowling with a slip in place. Left arm spin, bowling to the left-hander. A little slight spin coming in towards the left-hander. He's on the back foot, punched it away out towards cover.
I was wondering, Imlach, just a 1 over given to Ned, perhaps thinking, get his pacers on to extract whatever movement is there.
Especially when the ball is brand new and hard.
And having the 2 pacers, Mohammed and Smith, bowling their first spells, he brings Ned back into the attack. Of course, Ned has been very successful opening the bowling as well, picking up a few key wickets.
As I said, in 1979, when Trinidad won their first title, Larry Gomes scored the most runs. It just swept away. A nice shot. One bounce into the backward square boundary. Bad line, bad length from net.
And Amir Django, in the form that he is in this year, is not going to allow Ned to bowl at him. He's going to look to pounce on everything. You see him stepping across outside the off stump. And to the left-hand spinners that has been bowling against him, he is very eager to get outside that off stump and work everything into the onside and try and maximize his scoring opportunity. Of course, playing on the psyche of the bowlers as well to change their lines and lengths up.
Well, he's gone to 14, Otley at the non-strikers end on 23. Good partnership building, 48 for one now. And this is on the line of the leg stump. We spoke about Larry Gomes' batting performance. Larry Gomes will be coming home, I think, on Tuesday with his family from Canada. They're having a book launch. He's sending the books to schools and so on. The Ministry of Education will be the venue for the book launch here in Trinidad. Of course, Brian Lara has already had his book launch. He's going to his alma maters around the country. Went to several schools, Brian Lara, in his a short time as a student.
Say good morning to one Mr. Nasakan, who was integral in that writing of that book for Mr. Larry Gomes. Played a part in the book with Brian Lara as well. He was acknowledged in the book as well by Brian Lara, Mr. Nasakan, recipient of the National Award, a medal at the Trinidad and Tobago Independence 2024 celebrations.
So as the over comes to an end, at the end of 12 overs, Trinidad and Tobago now 50 for one. So there's 50 coming up in the 12th over.
That 50 coming up with that single punch down the ground. We saw in that over Ned just going around the wicket to Django just to try and negate his movement across the stumps and reduce his room that he was creating for himself outside the off stump to work things into the leg side. Kept it tight and was managed to, and then came back around, back over with his left arm to Otley. So thinking bowler, just changing things up, trying to keep the batters honest.
So Paul moves in to bowl to Otley. Otley plays it into the onside. There's no run. Well, we talk about books in schools. Alvin Kalitran, who would be among the best 4 Guyana batters ever produced for the West Indies, he's coming home. When I said home, tomorrow. Yeah, that's Kevin Sinclair. Yes, he's booked a room at Hilton for 2 weeks.
So whilst he's not there out in the field, he is there physically present in the ground, lending his support to the Guyana team, no doubt.
Yes, lending his support. Chased off Myers on the field, and that's maybe sparked the trigger, pulled the trigger for him getting that dismissal letter from the team, the managers. The Guyana Cricket Board is still to investigate what happened and then make an appropriate punishment.
That delivery there from Kemo Paul, I think that is the area he should be concentrating on. Not too much of the short pitch deliveries. His first couple overs, a lot of deliveries were pitched in short at both batters, and Django is no slouch with the bat when it comes to playing the hook and the pull shot. But that line and length that he just bowled with that delivery there, targeting middle and off stump, he hasn't got a slip in place, but he did bowl one delivery that beat the outside edge, and a slip was put in place after that. But I think he would be better served to bowling that line and length.
Short delivery again, pulled down towards the long leg, gets a single. So total going up to 51. So Alvin Kalicharan, the Alvin Kalicharan Charity Foundation, will also have a press conference on Tuesday from 2 o'clock at the Guyana Pegasus. The media in Guyana is invited. His books will then be put in schools, similar to what happens here. So Alvin Kalicharan, one of the better batters from Guyana, classy left-hander, the little master they called him.
This legendary batsman indeed.
Yeah, he had his days with Lillian Thompson also. That's a ball that squared him up. Little away movement, and it squared him up a little bit as the left-hander pushed it away out towards the third man. 53 now for one.
Django going up to 16 from 30 deliveries. He's been very keen in the previous matches to rotate the strikers quickly and as often as he can, as well as getting the odd boundary or two. But it's been Keon Otley, who's on 25 from 38 deliveries, whose couple boundaries in his inning has been looking quite good as well.
So still the slightly overcast conditions. And this is pushed into the onside. They go for a quick single. They'll get it too, despite they shied the stumps. Missed them anyhow at the non-striker's end by Smith. And they got a single. So 53 now for 1. So Tuesday from 2 o'clock at the Pegasus in Guyana. The Guyana Pegasus Kalicharan Foundation will hold a press conference. Of course, the media in Guyana, they are all invited. There'll be lots of snacks and so on, and normal in press conferences. So that's Tuesday coming at 2 o'clock in Guyana. This is on the line of the leg stump. Flicked away, that's a full one, but it went to the same fielder at long leg. And the over is completed. So at the end of 13 overs, 54 for 1, Paul, when he bowled short, it pulled it straight down to Pomal. When he bowled up, flicked it away. And the fielder there has got a lot of work in this over.
Yeah, 2 men deep on the leg side. Tijner and Chandapol are deep mid wicket, and as well as a long leg in place for those short pitch deliveries. But he did pitch a lot more deliveries closer to the batter in this over, and you didn't get to see the ball, if not wobble, but move off the seam and a tad bit in the air somewhat. So there is something still in the wicket. And I would suggest with the Guyana team winning the toss and opting to field first, and after that, just 1 over from there, immediately Captain Imlak recognizing that he wants to get his fast bowlers on to try and extract whatever moisture is in the pitch to try and prize another wicket out.
And your thoughts about bringing in arguably the quickest bowler in Trinidad presently, Gabriel, and Ghana leaving out their quickest bowler, Isaiah Thorne, on this track.
Yeah, as you mentioned when you first came on commentary, some contrasting choices there. Shannon Gabriel, of course, included into the Red Force team, with Terence Hines being summoned for the West Indies squad against England. First match beginning today, this afternoon.
Yeah, in Barbados. 4 o'clock, day-night match.
And Shannon Gabriel raised a couple eyebrows, but Shannon Gabriel, of course, was part of the Red Force 4-day team and did play a couple games for Trinidad and Tobago. Came back into training with the squad and saw him limbering up this morning. Saw him across at the UE Spec also bowling a few overs in the nets and marking his run out this morning from the northern end. So he'll be keen on this oval wicket, of course, his home ground.
Of course, Matthew Ford replacing Alzari Joseph in the West Indies side. Had a good performance in the one-day internationals against England. Had a 4-wicket haul, Matthew Ford. And replacing the fast bowler from Antigua, who has been banned for 2 matches. Do you think that's a appropriate ban, or too strict, or less than too strict? That's turned into the onside. They get a single.
Well, as far as the disciplinary committees would be concerned, they would have their stipulations in terms of levels of offences. And that one in particular would have fallen into a category, one of those categories. And there would have been a precedent set for the type of how you deal with such an incident. So I would imagine that it would fall in one of those categories.
On the line of the leg stump again, flicked away. That's Pomal in the way there at short one leg, and again there's no run, 56 for 1. I've never seen, as the over comes to an end, 14 overs gone, 56 for 1, a fielder walking off of a field without telling the umpire, and the next over you have to field with 10.
Yes, that certainly would have been a handicap to Captain Shai Hope. He would have been livid, kept it under his collar, managed the incident quite well in terms of keeping his cool on the field, maintaining control, and of course Darren Samian Day just a quick discussion to Alzari to mend on the issue in a short term, got him back onto the field. So it was just 1 over. However, did leave quite a bruised impression in our minds.
And it was broadcast on international TV around the world. But in saying that, Alzari Joseph had a press conference, well, not a press conference, he made a press statement which was written by someone in the PR department that he apologized. He apologized to the captain, he apologized to his team, he apologized to the Caribbean people for his behavior. So that might have lessened the penalty somewhat. Sinclair into the attack now from the commentary box end. And the first delivery is on the line of the leg stump played out towards Pomal. So a lot of spinners in this Guyana team, including the 2 part-timers. Well, there are 3 part-timers, Chandra Paul, Anderson, and Nandu, who we've not seen bowl yet in this tournament. Nandu bowls off spin, same as Sinclair. He's replaced the other Sinclair, no relation to him though. Only the name is the same. Bowls the same style as Kevin Sinclair. Off spin. Bowls a little bit slower than Kevin Sinclair. Gets a little bit more spin. And that one was pushed back towards the bowler. Superb fielder, Junior Sinclair. Plays for the same club that Kevin Sinclair plays for in Berbice.
Both players excellent fielders, and particularly off their own bowling. And that one just slightly slower through the air, and Django just playing through the line a bit early and a bit uppishly, but the man is out at long off.
Good delivery that didn't spin in a half of the bat fung. He was looking to hit that a lot straighter, and it ended up at the forward square leg position. Gets a single though, so the 5th partnership coming up now in 71 balls, and Guyana must be a bit worried now.
Yeah, I think they might have missed a trick with the new ball earlier on.
Sinclair, a little bit of flight, a little bit slower, and pushed out towards the mid-on position, goes down to long on, Pomal in the way.
And I'll tell you why. Niall Smith, I thought, was just a tad bit too far outside of the off stump. Could have been a little closer to the off stump, and then Kimo Paul coming on, and he was too short in his early overs. And of course, there was Ali Mohammed at the other end. Ali Mohammed at the other end had a good, nice line and length bowling, particularly to Amir Django, and was beating him outside the edge, outside his edge, and got a few past the bat. And to do that in the form that Django was in would have been a good spell from Mohammed.
60 for 1, 15 overs completed. The water cart comes onto the field. Yes, Billy.
Yeah, I thought Mohammed coming into the attack at that point in time did get his line and length right for the majority of his deliveries, and kept the batters pegged back a slight bit. But then Django and Otley got going, particularly Otley, punishing a few wide deliveries and bad deliveries outside the off stump through the covers for 4. Really added some impetus to the innings, and we've seen it bring up the 50-run on the board for Trinidad and Tobago, and a 50-run partnership as well, and taken the total now to 60 for 1 in 15 overs. And to add to your point there, the form Django has been in, the Otley as well, coming off a good knock in the last game. I believe he got 40-odd runs. So both batters in excellent form. And they would want to capitalize on this position now with 60 runs on the board.
Well, the leewards.
We'll take a short break here. I'll pause as this drink break is on now at 60 for 1 after 15. Wasn't to be, it was just pushed. He was actually playing across the line and the ball maybe off the leading edge, getting to cover, not as he anticipated.
Good morning to those of you in Trinidad and Tobago. Ball that's played maybe off the glove. We'll have to wait on the signal of the umpire. She signals a wide, so it didn't touch anything. It just passed the keeper.
That was some
So,
exaggerated turn there with
yeah.
that one from Ned.
Yeah, that's 2 wides. And it's unfair to give that as a bye. Pass so far from the keeper. So it's wide. Sun breaking out more and more as the day is gotten a little deeper into the day. Still morning.
Interesting, Ned. Left arm around the wicket. He was previously over the wicket to Otley.
That's short and punched away into the offside. The good thing about Ned bowling to these batters, both of them are left-handers, so he doesn't have to change his line too much. Maybe have to change his length to suit the two batsmen, their favorite shots, and who's a puller, who's a cutter, and that's cut away down towards the... And I believe Sinclair thought there was a sweeper on the boundary, and
I was about to point out as well, if you look at the number of fielders on the leg side, there are just 3 players on the onside, and I was about to make the point with him bowling left arm around the wicket to try and cramp Otley for room, and really trying to, thinking he'd work it into the onside, but managed to push it past point.
Yes, so again, this is on the line with the leg stump and tucking him up again. So there's just 3 men, as you said, on the offside, long off, the cover, and the backward point. And when he caught that ball, Sinclair just turned back and thought there was a man on the cover boundary, and the ball wasn't hit too hard, so he got to it before it hit the boundary ropes and limited the scoring to 2. So the end of the 16th over, at the end of it, 64 for 1. This partnership now beginning to get ominous from a Guyana point of view.
Yeah, really an extraordinary field there set for Ned's bowling with 3 on the offside, and I think they're trying to limit the scoring of the 2 left-handers from Trinidad and Tobago in that he had a long on, a deep mid-wicket and a backward square on the boundary, and 2 in the ring on the leg side, trying to cramp any room. But Otley was able to just manage to back it away, tap it past point, and get a couple easy runs. And of course, the fielder was astonished because it was such an extraordinary field. He couldn't believe there was no one behind him.
So Sinclair, the man who was astonished, according to Billy, bowls from the commentary box end back towards him, and there is no run. So Otley on 31, he's faced 50 balls already. Django on 20, he's faced 39 balls. So Sinclair into Django. Django drives, and that brilliantly stopped, diving across his right. Good work. Reminds me of the days of Roger Harper.
Of course, the infamous Roger Harper, one of the best fielders in the West Indies team. And to say that is really a feather in his cap because he would have been in a team with some excellent fielders as well.
Yeah. The only place I never saw Roger Harper field is at forward short leg. He fielded at silly mid-off, slip, all around the field, and especially was superb to his own bowling. That's hit deliberately over the head of their man at cover and down to the boundary for 4. Despite the football work there by the fielder Smith, it went into the boundary. So deliberately hit up and under, and knew the man was at short cover, and deliberately went over the top. So he goes up with a boundary, and a good shot there, 68 for 1.
And one of the impressive things with Amir Django this year is his shot selection. You saw he was bogged down, tried to force the ball away a couple of times. But anything that is in his hitting zone, in his arc, even though the offside is packed, he still managed to get a boundary.
And this time he hits it into the onside for another boundary.
Yeah, 3 men on the onside. 3 men on the onside again, Sean.
And he hit that ball from outside the line of the off stop. Let's look at it back on the replay. Yeah, that was bowled too straight there by Sinclair. You've got the ball on one side of the wicket if you're going to get a feel like that.
Well, I'll tell you what. what preempted that shot. He forced Sinclair to bowl closer toward him after he just hit him over extra cover for 4. So Sinclair in the back of his mind thinking, I don't want to give him that extra room outside of the off stump. So just tried to stifle him, but got it onto the leg side and he was punished.
More protection on the onside now after that boundary. And this is on the line of the off stump. Good stop again. The Guyana fielding has been quite superb.
Yeah, excellent fielding. Good commitment in the field there. Achunandu.
So there's now a man at mid-wicket on the boundary. There's a backward square short and a short mid-wicket. This one is outside the line of the off stump. Short and wide. And easy shot, bouncing on it, hitting it down to the sweeper position. And the over is completed as he keeps the strike. 73 for 1, 17 overs gone. Otley is on 31, Django is on 29.
Yeah, the crowd building here in the KFC stand at the Queen's Park Oval. Just saw a shot of Dr. Hayden Furlong, my brother there in the crowd. Former general manager of the Power Gen Company. He's in admiring the cricket. Just inquired as when is Trinidad and Tobago batting and I'll be there.
So Trinidad and Tobago is batting and he is here. And so is the sun coming back.
Sun just peeping through the clouds.
A ding-dong battle overhead between the clouds and the sun. And this is a deliberate shot into the onside. Didn't time it as he would have liked. Tumbling save there at backward square from Smith. And Django has got to be careful with those shots. Even though he's in form, he can't look to sweep the ball, every ball. He's got to bat with more shot selection. And this is a lovely shot. Through the offside by Otley this time. And that's elegance personified.
Yeah, and the two spinners for the Guyana team just airing at times. And just, again, 3 fielders on the offside. And it's bread and butter for Otley there, just to push it through the gap. And even though we've had some dampness in the outfield, that one certainly raced across the outfield into the boundary for 4. And there's going to be a change in the field, is it? Yes. We do see a cover coming in place and an extra cover now.
But that was too full by Ned and too wide of the off stump. If you've got a field like that, you've got to bowl straighter. And as soon as the ball goes through the one side, there's protection put there. That's like when the horse is bolted already.
Well,
you close the barn door.
The converse of that, just give credit to the batsman as well. They're manipulating the field somewhat in terms of where they stance. They are shuffling across use of the feet, not just down the wicket, but across in the crease as well to change the line of the delivery and manipulate the field in the process.
So as soon as Pomal has been placed at short fine leg, the ball is hit through the offside. Good work there by the fielder, and it went for 4.
Yeah, and perhaps just doing a little bit of injustice to the bowlers as well, because you made the field change for Otley after Otley hit you for 4 and put an extra fielder on the offside, but brought it back to 3 on the offside for Django, and Django simply leaned on it, pushed it through the gap, and it went all the way down to the boundary despite the desperate dive from Sinclair there. It seems to have done himself a bit of an injury on the boundary rope, sliding over it. Certainly don't want to see any injuries out there.
And there is the physio, Miss Holder, going to have a look at Sinclair. But I understand that's pressuring the bowler, but the bowler's got to understand what he has to bowl, which line to which field. And that ball was just short and wide, so he pounced on it and hit it through cover. The fielder, when he was in strike, the previous delivery, the fielder was at cover. Now Pomal has been put to short fine leg. He's got to know that he's got to bowl a little straighter. Can't bowl so wide.
Yeah, and the captain and the bowler need to be in tandem in terms of what their lines and lengths are going to be. And particularly with a field with such pressure on the bowler, with 3 on the offside, you've got to have that accuracy to be able to bowl to such a field. And be cognizant of the fact as well that the batters are shifting in the crease to create room to try and work the ball into gaps. And we've seen those that have gone in the gaps have gone for boundaries. Yeah, and look, that looks like he's just winded somewhat. Hope it's nothing too serious. 83 for 1 in the 18th over. And Django now motoring on. He's on 34. Just getting closer to Keon Otley, who was ahead of him. He's on 36, Otley.
Yeah, let's remind you that at 4 o'clock today, in the land of the flying fish, Barbados, there's going to be the first T20 encounter. 2 will be played there.
As
West
well,
Indies
Sean.
in England versus England.
As well, Sean, I read that umpire Zahid Bassarat would be making his debut in that game, if the article I read is to be true.
Well, that's congratulations to him. He's the son of the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and vice president of the CWI. Azim Bassarat, good morning to you. Well, it's still morning. 3 minutes left in the morning.
So just some added interest in that game.
This is pitched up and hit out towards long off. They get a single.
So the substitute fielder is on as St. Clair is off. Just trying to make out who came onto the field for him.
So that's the end of the over. 84 for 1, 18 overs gone. I'm not sure. I don't know who's come on for him. And there's Rampatab. There is Tyndall, another fast bowler from the county of Berbice, which has produced most of the Guyana fast bowlers in the last couple of years or so. So
Well, St. Clair's on his feet. The stretcher was brought out to him, but he managed to get to his feet with the aid of the physio. And he's making his way outside of the boundary line. So just holding that left shoulder as he dove into the rope, perhaps the left shoulder rolling over the rope and
yeah,
is damaging a bit. I see Thorne is on the boundary edge, so it's not him on as the replacement.
so Kelvin Anderson, one of the part-time bowlers for Guyana, has to bowl now, and that will put more pressure on the Guyanese as the first ball, a full toss, nice juicy full toss, said hit me as hard as you could. He didn't try to hit it as hard, well timed, and it went for 4. So a great start if you're a batter, getting your first ball from a new bowler. Nice juicy full toss, it went for 4. But this will put a lot of pressure on Guyana because Sinclair was bowling quite well indeed, and now he's gone. Didn't bowl a lot of his overs in his spell. Hopefully he'll be back. Bowl just 2 overs.
Yeah, 2 overs for 13 runs, and of course Kevlon Anderson would not have expected to come into the attack so soon with just 2 overs from St. Clair at that northern end. And his first delivery served up a juicy full toss.
Bowls slow like Dave Mohammed.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed.
Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, I was just asking the question on Adrian Barrett. Does he get older, slow and older with age? But Jason Mohammed has been bowling that, holding the ball up in the air, slow through the air, off the wicket. And he had an excellent spell of 7 overs for, I think, 27 runs for 1 wicket.
And on these type, oh my dear, that's going to be run out. Oh my, misses the ball, hits the stump inadvertently, and all is well that ends well in the end. Let's look at the replay.
He was down the wicket, gone for all guns. The throw was low, just bouncing short. It's a good height for the keeper, just snagging on the edge of the strip there. It seemed like a good enough throw for the keeper to collect and execute the run out. Didn't manage to take it. Don't know if there's any deviation off the square when the throw came in.
And Imlak has had a good season so far in this regional Super 50. That's a rare blemish. Should have been run out there, and the partnership would have been broken.
Was it Nandu that got the ball in?
Yeah.
Savory rather, collecting there at point.
Good delivery again. Looked to play it a lot firmer. He checked the shot in the end. He wasn't to the pitch. And that's good bowling. Held the ball back, flighted it. So good over. In the end, 19 overs gone, 91 for 1.
Yeah, that type of bowling with that type of pace and variations in pace could be quite effective on this pitch.
Yeah, because it's allowing the batsman to come down to use his feet if he wants to get close to the ball. And with this pitch offering some turn and being a left-hander, the ball could easily spin past the bat and give a chance of stumping.
Yeah, these two look very set indeed. Just on three occasions, just a bit dicey with the running, eager to rotate the strike. Of course, bonus points for the less than 50% dot balls, probably some incentive to the batters to try and rotate that strike more often.
Well, that's the main problem with West Indian batters. They hit 3 boundary balls and then 12 runs off the over, but also you have 3 balls that you've not scored off of, 3 dot balls. And they want to, this rule was implemented last year to force the batsmen to rotate strike more and the top order batsmen to score with a bit more intensity to get 60 in 10 overs. Most of the teams, maybe apart from the Leeward Islands, have not done that. Ned continues, and that's pushed into the onside. And Justin Greaves started with 3 centuries in a row. That's a record. 1 more century will go past Sarwan with 3 centuries. He scored 2 in Barbados in 2005 and 1 in Guyana in the semi-finals. So 1 more century will give him the overall record of the most centuries in the tournament. But he got 27 against Guyana and duck against the Trinidadians.
Yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yes, but you've got to be consistent at the back end. It's more important. Start slow and then get momentum at the back end. Still, I think he's still done enough to get back into the West Indies team.
I think he was a big factor as well in that test match down under.
Yeah.
All the talk has been around Shamar Joseph, but he was a key element in that game, getting in the runs. Not just that, his motivation in the slip court and catching, fielding and so on played a big role.
Ned, the son of the assistant coach of the side, got delivery. Came back, loud appeal, more optimism than conviction. Ned watched by his father. As the senior Ned played for Guyana a couple of first-class games, played at the youth level. He was a right-arm off spinner, spun the ball a long way. He's on a left-arm spinner. Doesn't try to spin the ball fast and quick and flat. That's the end of the over. 20 overs gone, 91 for the loss of 1 wicket. As we say, welcome back to Tony Gray. He'll replace me and join you.
We're going to have a bowling change here. Our leading fast bowler comes back in right arm over the wicket from the commentary box end. Trying to take advantage of any moisture that is still in the pitch. Welcome back, Mr. Gray. 94 for 1 in the 20th over. It's a 45 over affair, remind you. The game starting an hour and a half late due to some damp areas in the outfield. And this one, Hoyt into the onside. There is Ashwin Ned out there on the long on boundary. Really did make a meal of that one, Mr. Gray, as that one was short and pulled into the onside.
Yes, good day, Billy. A short delivery, and you cannot afford to bowl short on this pitch. And I wonder the wisdom of using this makeshift bowl at this point in time. You have Pumal. He's not bowled yet, and you need to have matchups there, especially when both batsmen are set.
Particularly as well, it would have been an unexpected change with St. Clair going off injured, and to bring on a part-timer, not being aware that he would have been called into the attack when you did have Pongwal at your disposal.
He doesn't have that consistency that will curtail both batsmen who've been set nicely from scoring runs. And he doesn't have those wicket-taking deliveries. So it's I'm ignorant of why they've brought him on at this point in time. Permal, most experienced player in regional cricket really in this tournament, should be brought on.
That's why we bring you into the commentary box position, Mr. Gray. Your much needed analysis into the state of affairs out there in the middle, pointing straight to the fact that Permal, one of the leading wicket takers, spinners in the Caribbean, 20 overs gone and not yet been introduced into the attack.
Yeah, and the great thing about this pair is that they've batted intelligently, as we see the end of the over. Absolutely intelligently. You looked at Otley initially. He understood the playing conditions. He played to the pitch out there, and I was given some assistance to the faster bowlers. He wasn't too aggressive, and then he settled down nicely, and it's been a good response from his batting partners. Both batsmen have been in form, especially Django. He's had, 226 before this game, so he's doing well. His average was into the 70s, and it's followed up a wonderful season in the 4-day competition, regional 4-day competition. So this guy has improved his scoring. He's much more productive, and we know that he's efficient behind the stumps.
Yeah, what we've seen from a lot of his innings during the course of this year, 2024, he starts very circumspect to get himself in, even after an interval or a drinks break. Takes his time to get acclimatized, and so much so that he was scoring at a lower rate than Keon Otley, and has now surpassed Otley, and he's on 48 out of 60 deliveries. He is nearing a 50, as well as Trinidad closing in on 100 runs for 1 wicket.
It's been intentional, and that's what you need to see from batsmen. They have to know their game. They have to know their game and how they approach their game. It's a longer version of the white ball game. It's 45 overs this case around, but well played. And I like the point that you make, Billy, about the manipulation of the ball on both sides of the pitch because of the movement of the batsmen. Technically competent out there and giving themselves some room through the onside to play, or through the offside to play through the onside. So they understand what is happening down out there as relates to the bowlers trying to tuck them up.
It's very good to see Junior St. Clair back on the field, and he has overcome his injury temporarily, so much so that he's back into the attack immediately. This time, however, changing ends, bowling from the pavilion end, the southern end of the ground. 100 comes up for Trinidad and Tobago.
It's well bowled. You need that consistency now to create some pressure, some dot bowlers.
I just wonder now, with St. Clair coming on and bowling from the southern end, whether or not Anderson will continue at the opposite end. Loud appeal. Seems to be struck outside of the off stump. We'll use our advantage of a replay just to pick where that one was pitched. As you can see, he is batting on an off stump.
It's getting close to the stump, and you know that Otley is willfully going across to the off stump to try to create that space to give a lot of leverage to play through the onside, but clearly missing off stump. So good umpiring decision.
Yeah, St. Clair coming back on, and immediately winning back some points in the minds of the batter. But Django again, you see there, just turning the strike over. And that's going to be his 50 off of 62 deliveries. Amir Django notches up another half century for the year 2024. And what a good innings it's been. 4 fours at a strike rate of just over 80. And an impressive season by this young man.
Yeah, very intelligent innings, structured his innings really well. Understood the nature of the pitch out there, what the bowlers were doing. They were not turning the ball prodigiously, so he was playing straight initially, and then he played all around the pitch nicely, played some wonderful shots too. So Django, a man that is in terrific form at the moment, but he wants to get a century at least. The next target for him as an individual batsman out there is to get a century and to bat deep into the innings.
Yeah, and that is something we both know that he is well capable of doing. Falling for 96 earlier on in the tournament, and I don't think he'd want to repeat once he gets back into the 90s. I don't think he would want to repeat that error and get to that landmark of 100.
Yeah, initially, before this game started, he was averaging 75.33 runs per innings, and that's a fantastic average in List A cricket, yeah. That's the shortest delivery. You see him too, very good at playing off the back foot too. And one of the things about batsmen that is difficult to contain them is when they could play on both sides of the pitch. Not just both sides of the pitch, but down the wicket and behind the wicket too. All round ability, and they do have an array of shots, especially Django.
Anderson is continuing, and this one is swept ferociously into the onside by Otley, who is growing in strength, and another boundary to him. And again, we look at the field placing for that one. He's all the way across, Tony, outside of the off-stump, making that angle to get that ball past the man at deep mid-wicket, and a short backward square as well.
Excellent awareness of where the fieldsmen are, and excellent skill used by Otley again, willfully sweeping that one and hitting with control and achieving 4 runs again. And that's a good shot, excellent shot. That will go for, it looks like 1 bounce for 4. And again, a short delivery. So again, you have a situation when Imlach is definitely making a mistake here. He's not bowling the senior bowlers. And these two guys have settled down nicely. He's bowling a makeshift bowler against 2 batsmen who are experienced and who have terrific form.
Yeah, sometimes it can be irritating to the impartial observer.
That's well played again. So he was seeing sweep shots from different angles. He's not hitting that one hard at all. Of course, that ball was angled into him. So he's just using the pace nicely to get 2 runs. And what wonderful rotation of strike we've seen here, Billy.
I just wonder if these 2 batters have a small wager on who'd get to 50 first and who'd get to 100 first. Otley's on 48. It's the 5th ball of the over, so an opportunity. Don't want to put the muckers on him. But to get to that landmark, it'll be a welcome landmark for him if he does get there, because he's worked really hard all season. And the guile there from Anderson just tempting him wide outside the off stump. Not called a wide because he was going across way outside of the off stump. And umpire Patrick Gustav says, I'm not going to fall for that there, young man. The end of the over, 113 for 1.
Preempted movement from Otley, and obviously giving the bowler some insight to know what line to bowl, and it was wideish of the off stump, so he couldn't play the sweep shot. And this is a good last delivery, and I think that it should be a last delivery from Anderson.
Well, he's bowled 3 overs for 23 runs at an economy rate of 8.12.
Yeah, not good at all in the context of 50 over cricket and in the context of the innings.
Especially winning the toss. It's just over 100 runs in 23 overs. But that 1 wicket falling is a key element in this limited over game. Sinclair to continue. Just holding that one a little bit up. And Django threw the shot too quickly. Can't get a run.
It's a type of pitch that you need to vary your pace, your trajectory, because it's not a fast pitch by any means. And a faster ball, you might go for more runs.
Django just up on one leg there to try and get enough power to get past mid-wicket and down to long on for a single. He moves on to 52. It brings Otley into strike. It's going to be a very interesting contest here. And there's going to be a field change as well. We do have 4 on the offside for the off spinner, with Niall Smith dropping back to deep backward square on the onside. Paddles it around the corner. Smith is going to have to do the chase. He's gone for 1. He's going to come for the second, and there is a fumble there, and that is going to bring up a 50 for Keon Otley. An excellent innings for him. quite a few exquisite cover drives through the offside, and he's looking like he's getting in better and better form as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. Again, batsman getting 50, achieving a 50, and what a wonderful way to bring it up with that free sweep shot. He's played it fine, paddling the ball, and he wants to concentrate, and again doing the same thing. You see, this is bad cricket. This is bad cricket because you're not going to get him out that way. There's no odd bounce. He's shown that he has absolutely good control of the sweep shot in different ways, different positions on the field. And it's still trying to bowl that middle and leg stump line. Of course, there's ample protection on the onside, but it doesn't bring in most of the modes of dismissal into play. So how are they going to get him out?
Particularly with a ball that is spinning across the left-hander, you'd want to think that you would have 5 on the offside, as there is now, but there's no slip in place. There's a backward point, and he cuts it to Chanderpaul at cover point. No run?
Yeah, he's got to play different shots. You've got to have him playing different shots because he's shown that he has the ability to play the sweep shot. But you have to be protective also on the offside. You cannot change your line and length without changing your feel. And where's the sweeper in place?
Quite rightly so. The end of the over, 118 for 1. Look at the bowling card there. With Ned bowling 6 overs, St. Clair 4 and Anderson 3. Those are the spinners that have been used. And the pacers, Niall Smith bowling 4, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed bowling 4 as well, and Kemo Paul, just the 3 overs from Paul. And that missing name in the bowlers column, that of the man who's coming into the attack now.
Yeah, too late. You look at matchups or matchups. You want obviously the style of bowling against a particular batsman, but they've gone too extreme with the left-handers because Permal is a left-arm orthodox bowler, and they've decided, well, they have to bowl off-break bowlers against these two batters. No, not at all. These guys who have played a lot of cricket will have the experience of bowling against right-hand, left-hand combinations.
And I tell you what, one of the shots that got, one of the deliveries that got Amir Django out early in the season was that left-arm off spinner held up a tad bit through the air and he pushed it back. How many times do we see left-handers push the ball straight into the hands of the bowler, particularly left-arm spinners coming into them? And of course, Permal does have the guile enough to try and extract such a shot from Django.
That's good bowling from the start. He played it off the back foot.
Yeah,
He
very
leant back.
interesting,
Yeah, he leant
interesting
back.
looking shot there.
Yeah, he could have gotten that on the half volley coming forward to drive through covers.
Seems as though he's going to look to go after Permal here.
Well, he stopped him a bit, and that's because he wants to see the field or somebody out there who's talking a bit.
Just a couple players just on the boundary edge, just bringing some drinks, just caught his eye line, pulled out of it quite rightly.
It's a good delivery, good testing delivery. And there's some turn there, not a lot of turn, maybe slow turn, but with a faster delivery. And you have to be decisive on the pace that you want to bowl in a general sense on the surface.
As well as how you're going to vary that pace. The ball comes in again. Down the wicket he is, pushing it down to long on. Niall Smith is down there. It's only going to be 1 run. And use of the feet, we spoke about him using across the crease to change the line of the deliveries. Now we see him advancing down the wicket to get to the pitch of it, trying to counteract the intelligent bowling of Vasami Permal.
It's been problematic in Caribbean cricket, the inability of our batsmen to play spin, but we've not seen it in this innings by both batsmen. They've been very adept at playing spin.
Permal again. On outside of the off stump, there's nobody in the outer ring on the offside, and it gets past the man at extra cover. There's going to be 2. Slip in the outfield there from Ali Mohammed. There's a bit dampness in the outfield. Gets the throw in. Batsmen do get 2 runs. And interesting, Permal has 3 on the onside on patrolling the boundary. He's dropped a deep backward square. There is a deep mid-wicket. Interesting to know they're not all the way out on the boundary as well. And a long off and long on in place. No sweep on the offside. Outside the off stump and he hits it through the line. Straight at the man.
Yes, risky type of delivery with no sweeper in place. He's bowling full. He's bowled one or two shortish delivery. He's bowled a different pace, but he's not bowled that middle and leg stump line.
Perhaps he's just allowed a peel outside of the off stump. Trickles down to where a fine third man would be. The point comes around. It's a leg by. Total goes on to 122. The end of the 25th over. It's a 45 over affair, we remind you. So it's not, we've gone past the halfway point in the innings for Trinidad and Tobago. Just 1 wicket down.
Yeah, we've seen the increase in the scoring. And both batsmen stooping at the moment. Maybe slightly winded. It's not been an easy tournament as relates to the recuperation time between games. Remember, this is a 50 over game, this one 45 over. So you require players to be very fit so that they recuperate nicely game to game.
St. Clair's going to resume a nice delivery there. Pitch just middle and off, turning across, but they do get the single. Good rotation of the strike. And we really annoyed as a bowler with delivery just played into the onside there, and the fielder can't prevent the single. There, the two batters just stooping in the middle, having a keen eye, a clean look at the scoreboard, perhaps contemplating what a end target should be. Backing away, cuts it past the wicketkeeper. Between him and point is going to be Niall Smith doing the chasing. They come for two, looking to get a third on the throw, but Smith was quick enough and strong enough, gets the throw over the head of the wicketkeeper. 2 runs for Django. Just hunched over a bit there, Tony Gray, spot on. Fitness level.
Yeah, listen, it wasn't a bad shot at all. It was control. Again, game awareness skills, understanding that there's a wide gap between a man at backward point and the wicketkeeper. So excellent shot by Django. And, you know, I made it point time and time again because I've realized that the wicketkeeper batsmen, they're behind the stumps so many times. A lot of times they have the ability to pick up the line and length very quickly. They have the ability to read the turn and bounce off the pitch. And we've seen it here with Django. Now,
yeah, looks like a shot in the dark there. Not quite executed as he would want. They seem to throw the bat at it. And it's going to be a throw from the keeper trying to effect a run out. It's going to be overthrows, however, as he misses the stump at the non-striker's end.
Oh, this is not good at all. It's not good at all because clearly the Guyana Happy Eagles players, because of the situation of the game, they're not showing positive body language. They have to realize that 1 wicket will bring another one. They have to be positive out there. But clearly, they look not depressed really,
just
but
frustrated
not happy at all, frustrated, yeah.
Yeah, we're in the 26th over. St. Clair, it's in his 5th over, it's gone for 27.
That's well played. Yeah. Excellent batting. Very, very impressive. And there are places, Billy, at the international level for wicketkeeper batsmen. The silver has to be pushed in Test match cricket. And one-day cricket too, we have Shea Hope, obviously. But T20 cricket, Django can play all formats of the game. And because of the fact that he's played T20 and List A cricket and 4-day cricket, he's well attuned to play in any format of the game. He can be a second string wicket keeper, or he can be challenging for the first team wicket keeper. So he's going to get some assistance as relates to drying of himself with a towel and also obviously rehydrant. A little bit of rehydrant.
Might just be a word from the strategist as well as to what a perceived target might be, where they might want to be in the next block of 5 overs.
I think they have to be looking at 250 here, at least 250.
Yeah, that projected total of 225.
I don't know how they work that out because you have 9 wickets in hand, some hard-hitting batsmen to come. I say 250 or more.
Yeah, this is more a calculation maybe on run rate rather than if we look at a Duckworth-Lewis chart, what a total might be with just 1 wicket gone after 45 overs. Pummel to continue from the northern end.
That's where he should be bowling. That's a good line. Not giving Django room to play through the offside. A faster delivery. He's got ample fieldsmen in that onside as Billy tried to recuperate from some soreness of the throat.
Django is looking to get down the wicket here.
That's well played. Excellent manipulation of the ball, using the angle quite well, getting 2 runs. And looking for the third, and they got the third. So sloppy fielding again, but it looks like Ned.
Might just be getting choked up with the batting of these 2 players out there. It's been quite a while since you've seen batters in such terrific form, using their feet, the depth of the crease, manipulating the bowling. And it all augurs well for West Indies cricket. You know, sometimes they pluck a player out from the regional tournament who is in form, particularly when you have a series going on in the home countries.
Yeah, like Justin Graves. It's been excellent. Still has an average of 153 instead of the 300 average that he had initially with those 3 centuries.
Pamal again. Played casually back to him.
I think what has happened to the Guyana Happy Eagles players is that they're accustomed getting wickets in the first power play, not just 1, but 3 wickets, 4 wickets, and it's not happening now, so they're not accustomed with this scenario.
Outside of the off stump, tries to pull it into the onside, down on one knee. And again, you see that Pamal is holding that line outside of the off stump, and Utley has been trying to counter it by stepping across to the offside. 133 for 1 in 27th over. There is a short mid wicket there, just stroked it past him for 1 down to Niall Smith at long on.
Yeah, the rhythm have gone somewhat, and that's the value of an experienced Pamal coming on. And they've not been as fluent as they were before Pamal came on.
Yeah, and with the advent of you coming on commentary, brought the bowling change of Pamal in. Wide on, short outside the off stump. But this is what he can do, break up the rhythm of the batsman. Django getting a wideish ball, short enough that he could have punished it through the offside. With nobody on the sweeper boundary, but didn't quite time it. 27 gone, 134 for 1.
Yeah, the change in mindset because of Pamal's consistency. Now, it happens time and time again, Billy, when you have batsmen who are fluent, they're hitting the ball to the boundary, they're manipulating the strike, and all of a sudden a bowler comes on and he's containing, he's very frugal. It plays in the mind of the batsman because they want to get back into that rhythm, and by doing so they can play poor shot.
And this is where dot balls as well can bring wickets. It's going to be Sinclair to continue. Remember, it's a truncated innings of just 45 overs. So with 9 wickets in hand, what do you think going to be the point at which they want to really try and push and accelerate? Sinclair steps across, that one onto the stumps, gets enough bat on it, and it's going to go for 4. Interesting delivery, an interesting move from the batter there. Utley just stepping across again outside of the off stump, but this one angled into the stumps, and he finds the gap on the onside for 4.
Well, even if Utley didn't step across to the off stump, that was a bad delivery because it was lined on the middle stump, and obviously it will turn further down the leg side. So it offered Utley the free swing of the arms to play that wonderful loving shot that he likes so much.
Sinclair, 3rd delivery of the over, and again this time he's paddling it around the corner. He's going to be working the deep there for Savory. Gets the throw in, restricts them to 1. Particularly, Tony, when you see, Mr. Gray, when you see...
Not Mr. Gray, said Tony. You're wrong my age. Come on. Don't make me sound like an old man. I know that you have respect. Parents brought you up well, Billy.
Backing away, lifting it over the extra cover. It's going to be a couple bounces into the boundary rope, and Utley and Django this time really punishing the bowling of Sinclair. Over the top, inside out. And what a glorious shot that was.
That's a wonderful shot. Exquisitely played by Django. Lifting it, getting under the ball, bending his back leg, and really lifted it nicely over extra cover for 4 runs. So things are going well now again for Django. And you can expect them to be a lot more aggressive. There you go again.
Peeling off the outside edge as he was trying. Did he open the bat face slightly as he tried to beat Niall Smith at backward point? He's going to go into the boundary of the outside edge. Look at it here again. Did he open the bat face?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did, yeah. Getting it off the face, adding speed to the delivery, backspin on it, taking it into the boundary as we approach 150 runs. It's 147 for 1 in the 25th over. And we was asking the question, when would they step on the gas? And this seems to be this over.
Right, because you have a lot of batting to come. 9 wickets in hand. And Imlach definitely has to bring back one of his faster bowlers just to cool down the pace of scoring by these 2 batsmen.
Yeah, particularly disappointing over in terms of the Guyanese because Pomol would have bowled such a good over the opposite end. And this one, pitched up, he goes over long on. There is no long on. It's going to go all the way for 6 off the bat of Amir Django. Takes him into the 70s now. And what a magnificent innings and what another magnificent shot.
Well, he's trying to turn the ball. The ball is not going to turn off this pitch. The pitch has become better for batting. The sun is out, and not in all its glory, but it's out. And the pitch is dry now. There's no traction. It's like batting on concrete. It's a little slow, but that was an excellent shot by Django again in his arc. So you have to bowl a shorter length, not in the arc of the left-hander, because he's a man that is in fantastic form. An excellent shot again.
And you see the difference in the Pomol over previous and St. Clair, where his lines were variation of pace from Pomol, was able to keep the batters quite quiet. But St. Clair has now gone for 47 runs in his 6 overs. No doubt we'll see a bowling change from that end. And Pomol is going to try to have to pull something back here as the 150 comes up for Trinidad and Tobago at the end of that over. Short. He's risking it there a bit to Otley, wide outside the Ostrom. There's nobody sweeping on the onside. And just 3 in the ring, 1 at backward point, 1 at cover point, and an extra cover if he gets it past them. But it is turning into the left-hander. Just creating some difficulty if he tries to force it through the offside. 1 run in the end, but brings Django back onto strike. Shuffle down, tugs it around the corner, down on 1 knee. Work out into the deep. They look for the second. And Django has been exceptional in terms of manipulating the bowling, manipulating the lines, going after once in his zone, confident enough with the form that he is in. He's on to 75 now.
Yes, he's a little winded, and that's the only thing, because he's been running well between the wickets. They've been good at judging the singles, the twos, but he's slightly winded at the moment. That's well played by Otley.
Django coming off a 70 against the West Indies Academy, and he got that 70 runs in 78 deliveries, so he's been motoring on in terms of running between the wickets. In that innings he had 6 4s and 2 6s, so the balance of those runs would have been run between the wicket. Pomol outside the Ostrom. Django gets down to the pitch, tries to beat the short mid wicket, can't do so. And good cricket all around there. The bowler recognizing he's coming, advancing, dragging his length back. Django still getting to the pitch and working it into the onside, looking for the run.
Yeah, he picks up the flight too, not just the line on length, but the flight of the ball, so he knows when to come down the wicket. That's well played again, but straight to the fielder.
And this is what we were just speaking about, Mr. Gray. It's 9 runs in 2.3, and Pomol has the ability to control the scoring rate of the batters. And of course, let's see if the commentator comes into play now. It's another good delivery. Gets it down. Pomol hands in the air. Did beat the bat somewhat, but only a single.
No, I think that what he was saying is that you got to get off the boundary quickly. So he was really encouraging his fielder to come off the boundary so that they would not think about going for the second run.
The end of the over. 150 runs on the board, just 1 wicket. The 2 batsmen crouched down in the middle, eyeing up the scoreboard, trying to engage in discussion about what might be a total in the next 5 overs. Again, they're going to work in blocks of 5 overs or so, or 3 overs even.
Yeah. And they probably will try to encourage each other to go on to a century. It's about targets, individual targets, but team targets. And 250, 260 would be very useful, especially with the bowling unit that the Red Force has.
Yeah, well, that is going to be achieved. That is going to be 100 runs, another 100 runs in just about 16 overs they will have to get. As we see a bowling change now, as we anticipated, it's going to be the experienced Kimo Paul. And I thought he should have come on earlier in the innings, try to use the new ball more, get some movement off of the wicket with his pace. When he did come on, he tried tested out the middle of the pitch to Django, who is no stranger to the pull and hook shot.
Well, I said initially that the Guyanese team will have to play positive cricket because of their position on the table, the standings. They had to play positive cricket, and I don't think they have played positive cricket. I mean, they've bowled makeshift bowlers at not good times really, and they should bring on their main wicket takers, their main bowlers, guys who have that experience. And Kimo Paul should have bowled initially with the new ball, obviously, because the pitch offered something. And we know the history of these pitches here at the Queen's Park Oval. They're really slow and lethargic, and I can tell you about that.
Ball is short, and it's in the air, and it's straight to the fielder. And Utley goes, and Kimo Paul, as we mentioned, does like to bowl that short ball. And it was pulled straight into the direction of the man set in the field at deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, nothing.
Looks like Anderson was the guy taking the catch there.
Yeah, nothing type delivery, too short really, and should have been hitting it down on the ground because it wasn't of great height at all. It didn't get up to his head, didn't get up to his shoulder, not even his chest. So it's not the type of shot that you want to see. He didn't control it at all. He should have hit it on the floor, on the ground, rather than hitting it in the air.
And immediately with that bowling change, Kimo Paul coming into the attack and prizing out a wicket for Guyana. Keon Utley falling, bowled Kimo Paul, caught Anderson for 66 off of 85, breaking the partnership. Partnership that was nearing 150 runs, 149 run partnership. And it's going to be a drinks break here in the 30th over and 158 for 2. We take a break as well.
Yeah, well, welcome back here at the Queen's Park Oval. The sun trying its best to shine, not in all its glory, but sufficiently enough. Ghana will be shining because they've gotten a well-deserved breakthrough, hard-fought breakthrough, 149 partnership for the second wicket being broken by Paul. Bad shot though by
Otley.
Otley. Just gifted his wicket.
Yeah,
Should have.
your perception, Sean, is that you have to hit the ball in the air. You don't have to hit the ball in the air. But keep it on the floor.
Paul bowls a short lifting delivery, and that would take a lot of energy on a track like this.
And it's a placid track. The thing with Paul is that because of the way he bowls, he puts everything into it. It might help the other fielders, his teammates, to have that energy, so he can bring that energy to his teammates.
But they've got to understand in any kind of cricket, there will be partnerships. You can't just drop your shoulders and give up. This is Paul bowls again, quick
Yes.
short ball. And played back towards the bowler. That was a quick one.
Yeah, well played. Of course, you have Jet Goli, played in that wonderful under-19 team back in 2016, winning the World Cup for the first time. We have not won the World Cup since then, but he's a tall young man. He's done well in an all-round sense, made a lot of runs in the 40 regional competition. Tall, getting behind the line of that one. Takes some time to settle on though.
Another left-hander replacing a left-hander. So Paul bowls short. And Trinidad and Tobago have a lot of left-handers in this side.
Yeah, something that you didn't see in our time. Bowled to a lot of right-handers. Of
Yeah.
course, I got the ball to outswing. So it was the ideal type of deliveries. But now you've seen a perpetuation and influx of left-handed batsmen throughout the world, not just in the Caribbean.
Even in my time, which was after your time, I bowled to more right-handers than left-handers, maybe because of the emergence of Chandra Paul and Lara. The youngsters wanted to bat like them. This is short. Pulled away like a boxer in the middle of a ring.
Yeah, that's an excellent
Evade
point.
in a straight right.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Sean, as we see the end of the over. It's an excellent point because of the iconic figures and the power of influence that these iconic figures have on young minds. I mean, I remember seeing Gordon Greenidge bat with the black gloves, and I painted my glove black, because at that point in time I was an opening batsman and a wicket keeper, but then I grew significantly, went through a growth spurt, a real spurt.
I remember at the Richard Ishmael Secondary School in Guyana, that was the school that produced Fouad Bacchus. For a time, he was my favorite cricketer because he came from our school, and he used to field at short leg with a broad brim hat. Well, he didn't field at short leg with a hat, he fielded with a helmet. But he used to wear a pair of white sweatbands, and when he fielded at cover and so on, he had a broad brim hat. So I did the same. This is a delivery again from Pomal. Pomal, the most experienced by far of every Caribbean spinner, has been around since 2007 when he made his debut against the Windwards in Grenada. So that's a long, long time. He's got 100 wickets in this format, in the regional Super 50, but he's got 150 wickets in all his stay matches. So tremendous performance from him over the years. He's also the leading wicket taker in the 4-day game in regional 4-day cricket.
He's been a tremendous servant to not just Guyanese cricket, but obviously West Indies cricket.
Yeah, he's got 31 wickets from his 9 test matches.
I think that if we want to be detailed, then we should be detailed about his contribution. We're not just talking about, bowling against Guyanese batsmen, but preparing West Indian batsmen for international competition as a spinner in regional cricket, because we often don't talk about our spinners doing that. The late Ranjit Anand, the late Inchinali, they prepared our batsmen for international competition. It's a good shot.
Away, and that's going to go between the two fielders. A little slide on the sandy area by, who's that there? Sinclair. And After that little slide, he recovered well and threw the ball back to the bowler. But 162 now for the loss of 2. 30.4 overs. So 16 sixes and 16 fours and 1 6. 17 boundaries so far in this innings.
And the benefit of having somebody who's containing from one end can put pressure on the batsman in a general sense from the other end too.
Yeah, the oldest person in the Guyana team at 35. So he continues to show why he's continuing to be selected.
Yeah, there's an issue shown about age and whether players should be selected as he has gone down again. So clearly feeling the effects of really sprinting between the wickets for the ones and twos, but he has to show that mental aptitude, that indomitable spirit out there to stay out there and get a century at least and bat deeper and deeper into the innings. You talk about older players relates to giving younger players a chance. I believe because of the fact that West Indian players take a little longer to develop, you have to allow the younger players to develop also.
Ball's a short ball. Well played, backward of point and down towards the boundary. Niall Smith puts the left hand down and hard return again. Jumping Imlach has to pull it down and it deflected towards the bowler who collects it.
So the boundaries are not coming as they were coming just now. So that's because of Permal and bringing back on Kemo Paul and got the wicket. So a good move by Imlach, but I thought he should have been a lot more proactive than he was.
Ball from the far end. And that's a nice shot through the gap again, down towards the extra cover boundary. Chandra Paul racing after it. He's one of the fastest movers in the Guyana side. Starred in a movie as Larry Gomes, 1983. That movie was called, an Indian movie. So he became a film star before he played Test cricket.
Well, I can see why they used him as Larry Gomes because, when you look at throughout the Caribbean, it's not a lot of players that look like Larry Gomes, and he looks similar to Larry Gomes, the physical stature.
Plus he's a left-hander, which came in handy. This is a ball that tugged away down towards the boundary, and that's 4 runs. Too short, and too slow the pitch for that type of bowling, and it was played not square, not backward square, but straight with a horizontal bat.
Well, I don't think that he wanted the ball to go in that position. I think that he was probably looking to hit it towards mid-wicket, but I don't think that he was in a perfect position. And although the ball made some height because Kemo Paul is pounding the ball into the turf, he was still able to achieve 4 runs over mid-on.
So Paul bowls again. That's a slow delivery and well played in the end. This is superb batting here by Django. He's rotated the strike well. He's picked the bad balls to hit. Superb shot selection. The only thing with him, maybe he needs to work a little bit more on his fitness.
Yeah, it's not easy. We talked about the change in weather patterns throughout the world. It's hotter now, Sean, than when we played. So players have to be tremendously fit. Not just fit, but tremendously fit because of the amount of cricket too.
Paul in, bowls, and that's short. And almost ducking his head. Wait, that was a slow bumper.
And that was excellently played because it's the ploy that Paul is using at the moment to get the ball high enough for the batsman not to have that level of control, but Django played it well. Very impressive. And Otley, who previously got out a short delivery that was not as high as that one, should watch the technical competence shown by Django in playing that shot.
Yeah, and Paul has got the ability to bowl 2 different paces of short balls. Like the great Sir Randy Roberts, not comparing him at all in talent. and that one was a quicker one, and it went past the bat over his head and taken by the keeper. 172, 174 for 232 overs gone.
Yeah, talking about the great man, Sir Andy Roberts, I often talk to him, and he has had a lot to offer. I said to him, where were you when I was playing here? The knowledge that he has, especially about fast bowling, but not just especially on fast bowling, but remember these guys worked out batsmen. They would have looked at the strengths and weaknesses of batsmen when they played, so they can make some excellent coaches where batting is concerned, not just fast bowling, but he has a wealth of knowledge and really is willing to expound that knowledge to the younger players now.
He was at one time the West Indies coach, bowling, but that's all done now. Nice scenery there. I attempted to call those mountains because in Guyana, especially in the coastland, anything that goes up is a mountain. Those are hills.
Well played. So, Goli, not normally a great starter where runs are concerned. He takes some time to get into rhythm. He's now on 6 of 10 deliveries.
Pomal is in, bowls. That ball is pushing forward. Didn't immediately know where that ball had gone. Then he looked and he saw it heading towards his stumps. Real test of skills, Pomal. Good delivery again, played back towards the bowler. Sir Andy Roberts is a big fan of Isaiah Thorne. When we were in Antigua, well, he's based in Antigua, the academy. Sir Andy Roberts, oh my, that's an atrocious shot. Looking to hit it as hard as possible, might be hitting that tilt over the head of Sinclair.
Well, I think that what happened there is he took his eyes off the ball. He's calling for a bat now, but I don't think that is a problem. He just took his eyes off the ball. That ball was a faster delivery. You've seen a cunning type of bowling, left-arm bowling from Pomal here.
Slow delivery. And hit away out towards the cover boundary, and that's going to go trickling into the boundary for 4. But when I said he was hitting it over Sinclair, I meant the Sinclair Medical Center, not the Kevin Sinclair or Junior Sinclair. Might have been over the head of Kevin Sinclair. Is he still in the ground? So at the end of the over, it's 179 for 2, 33 overs gone. Yes, we're talking about Sir Andy Roberts. He's a wealth of knowledge. And he's been called the father of the West Indies 4-prong pace attack. Roberts, Croft, Holden, and Garner. And then later came Malcolm Marshall. Those were the days when the West Indies were very strong, especially with the pace attack.
Yeah, and Michael Holden and Sir Andy Roberts are very close friends. And Michael Holden often talk about him, how he was helped. Remember, Michael Holden didn't play a lot of first-class cricket. Before playing for the West Indies team. It was pure athleticism and pace, wonderful run-up. Nice to see eye candy and eye captain, the way he ran up to bowl with the fluency.
Yeah, poetry in motion, whisper in death. That's a short ball from Paul and pulled away, just stopping it almost.
And then Joel Garner and Colin Croft played here for the first time together. So Clive Lloyd started with this 4 fast bowling prong attack. And it wasn't easy for batsmen because they had to deal with not just, playing against 4 fast bowlers who were different types of fast bowlers, but the fear factor, the danger of getting hit, the danger of getting injured was quite evident during that dominant period.
I think during the 1976 tour or sometime in Australia when they were bowling, they were batting against Lily Thompson, Pascoe, Hogg, and they were broken bones, broken fingers, broken nose. Lawrence Rowe was in that side. Yeah.
75, 76.
Yeah, and Lloyd said never again would we play with we learned from them. So he went around the Caribbean, found the fastest bowlers, and assembled them into a machine of death. Paul, in the brightest sunshine we've had so far today, and that's turned into the onside. Good bowling though from Kimo Paul.
Yeah, he's done the job for his team. He's changed the course of the game somewhat. It's not an assertive approach by both batsmen. He's gotten the new batsman in there with the fall of Utley's wicket, and obviously Gully has to take some time to settle down. He's now going on to 10 of 14 deliveries and some batting to come, but you talk about different types of fast bowling, and we'll discuss it after this delivery. Well
Edged.
played. That's an excellent bit of batting by Gully. Willfully played. Brilliant shot. Using the pace nicely. Paul bowling with some pace outside the line of the off stump. You look at the back foot movement and then slightly opening the face of the bat, recognizing that there's no slip in play. So excellent shot by him. Now, yeah, Joel Garner 6'10" and a half, coming from a height of about 10 feet. You had Colin Croft, who woke up slow, lethargic pitches, like here at the Queen's Park Oval. You had Michael Holan with his extreme pace, and Sir Andy Roberts with the wonderful variation that he had. That's well played again. So you have Gully showing that he likes to play that shot. He's looking at the ball onto his bat first of all, and then working the ball around. So it's again good skill and good manipulation of the ball.
Yeah, I remember when Roberts and Richards went to the Alf Grover coaching school in England, and they became the first pair of players from Antigua to play in the West Indies team. That's a loose shot.
Slow delivery, well bowled by Kimo Paul to end over. So the score now goes on to 185 for the loss of 2 after 34 overs. And remember, this innings, this game is truncated where overs are concerned. So it's 45 overs a team.
Django on 94 balls, he's got 88, and Gully has got 15 from 16 balls, and this would be, if he gets it, his 4th century for this season. Got 96 in a previous game. Only 5 centuries have been scored so far. Well, I say only.
5?
Yeah.
3 from 1.
Yeah, and
I think it's
and
6 centuries.
Wickham scored 1.
Right.
Nandu scored 1.
Right.
And
Powell.
Powell, oh yes, Powell
Yeah,
scored
6
1.
centuries.
So 6 centuries. Justin Greaves scoring 3 of those centuries. So 6 centuries scored. And Justin Greaves reaching 151 not out, becoming the 5th batsman to score 150 in regional first-class cricket.
And Django is 2nd in the list of the most productive batsmen this year. And if he gets a century, he's going to go up to over 350 runs. Could go up to over 350 runs.
Last year when the Leewards lost to Trinidad in the finals, in that tournament, Bravo scored 416 runs.
Yes, unfortunately for Bravo, I don't think that he has maximized his talent. Obviously, he's scoring 8 Test centuries, a double century against New Zealand. That's a good shot.
Through the gap, well placed, well timed, and into the boundary for 4. So even Pamal, with all his experience, cannot stop the boundaries being scored. And that is excellent batting by these two.
Yeah, I think that if you're bowling short, you got to bowl with some pace so that the batsman doesn't have time to adjust nicely. But Django are showing excellent footwork again. and adjusted nicely, just giving himself some room towards the leg side and just using the pace, punching that ball nicely, not overhitting the ball, and was real pure timing. So he's shown good all-round ability here. Now he's gone on to what, 92 off of 96 deliveries. So he's going to desperately seek to get that century and then go on from there, and you expect him to explode after that. Know that he has a double century at regional 40 level. That's last season.
Bowls, and that's played quietly down towards Paul. I have no internet here, so
You got to pay for a package, Sean. You didn't pay for a package.
no, I am here to. I'm not here that long.
You got to
pay for a
spend some money,
package.
Sean. You got to come on. You make a lot of money. I've been told that. You have different programs, television programs. You have, you're right.
Someone who's quite dishonest told you that. Down the track he comes. Nice use of his feet, and plays it out towards long on. So he's now 93 from 99 balls. Otley scored 66 from 86, and goalie is now on 16 from 17. 192 for 2, 35 overs completed.
Yeah, it's not really a water break, but Django has asked for some assistance from the 12th man, and goalie is getting some water also, so it's strategically done. I think that some information will be brought out there about how they have to approach things by now. With 8 wickets in hand.
And 10 overs left.
Yeah, I think that, they have to play some shots, especially if Django achieves his century. He's now on 93, so they have to be a lot more assertive, and you might see a batting change. They often do that in these positions where you have 8 wickets in hand, and it's a good thing too. You often hear coaches talk about maintaining wickets for the lower half of the batten to go after the runs. Of course, in the last power play, there will be much more of a relaxed feel with 5 men outside the circle. So let's see the strategy after that little break there for some water.
And if they continue to score at this run rate, they'll get 247. I'm sure they will get much more than 247. Because they've got wickets in hand, and they wouldn't continue to score this run rate. Wide delivery bounced too high over the head of Django.
Yeah, poor delivery to start with. Although he's not been bad, I mean, he seems innocuous at times, doesn't have the pace, doesn't move the ball off the seam, but he has just gone for 13 runs off his 4 overs. So he's been good. He's done a job. He's played a role quite well for his captain.
Ali Mohammed bowls, and that's played between the backward point and the cover, and good enough to get a single. The rotation of the strike has also been very good for the Trinidad and Tobago team, 194 for 2. Django goes up now to 94.
And not because they've been extremely fast between the wickets. Otley was fast, Django was there. But I think that because they have the ability to use the face of the bat, and that's because they have faced a lot of spinners in this country, so batsmen from a very young age have that ability to use the face of the bat to manipulate the ball into the gaps. So I think this is where they have been good.
Ali Mohammed bowls, and that's hit away out towards the third man position. Annoyed with himself, was looking to play that in front of the wicket. Peeled off the edge, but all along the ground.
Yeah, I think that he's been good, or have been depending a lot on hand-eye coordination. He's not fluent in his footwork like Django, but he's gotten into position quickly, but not as fluent as Django. So he's dependent heavily on hand-eye coordination. Goalie.
This is short. It will be a wide.
This is not just wasted deliveries, but additional runs on the board for
Extra balls.
yeah, and extra balls, and you have to expend extra energy as a medium fast bowler in these conditions. So the sun is coming out more and more, and it's good news for people who want to come down here to Queen's Park Oval to witness the future of West Indies cricket.
You've been around cricket for a long time. You've played at the highest level. Apart from Brian Lara, who's head and shoulders above the rest, who would you say is the three next best batsmen produced by Trinidad? Larry Gomes?
You
Gus
asking me and
Slocum?
you telling me.
I'm just asking you if I'm right. And how would you put Joey Carew in that, and Andy Gantu? Think about it and tell me if I'm on the right track.
Well, definitely, Larry Gomes comes after Brian Charles Lara. Charlie Davis is one that you have to talk about because he was excellent. He had a good average. I think he would average in the 40s in Test match cricket. Gus Logie, yeah, he could be up there because he played a lot for the West Indies team, at least over 50 Test matches. Not a lot of great batsmen coming from this country, but Brian Lara stands out.
That's a swish and a miss, looking to cut. And it went over the bat, taken by Imlak. No run.
Yeah, but when you look at Barbados, for example, they have produced a lot of great West Indian batsmen. You look at Jamaica, they have had a few. And it's interesting to research to find out why Trinidad and Tobago, for example, besides Lara and Larry Gomes, Charlie Davis, over the years, that's a good shot just for one run, have not produced consistently over the years great batsmen and very good batsmen at the highest level of the game.
Would you put Andy Ganchum in that?
Well, he averaged, 100
Yeah.
in one Test match?
Yeah,
No.
I was dropped for scoring
Yeah,
too slowly.
But he didn't play a lot. That's a problem. When you look at good batsmen or great batsmen coming from different parts of the region, you have to look at longevity and the amount of Test matches or one days they have played.
Good delivery again, handled well on top of it, on its toes, steered it down towards the backward point position, and there is no run. So 36 overs completed, 199 now for 2, and this is a good position for the Trinidad and Tobago, but they now must step on the accelerator a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a good launching pad, a very good foundation to go with. Just 2 wickets going down. They have enough batting to come. You want Django to achieve, obviously, a century and then go after the runs. They've played a lot of T20 cricket. They've played in this sort of scenario. It's becoming just now a T20 scenario with the 8 overs to go. Well, not 8 overs to go. You have, about 8 overs to go before they start again. So the projected score is 249. They should get more than that with the explosive nature of the batting to come.
Yes, and Django approaching just his second 100 at this level. The double century scored was in fact his only 100.
Yeah, I said 8 overs, but it's really 9 overs to go.
For Maul. And both the Django looking to use his feet, that's Gooley, and getting himself into an awkward position, and the ball hitting his pad. Luckily for him, it hit the pad, didn't go through to Imlak. But it's nice to see batsmen looking to use their feet, dancing down the track to the spinners. Again, he uses his feet.
That's good feeling, good try, good effort, but he could not stop the single. Now, the other thing about batsmen being efficient, proficient against the spin is that you're going to have spinners having to work harder, and that will develop them more and more, so that when they're elevated to international cricket, when they do get challenges, and they will get challenges against the likes of the Australians, the Indians, they can be able to be better at facing those challenges. So this is good to see. I've been impressed with the way the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team has gone about things. They've now reached their 200 mark. It's now 201. And they've done it in a clinical, very intelligent fashion.
Well, they've got to try and get at least 60 more runs, at least, in these
That's well
last
played.
overs.
Went straight to the fielder. Good movement of the feet. And you want to be in the right position as the batsman get into the pitch of the ball. And we've seen that a lot from Django.
So how would you rate Joey Carew as a batsman for Trinidad?
Well, I didn't see him obviously, but you know, I saw some tapes on him, and you know, he was a shotgun, a lot like his son, Junior Michael Joey Carew Jr. He was a shotgun, played some exquisite shots. He was a tinker of the game. He was a very intelligent player, and always very tactically sound. And that would have come into his batting too, because once you have the tactical brain, like Lara does, still does, it will come into your batting, it will assist your batting. So I suspect that he had a good awareness of you know, what the opposing captains were trying to do, and this is a sharp run, good bit of fielding, went on to hit the stumps. But Django,
So 37 overs gone, 203 for the loss of 2. Django now up to 98 from 107 balls. Darren Ganga.
Darren Ganga, perhaps very stoic in his approach. He would have had a good effort against Australia,
Yeah,
scoring
so
2 centuries
one
in
at
Guyana
Boulder and one here, yeah,
back-to-back
back-to-back, yeah.
centuries. That was the high point of his career. He made a century against India too. But the thing about Darren Ganga, he was so analytical, so detailed, like most engineers. Billy's smiling because Billy's an engineer. That so many times he overthought the game, and it brought to his downfall. But still, an excellent captain. Not a lot of runs at Test match cricket level, and this is edge.
Just past the keeper, and that's gone down to the boundary for 4. And in auspicious way to bring up his 100, but 100 nevertheless, his second 100 in regional first class cricket. Amir Django is 100 from 108 balls, 10 fours and 1 6, a strike rate of 94.4. Not very bad indeed. Tremendous knock.
I mean, it's brilliant. It's a brilliant century. He's now kissing the ground. He's saying a prayer too, and richly deserved that century because he did all the hard work initially, and he was lucky at the end because there was a tick outside the edge. But fantastic century by him. We see the replay again. Django not getting across to the ball, and they're trying to open the face of the bat, but the tick outside the edge. And Imlak tried to dive to his left, could not get anywhere close to that ball. So Django richly deserves century. He's been batting well. He's had a rich vein of form here now, and he needs to finish off this innings in a attacking, a positive manner.
And we've seen the person who had the flag hung up on the rails has got it waving. 100 supporter, Trinity to the bone.
Yeah, you have some die-hard fans here. They love their cricket. They want to see a resurgence of West Indies cricket in the world today. But we have seen it to a certain degree in T20 cricket. We now 4th in the ICC rankings. And it's great that we won against England in the one-day series, just completed one-day series 2-1. So we've seen some positive things happen, especially in white ball cricket.
Mohammed, loose shot, played and a miss, swish and a miss. So Gully will not be totally concerned with playing those types of shots. That's the attitude that's needed now. He's got to sacrifice his wicket to score runs.
Yeah, he's not batting for himself in this scenario. He's batting for the team, and they would want to maximize their scoring for the remaining overs.
Ali Mohammed.
That's well played.
Yeah, nice soft hands, just pushed it in the gap, and the batsman rotated the strike again. Brings the more accomplished Django into strike.
Yeah, just think about it. These guys have scored a lot of runs in recent times, Django and Justin Graves, and it would be nice to ask them why. What have they done differently to improve their scoring and be a lot more prolific? That's a
nice
great shot.
Out of the ground.
Well, that's a huge 6. T20 scenario, and he's playing that way. A slow delivery in the arc again, and look at the shot. Good positioning, physical positioning first of all. Wonderful arms through the line of the ball, and the ball sailed wide of the long on area for 6 runs.
Yeah, tremendous shot. Stepping on the gas.
He doesn't want to run too many singles between the wickets because he's still winded. He's done a fantastic job for his team. He's now going to have a conversation with Gully.
Seems to be getting some cramps.
Yeah.
He's stretching his legs.
And the other thing about this, the strength of this Red Force team is that they have balance. They have balance in their batting. They have batsmen who could really turn on the tide from ball 1. And they have batsmen who can be scratchy early on and then back through the course of the innings. They have the bowlers who are very good at containment and penetrative too. So that's why they are defending champions, not only because of what they've done, but the combination of players they have, and now they have the immense experience.
Well, last year when they won, they had Narain who finished with the most wickets. Bravo. None of them are here. But Gabriel is back, and there's a short lift in delivery again. And Django just at the non-strikers end saying that should have been a wide. So at the end of the over, it's 38 overs gone, 215 for 2.
And they're trying to bring about that miss-hit because you have a man at the deep backward square position for Django, and they're trying to encourage him to play that type of shot, that pull shot. Not a bad idea at all, but Django was saying that was a wide. The umpire didn't agree.
So Pamal to bowl the 39th over. Remember, this game is truncated. It's been reduced to 45 overs per side because of an hour and a half late start, overnight rain. But the sun is out almost in all its brilliance now, outside the line of the leg stump. A sweep and a miss. Good take there from Imlak. A white signal by the umpire. In Guyana, let's test your knowledge about Guyanese batters. I would believe that Rohan Kanai would be the best batsman to come out of Guyana. That's my opinion. That's his outside edge, more than in a outer half of the bat, down towards the short fine leg position. And I was going to say excellent work because he looked to pull the ball back and then it trickled into the boundary. So that's 4 runs. Valuable runs at this stage. 220 now for 2. Rohan Kanai, Roy Fredericks.
Don't agree with you, Sean.
Shivnarayan Chandrapal.
Don't agree with you, Sean.
Who's the second best?
No, you have the order wrong. Chandrapal has to come first.
No.
The amount of runs that he scored, the average, was Rohan Kanai's average?
47 point something.
Was Shivnarayan Chandrapal's average?
50, 51. So would you say that he's a better batsman than Sir
Well,
Viv Richards, who averages less than him?
No, just a minute. What you're talking about, because you have to categorize batsmen when you're looking at different eras, for example.
Mm-hmm. But I look at a batsman, my criteria is not only the stats. My criteria is how you made those runs, in situations you made it, the class of bringing fans to the ground, the entertainment factor.
No, you're looking at the eye candy, man. I'm as a coach, I look at the efficiency. You want to win the game, you want batsmen to
But
do
if
their primary rule, it's to score runs.
Yeah, but if I had to back somebody to bat for my life, Chandra Paul would easily be it.
Well, you don't value life then. You put in other batsmen before Chanapol.
This is on the line of the leg stump and played away.
It's something that we were discussing earlier on before coming on air. I think because of the nature of Chanapol's batting, our West Indian, people like to see exciting batting, but I look for efficiency and run scoring on a consistent basis.
So then you would say that Chandra Paul is the second best batter in the history of West Indies
No,
cricket.
I'm saying if you're looking for efficiency, you have to look at Chanapol because of his average. Now, if you're looking for other things, the ability to take on bowlers, you look at Sir Vivian Richards, you look at Brian Lara, all right? So it's different things you look for, Sean Divas.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. Brings him forward, using his feet again, then doesn't get to the pitch, had to stab at it. So a quick over comes to an end. At the end of it, it's 39 overs gone, 224 for 2. So I understand what you're saying, but then in the context that you're looking at, his runs, his dependability.
No, you digressed a little bit, Sean, and I must have you here. You digressed a little bit. We were talking about Guyanese batsmen, right? And you talk about Ruan Kanai. You mentioned the late Roy Fredericks, who was excellent. We talked about his effort in Australia when we struggled. He scored a wonderful flamboyant century.
Clive
Lloyd. But I am saying Shivnarine Chanapal, with his stoic mentality, the fact that he played on a weaker West Indies team.
Alvin Kalicharan.
Right, yeah. Well, I played against Alvin Kalicharan. That was my second county wicket. He played for Warwickshire.
Yeah.
But I'm saying
And he scored the
Chanapal.
most first-class runs for Guyana.
Right.
Not for Guyana, in all first-class runs, Guyana, Warwickshire, West Indies.
Right. So what are you saying?
Do you think that Chandra Paul is a better batter than Alvin Kalicharan?
What you're looking at is what you're looking at. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at everything overall. The stats has to come.
Shot. Excellent shot. Oh, no, not excellent shot at all. The distance wasn't there. There was a man at the deep mid-wicket boundary waiting for that catch. He didn't get the distance. He didn't get the elevation. But still a wonderful hand by Django to score a century. He had to go after the runs, obviously, because the wickets were getting less and less. But he's now being congratulated by some of the Guyanese players. And a wonderful hand. And a man that is richly informed.
Yes, and you can't blame him for that shot. He was looking to take on the bowler to get the score as close as possible to 250, 260. It's now 257, the projected rate. But I'm sure that this would be more than that score. Wonderful innings, though, from Django. His second first-class century. His first in this tournament, 96 already. So he's batted superbly, and the position that he's put Trinidad and Tobago in, they can now power for the last 5 overs or so, 6 overs left, to get a bigger score.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed has come to the wicket, and he can play in any situation. He's been very situational over the years. Of course, he's played a lot of CPL cricket, franchise cricket. So he can really and truly, from ball one, hit the ball around. It's not his normal thing in the 4-day game. He's very subdued initially, and then when he gets into stride, then he can play shots. But this is a role that he has to be a lot more assertive, positive. He's got to hit the ball around from ball one. A lot of wickets still in hand, 7 wickets in hand, and it's a great time for him to come to the wicket to express himself a little bit more.
So Ronaldo Ali Mohammed will bowl to Jason Mohammed. Of course, no relations. I don't know.
How
Maybe.
do you know?
Yeah,
That's what I was going to say.
said.
How
I
do you
don't
know? The same thing like Kevin Sinclair and Junior
No, I
Sinclair.
know that for sure
How do you know?
because they told me. So Ali Mohammed bowls and that's steered away for a single. So he's off the mark. First delivery. Give the strike back now to goalie,
Yeah.
who's on 27. If I was to pick a batsman for elegance and class,
Well, no, now you're categorizing batsmen.
Carl Llewellyn Hooper
No, I
would
would-
be my best batsman.
I would go for Lawrence
Yeah,
Rowe.
Lawrence Rowe.
Yagaru.
I've not seen him bat except in tapes. But when I was doing commentary in Jamaica, Hooper played a cover drive, and I said that I described it as orgasmic. That's a ball that's hit over the top, down towards the boundary, and that's gone for a straight boundary. So he's put his foot on the pedal also, and Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, they've gone up with another boundary. So the score now is 229. Goalie goes now to 30. And I said that this is class. And Morris Foster was on commentary with me. He said Lawrence Rowe was 5 times classier than Hooper. So I could imagine how much class Lawrence Rowe had. I met him in Florida, where he now lives, when there was the CPL, and his daughter sang the American anthem at the CPL. But Lawrence Rowe, I understand that he whistled when he was batting.
Just think about the influx of great batsmen during that era. Sir Vivian Richards, Lawrence Rowe, Sir Gordon Greenwich. You're talking about Alvin Kalicharan, who went after Dennis Lilly in a test match. He was very aggressive. Hit him for what, 6 fours?
Yeah.
In an over, the great Dennis Lilly.
Roy Fredericks.
The late Roy Fredericks, that 100, how much? How many it was?
169.
169. Where specifically in Australia?
I think it's at Perth.
Perth,
Yeah,
the
that's
fastest
quickest
wicket
Yeah.
ever. I played at Perth already, and Joel Garner said that it got slow. That's a good shot. Good shot for 1 run.
So projected score goes up now to 261 with that shot. 5.8 the current run rate. They've got to get at least 6, high in the 6 or 7.
And would you be bowling Ali Mohammed at this point in time with Kemo Paul having 4 more overs to go?
No, I take him off after this over.
Right, and you have Pumal still with some overs. Well, 2 more overs to come from Pumal. That's brilliant feeling, brilliant feeling.
Yes,
Looks like Nandu.
Yeah, and this has been the Guyana's strength so far in this tournament, especially in this game. Their ground fielding has been very, very good. So as you make your way, I was leaving you with Billy. Yes, well, Billy, we welcome Billy. So 232 for 3. 40th over, so we've got 5 overs to go with Billy coming in to join me. So I will put Billy under the gun and ask him, who do you think are the 5 best Guyana batsmen? And put them in order as they come.
So after a barrage of bouncers faced by the tall Tony Gray, he's tall enough to take on the short pitch bowling. I would rather adopt the method of Shivnarine, Chanderpaul and Bob and Weave.
So Pumal has been a wealth of knowledge and service to Guyana and West Indies cricket over the years, and continuing to do so, continuing to bowl well, continuing to take wickets. He's the highest wicket taker in first class cricket. He's the highest wicket taker in 50 over cricket, and he's still going strong. at age 35. But when you look at Tahir, Tahir is going to be 35. He's coming back to captain the Guyana Warriors for another year. This is pushed into the onside, and a single there to Guli. Goes to 32, gives the strike back to Jason Mohammed. Yes, who would you put as your top 4 Guyanese batsmen?
Well,
I'll give you some time to think about that.
News of Tahiri joining the Amazon Warriors.
Yeah, he's the captain for the Guyana Global Tournament that's sponsored by ExxonMobil.
The players listed already.
Yeah, he's the captain. Shai Hope is also in that team because they won their series. Will start on the 8th, and the tournament will start on the 9th. It will finish on the 9th, and it would start 3 days after this tournament finishes on the 23rd. So it's going to be from the 26th to the 7th of December. And all the teams now have been named. So that's going to be the global tournament in Guyana. Victoria from Australia, Rampuri Riders from Bangladesh, Lahore from Pakistan, Lahore Qalandars, and Hampshire Hawks from England, and of course representing the West Indies, the Guyana Amazon Warriors. That's down the track, hit over the top, and that's a pugnacious 6.
Yeah.
So as easy as you like, 6 runs.
Jed Gooley there. This is his home ground, Queen's Park Oval, and showing that he can acclimatize very quickly to conditions. He's come out 38 runs off of 32 deliveries, adding additional impetus to the Trinidad and Tobago innings. And Pomol conceding 50 runs in his 9 overs. And he bowled a good spell, start of a good spell early on, kept pressure, built a lot of pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago team, but has gone for some runs in the end, as inevitably would happen with just 1 wicket lost in early on in the play.
That's to the delight of those people backing Trinidad and Tobago. I'm not seeing the Guyanese fans coming out, so 100 and 243 for 3, 4 overs left in the innings. Yes, coming back to the Guyana Global T20 League, 1 million US put up by ExxonMobil. They're the title sponsor, and the 2 top teams would reach the final. And all matches start at 7 o'clock because that's going to be played at the National Stadium simultaneously with the West Indies Bangladesh Test Series. So that won't clash. The Test Series would be played in the day, and those games would be played from 7 o'clock in the nights. So there's no clash with television coverage and all of that. So 11 matches will be played. From the 26th to the 7th. The Guyana team, most of the teams have already been named, but Shai Hope is in that team, even though he is the West Indies one-day captain. Because even if Guyana reaches the final, he will have to miss that game because the one-day series will start on the 8th, and they've given the assurance that whoever gets picked in the West Indies team will not be playing for Guyana.
Well, that is one way certainly to keep Shai Hope in form, match ready.
Yeah.
Playing in a T20 tournament.
And that tournament was organized since from last year. So that is why St. Lucia Kings wasn't the team representing the West Indies, because that was announced halfway through the final. Clive Lloyd is the chairman of the organizing committee.
Yeah, very strategic planning indeed.
Yeah, that's another 6. As easy as you like, almost eased it out of the ground. And
Gooley very much at home at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, he's raced to 40.
Almost an effortless shot, lifting it over the man in, and it's gone into the Jeffrey Stallmeyer lower deck. So a mammoth 6 there from Jed Gooley. He's on to 46 now, 35 deliveries he's faced, and has pushed Trinidad and Tobago past the 250 mark for 3 wickets down. We were anticipating when there was 16 overs left, if they could have added another 100 runs, would have put them at 250. They've gone past that now with a run rate of 6 runs and over. I'm just wondering where it would end up with 4.3 overs left.
And when you say the Jeff Stallmeyer stand, it disappoints me that Guyana's standard is the only international cricket venue. They're named green, orange, and red. No names. All the stands around the world and in the Caribbean especially have names
Well,
of
that-
outstanding players.
that-
And we have outstanding players in Guyana.
It may be temporary, Sean, so that they could have enough time to get to the right naming of the stands. Just buying some time.
This is pushed into the onside, and there is no run. Well, I've been campaigning since the stadium was built in 2006 for the 2007 World Cup. Well, I started in 2008 when Sri Lanka played there, the first test match. Naming of the stands. And
That-
since
that-
then, it's like throwing water on duck back. I've been to 2 different governments, 4 different minister of sports.
It might be just as difficult as naming the top 5 batsmen of all time in the history of West Indies cricket, I dare say. Mr. Devers?
This is into the offside, and good effort there from the fielder on the boundary. Looks like Kimo Paul,
Yep.
and they come back for 2. So Gully quickly goes up to 47.
And a partnership of 31 of
Yeah.
just 16 deliveries. Jason Mohammed just contributing 9 and 21 runs off of 9 balls from Jed Gully. And with the loss of Hines in the team, he will have a key role to play in these death overs as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Just pushing it away, giving the strike back to Gully. He's gone out to 10. And in fact, he's kept the strike.
Just pointing out as well, in the 4-day tournament, Gully batted higher up the order than the Django in most games. And the order has been reversed for the 50-over tournament. But we all know that Jed Gully is a very strong, powerful, aggressive batsman. But Django, in the form that he's in, getting out for 111, just on the score of Nelson, falling today, and justifying his position in the batting order at number 3. And Jed Gully, of course, coming in lower in quite a few games, 3 games, I believe, coming in and adding extra runs. I say extra runs because he's been so aggressive and just delivering exactly what the doctor would have ordered in the death overs for Trinidad and Tobago.
Good afternoon to you in Guyana. If you got your phone looking at the YouTube and busy Regent Street, wherever you are, want to say good afternoon to you here in Trinidad and Tobago. Slightly disappointed that there's not been more crowds coming out to watch this game, especially the school children on school days. That would have been a big factor to gain their interest to see live cricket at a younger age. That's how I got interested in cricket, looking at the former players playing at Boda. All those things have to be taken into account when you want to develop West Indies cricket. The interest has got to be there first.
Well, as you raise that point, it's important as well, because when I started to play cricket, just across the way at Queen's Royal College, we used to man the scoreboard here at the Oval. And we would be here for all the regional games and all the international games as well, which meant that the entire school team would attend the games. And we have a number of cricket academies across in Trinidad and Tobago, and one would think that it might just strengthen the passion of the young players, particularly the under 15 level, even the under 13 level, to take a team out to the cricket, especially in venues such as the Queen's Park Oval and the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, renowned for cricket at the Queen's Park Oval.
Smith.
A lot of history here.
Smith comes in and bowls, and that's slashed away. A good stop by Junior Sinclair at backward point, and they get a single. So 257 for 3. But I remember the CPL, they had the school children coming on the non-West Indian days, or the non-Guyana days, when Guyana didn't play. They had space there. All the other games were completely sold out. That's the thing with CPL also. They market the tournament very well, but of course they make a lot of money because that's not a developmental tournament, that's a commercial tournament. Talking about commercial and money, this government has put the biggest budget ever for sports this year, and they've done a lot of good work building facilities in Berbice. They're putting Albion as all a stadium now, and they've built track and fields. They've built a cricket ground in Linden. They're building one in Anna Regina. So the cricket especially will benefit, and all sports in
Yes.
Guyana, because the oil money, the oil-rich Guyana, the
Yes.
fastest growing economy in the world. So they got the money and they're spending it wisely, building facilities. That's just pounced away and hit down the ground for 4. And no ball too. So he'll get a 4 and he'll get an extra ball, and that's his 50.
Excellent knock there from Jed Gooley, doing exactly what the team would have wanted, the team needed, and what the management would have expected, putting him in the face in this portion of the game for Trinidad and Tobago. And he's repaid them here with a well-played 50, very aggressive indeed. He's gotten a few loose deliveries, and it was very important that he dispatched them. We saw Joshua James in one of the games came in at the dead overs and was struggling a bit to put away some of the loose deliveries or even good deliveries.
You
But
get
Gooley has done a job here.
You get a free hit now, and it's a full toss, and that's gone over cover, and a single will come back for a second. Didn't time that or get it as well as he would have liked.
And it's an important knock as well, because Shannon Gabriel coming into the team and Joshua James sitting out. Joshua James would have been another aggressive batsman they would have wanted for these dead overs. And of course, as we mentioned, Terence Hines being out of the team, playing in the West Indies squad, being named in the West Indies squad. So it was important for Gooley to come here and make his mark in these dead overs.
Trinidad Red Force has got 7 wickets in hand, and they've got batting up to number 10. Gabriel not so good with the bat, and that's a lovely shot played between the slip and the backward point and down to the boundary for 4. Used the pace and angled the ball. Fantastic shot there from the left-hander.
Yeah, such a delicate shot there, just guiding it between the gap, effecting another 4 runs, and from bashing it about, hitting 6s and smashing 4s. Now we see the other side of his batting touch shot really, and manipulating the line and length. And Niall Smith just has a problem here now. He's gone for 2 boundaries in his spell, coming back into the attack. And we were just wondering, he just bowled the 4 overs before this, and just thought you might have just brought him back for an over or 2, just try to break up the momentum that the Trinidad and Tobago team were motoring along with.
See, he's going to go around the wicket now to the left-hander. Bowling to Gooley. And Gooley again tries that shot, but there's a short-haired man in place, and negates the possibility of a single. I like batsmen who play shots like that. I like sports people who are flamboyant and easy on the eye, elegant and classy.
Well,
That's why Sir Carl Hoop is my favorite batsman in the world.
Gooley is batting outside of his off stump when he's taking his stance to the bowling of Niall Smith, because he's anticipating everything is going to be speared in outside of the off stump, because there's only one fielder in the deep on the onside at long on. So we might very well see him shuffle across to outside of the off stump.
Smith to Gooley, and Gooley hits that in the air off the leading edge, but falling well short of the fielder, who slips. And now they capitalize and come back for the second run. But that's no fault of Anderson there on the boundary. He slipped. The outfield is not that firm because of the consistent rain that we've been having in Trinidad recently. And the match starting an hour and a half late, being reduced to 45 overs because of that, the wetness on the ground.
And you do see some patchy areas in the outfield. That is where they would have spread some of that sand to soak up some of that dampness in the outfield to make it better on the footing. But on that occasion there was no sand in that area where Anderson slipped and was able to get Gooley back on strike for 2 runs.
If they continue at this run rate, it's going to be 184, and that's going to be a big test target for Guyana. This is a nice shot again, but just for a single. So they're looking to put the foot on the accelerator as the over comes to an end. So 2 overs left, 43 overs completed, 271 for 3. And this is beginning to be a good target for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to defend.
And they've worked it quite well as well, in that Gooley has been able to get a single off the last ball of the last 2 overs to get himself back onto strike. And with just 2 overs to go, could very well get close to that 290 runs.
And the current run rate has gone up now over 6. It's 6.30 for the first time. It's gone past 6.
But we have seen some scores in excess of 250 that have been overhauled by teams chasing. Trinidad and Tobago, one of such teams, making 291
And
in
300
one game
now,
and losing.
And 300 now is a normal 50-over score because of the advent of 2020 cricket. Everything has gone up. Even the England, the Barbados cricket they are playing now, and they were the most sedate people in Test cricket, batters. The Jeff Boycotts and so on. That's a nice shot again. Dabbed away down towards the third man boundary, and that's 4 more. So Gooley's on a roll. He's now gone to 64, and that's a delightful shot again, showing dexterity and class.
Yeah, Guyana being put to the sword here, but they should take heart in knowing that they have gotten their scores as well. Over 250. They did make a 274 against the Windward Islands. Unfortunately, they lost that game in the last over. But what it does mean, and they've been unfortunate in this tournament with 2 no results and just 1 win. Never mind, they're sitting 4th on the table with that bonus point system. But they do have the ability, and some of their key batsmen are in very good form as well, to make this a competitive encounter.
Yes, Imlak for one, he's been very, very consistent. Nandu has gotten 100. Chandra Paul is due for a big score.
Kimo Paul as well,
Yeah,
he got a
Kimo
50
Paul, yeah.
off of 29 deliveries. He was able to come late in that innings against the Windward Islands and push their target to 274 when 250 probably wasn't even on the cards.
And they've bolstered the batting with the inclusion of the all-rounder, the batting all-rounder.
Ali Mohammed.
Yeah, he's bowling now. He's more a batter than a bowler, but he's a all-rounder. Wide delivery, spraying it wide. Oh dear.
Nothing seems to be going in their favor. The Guyanese team, that would have been a close call indeed. It's very interesting, Mr. Gray is pointing out at the back of the box. You do have an international player in that of Kimo Paul with overs in hand. His specialty has been bowling in the death over the years. He's not on the ball now, though. He's bowled 6 overs.
A shot in the dark. It's going to go down towards the third man position. They come back for a second, but they wouldn't mind how the runs come. Once they come, this is like 2020 towards the back end of a 50-over innings. This is reduced to 45. So 279 now for 3. 43.5 overs completed. Remember, there are only 4 to 5 overs that you're allowed to bat because of the reduction for the late start. And that's squatted away, swatted into the offside. He gets a single. And the rotation in the strike again. So 280 now.
There are a couple of decisions by the Guyanese team has been very curious indeed in terms of bowling changes, particularly in field placing as well. We've seen quite a number of times in the innings, 3 men either on the onside or on the offside, and the ball was easily penetrated between those 3 fielders.
And bad lines from the bowler too. I saw in 1 over, boundary scoring on both sides of the wicket. That's a broad. It landed on the next pitch, and that's a no ball because it landed on the other pitch.
It's not acceptable at this level really in the regional Super 50 tournament. That ball just landing outside of the strip, hence being called a no ball. It's going to be another free hit. So coming off of the back of a very expensive over in the previous overs, we're going to get another free hit in consecutive overs here. And we're into the 44th over. Guyana would just want to see how these 45 overs with not much runs being added. It's 281.
And another wide. Well, that's another no ball. Because it didn't land on the pitch. Well, that's a wide. So the no ball still stands. The
Yes,
free
yes.
hit still stands. At least he got close. He bowled the ball on the pitch this time.
So the extras being the same in terms of the run scoring, but
And
the call being different.
The free hit still stands.
And the free hit still stands. So it's of no consequence between the no ball and the wide.
Except that you get a free hit off a no ball. And many times when you get the free hit, you try to hit the ball too hard, you lose your shape, and the ball doesn't go anywhere.
Well, I saw Gooley at the start of his innings trying to overhit the ball, trying to get too much power into the shot, and then he got into his zone and timed the ball better. And in fact saw a couple sixes that were very good, making good distance as well. And this time with the free hit, his eyes lit up again. Didn't quite make the connection he wanted. Gets Jason Mohammed on strike. He's on 14 from 11 as well, so he's been striking more than 100.
Just edged away down towards the third man position. They look for one, they come back for the second, good running again.
That means Gooley is going to be on strike again for the final over. That's 44 gone, 285 on the board.
Yeah, the penultimate over being bowled by Mohammed when you could have used Chemo Paul maybe. It could have used Pomal is finished.
No. Pomal still, yep. Pomal nine overs. Yeah, he did complete 9 overs for 51. Yes, he did the bowl at final over, conceding over 50 runs
So,
for Sammy Pomal.
so who's going to bowl the final over? It looks like Smith.
Ashley Ned as well just bowled 6 overs, looking through the bowling card.
Yes, well,
Chemo Paul bowling 6 and Junior Sinclair 6 as well. And Ned being the most miserly of the lot at 4.67 runs economy rate in his 6 overs, going for just 28 runs.
even in the match against Barbados when he had 3 wickets in his first 5 overs, I thought he would have been allowed to bowl another 2 at least. So he could have gotten more wickets, gotten into the Barbados batting lineup, but he was taken off. Actually, he was taken off the over after he got a wicket.
What it would mean as well is with bonus points being such a factor in these games, that Trinidad and Tobago would have certainly earned a few bonus points in this batting innings. In Guyana, they were at 4th place with just 1 win, but they were ahead of Jamaica, who had 2 wins because of bonus points. So it is going to add very interesting results at the end of the season, at the end of the
Excellent
tournament.
Yorker. First delivery from Smith. Excellent Yorker.
Is it the first Yorker we've seen
Yeah.
throughout the innings? And one would think with in 45 overs, 280, and just losing 3 wickets, you would have seen a lot more of that type of delivery.
Yeah,
A delivery
especially
that
towards
belongs
the
in the
depth, yeah.
yesteryears. Sean?
No,
One
but
that we would have seen very frequently in times gone by.
yeah, Joel Garner was a great exponent of the Yorker. Malinga used to put a shoe on the line where he wanted to pitch the ball and hit that shoe consistently.
Literally visualizing.
Another good Yorker, this time down the leg side.
Shy at the stumps there, missing. He would have been run out had it hit Jed Gooley. He had given up getting back into his crease. He's on 66. And with just a couple deliveries, 4 in fact to go. Legal deliveries, that is, in the innings. Got a long run up here from Niall Smith past the 30-yard mark. Can he repeat the dose of 2 dot balls in the over? Can he get another Yorker in?
And that's good bowling. Saw him backing away and bowled it wide, just inside the line though.
There's an excellent delivery. Saw that Gooley was backing away and pitching it just out of the reach of him, but within the guideline for the wide delivery. So it's 3 dot balls in the final over. just gearing up to be a very good over here from Smith. Just a word from Jason Mohammed to Guli.
6.4 runs the over. Is that thunder I'm hearing?
Might just be some feedback.
Oh. Smith bowls to Goli. Goli drives back over the bowler's head down towards long off. They get a single.
So after having won the toss, the Guyanese team, with some moisture in the wicket as well as a slow, sluggish outfield, they would be particularly disappointed in having conceded over 280 runs in their 45 overs.
Yeah, especially in the first 9 overs, they did pretty well. Got the wicket. And then the partnership for the second wicket, that really set the foundation, the 149 second wicket stand between Otley and Django. That really set the foundation for the rest of the batters. Goli now getting a half century also. Django getting 100, his second in this format.
It's a good slower delivery. We haven't seen too many of those. Going to look for 2. But it is going to be Guli to face the last delivery of the innings. And it was a good decision, really, winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. The conditions did support that decision. And also knowing the weather wrong as it has been, particularly for the Guyanese team, chasing would have been a very good, a very easy decision for them to make in terms of if rain did fall, they would have had the opportunity of knowing what their target would have been had there been any recalculation via the Duckworth-Lewis system.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So they decided to bat without any hesitation. They decided to bowl. Net off the boundary quickly. And 1 delivery left, or that's it? Yeah, so 45 overs completed, 288 runs. The Harpy Eagles need 289 to win in 45 overs.
Yeah, and the batting card for the Trinidad and Tobago team started off with Tion Webster losing his wicket early on, being bowled by Niall Smith for 6. Keon Otley and Amir Django put on an excellent, I believe, 149-run partnership, with Django getting 111 and Keon Otley notching up a 50, scoring 66 off of his 86 deliveries, and both batters were looking very comfortable indeed out there. Jed Cooley came out to join Django, and he got on very well indeed, striking 2 sixes and 8 fours in his knock of 68 off of 51 deliveries. And Jason Mohammed did very well to turn the strike over to Guli, himself getting 17 off of 13 deliveries. And the Trinidad and Tobago team getting to 288 for the loss of 3 wickets in a game affected by the weather in terms of the outfield being wet. So only 45 overs in this encounter. Niall Smith, if you want to run through the bowling card there, Sean.
So Niall Smith, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 37. Ashmi Ned, who only bowled 4 overs, had none for 28. And Ronaldo Mohammed, 9 overs, 1 for 66. Kimo Paul, 6 overs, he had 1 for 32. Sinclair, none for 47 from 6. Anderson, none for 23 from 2. And where Sami bowled an over short. Well, he completed his overs because it was 45 overs, 9 overs, no maidens, a little expensive, taking 2 wickets, taking none for 51. So that's the position here. Guyana making, they need to make 289 to win their second match in this regional 50 over tournament.
Second session.
Yeah, so the second session will start at
9 minutes after 2, yep.
Yeah, 9 minutes after 2. So we'll be back to join you when the second session starts.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. With news that the umpires are out, the Trinidad and Tobago team, the Red Force team, is on the field. And it's going to be Guyana's turn to bat in reply to Trinidad and Tobago's 288 for 3. Reminding you this is a reduced over affair. Not by too many overs, 45 overs in all. It means that it's going to be a maximum of 9 overs per bowler. And just running through the Trinidad and Tobago scorecard, a century from Amir Django, building on his good form this year, 2024. On the back of a 96 as well as a 93 earlier on in the year, and of course a double 100. Keon Otley getting a 50, he made it to 66 runs, and Jed Gooley 68, posting a very comprehensive total of 288 as I welcome back my partner in the opening attack on commentary, Mr. Tony Gray.
Yes, thank you very much, Billy. Good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers. And this is going to be some challenge for the Guyana Happy Eagles team. 289 to get to win. That was a wonderful batting performance on the back of Django's century and Otley's half century. But Jet Gooley also really pugnacious 68 off of 51 deliveries.
And speaking of the man, he has the ball in his hand. It's not the first time he's opening the bowling in the limited over affair. Here he is, first ball. Short of a leg and just angling back into the left-hander Tejnarain Chandapol, who is taking up strike, and his partner out there with him is Machunandu.
As he showed his versatility, Gooley, with the ball, the new ball this time. Can bowl the older ball too. It's a good delivery. Not giving the batter any room at all. And we know that Nandu has scored a century already in this year's competition. A wonderful century at UE Spec.
Quite correct. Gooley again. This one trying to push it past the left hand of Kari Pierre at point. Cover point, in fact. There is a slip in place. Backward point. Jason Mohammed at extra cover. There is a long off. The fielder out in the deep, and the other fielder out in the deep in the first power play is at deep square leg, not all the way out to the boundary, and he's in fact been shuffled around to his left.
That's well bowled. So there has to be in the player's mind, the Red Force player's mind, an expansion of scoreboard pressure here by these early overs.
Gooley just holding the line outside of the off. So I'm getting this one to grip and spin a bit. Not quite timed. From Tejnarain Chandapol. Berates himself. Not being able to find a gap through the offside. Very good delivery there. Push for a quick single. Played out to Yannick Carrier there. Just looking back, Carrier, as he picked that one up. As if he stumbled in the outfield. Remember, it still might be soft footing out there in some areas. So a quick single, Chandapol off the mark. It's one without loss in the first over.
Well, the required run rate is 6.40 runs and over from here on, from the start of the innings. And I wonder, in my mind, I'm thinking that Tejnarain Chandapol, he takes a while to settle along. He's not explosive. Would it be logical, intelligent to make a batting change at the top of the order?
That is one of the issues would have been discussed in the dressing room when the total was posted. They didn't have too much time to come up with an impromptu decision. And in the end, they decided to go with the traditional opening partnership. Chandapol has got a 49. Nandu 116 against the CCC. So the both batters, as we show with Django, Django did start very slowly, very circumspect in his inning and was able to motor on later on. And they'll probably be looking for that same type of application from these two batters.
Yeah, you look at the state of the pitch here now. Very good for batting. I think that the ball will come on initially. The ball will get older. It will be harder for batting. But you look at the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowling unit is a very strong one, a very all-round one. Various types of styles of bowlers, and they are good at being consistent.
Anderson Phillip picks up the attack, starts the attack from the southern end, worked into the onside, and it's a mix-up, And there might just be a run out of the non-striker end. Chandapal touching down, turning, thinking there was 2 on offer. And it was played out to, looks like, is it Otley out there in the deep? And had to be turned back. And was quite close in the air. And Philip opting to let the throw go through in case it was in line with the stumps. And quite a half chance, but very fortunate there, Chandapal.
Yeah, I think that Chandapal was looking for the second run. He ran the first one very fast, but Nandu was not as fast as him. So didn't look for the second run, Nandu. That's a good delivery, very good delivery, good pacey delivery from Anderson Phillip. Now he's been always fit, he's always at the stump. Might not get the bounce that most fast bowlers will get, but he slides on to the batter, and that one was a quick delivery. And Nandu played it with a close face bat, and ball nearly went on to hit the stump. So lucky there, Nandu.
Anderson Phillips has been really in form with the new ball in his hands, both in the 4-day tournament and getting an opportunity again in the 50-over format here. Hurrying the batsman on that previous delivery. This time it's bang on line, going across the left-hander Nandu. Plays it out into the covers.
Yeah, he's been improving gradually with his bowling action. Anderson Phillip, he gets close to the stump, uses the stump as a prop, and he's much more aligned now, and it's uncomplicated action, but always at the stump. He's got loads and loads of fitness. Of course, he had that unfortunate situation with his brother dying. He used to be his trainer, but he's recovered mentally now, and he's raring to go for his team. That's well played by Nandu. And that's what I saw at UWI Spec when he made that wonderful century against CCC. The ability to understand what was required. His role out there, he batted for long, and he started circumspectly first of all, and then he increased his scoring nicely, and then he was really explosive at the dead. So this guy is not just talented, but he is very mature. He's 21 years old.
Yeah, very good head on his shoulders there. 116 of 103 deliveries, so he did come back quite well in that innings against the CCC. Phillips to continue. And this one lifted over the head of the bowler. Couple bounces, pit landing just past the 30-yard circle, and a good-looking straight drive. Never meant to keep it along the carpet, and went through with the shot back past the bowler for 4.
Yeah, that's an excellent shot. Not a fast delivery by any means. He needs to bowl those Yorkers if he decides to go up. If the ball is swinging, he's got to pitch it slightly wide of the off stump with a slip in place. But clearly in the area, full length delivery, and Chandapal showing that his mindset, his intent is to be positive.
Good looking shot there. 7 runs on the board. Last delivery of the second over. Pulled into the onside. There is protection out there in that of Otley at deep mid wicket. He's not all the way out under the boundary. They do get a single. So it takes the total onto 8 without loss in the second over.
I think that when Chandapal wants to be aggressive, he can be aggressive. We saw that in Australia the first time he went across there. I mean, you're facing some of the best bowlers in the world. And he made up his mind from the 50-over tournament, because I saw him come up against this same team. And he went after Shannon Gabriel with, in my mind, he was futuristically thinking about Australia, preparing for Australia. And he was using that back foot movement to pull and hook the ball, square cut the ball, the combative shots against the faster bowlers.
Speaking of which, Shannon Gabriel is in the lineup here, drawn into the squad in the absence of Terran Hines being called up for international duty. It's going to be Gooley to continue. So
It's well played.
Interesting choice there to start with Gooley. Thinking about any overcast condition, Shannon Gabriel and Anderson Phillip to start with the pair of fast bowlers?
Well, I mean, he's an off-break bowler. You have 2 left-handed batsmen there. And if they don't need Shannon Gabriel, they wouldn't bowl him. But Shannon Gabriel has a lot more control with the older ball. So maybe, just maybe, that's a ploy.
Good delivery there from Jed Gooley. Had a good outing with the bat. 68 runs, really added much impetus. I wouldn't say much needed, because Django did provide a lot of fast scoring rate through the middle overs. And doing his turn with the ball now. Jason Mohammed picks up this one here.
I think that Nandu could be a little bit more aggressive to those deliveries, fuller length deliveries. The ball is not going to turn prodigiously, so he can get out and drive through cover. There's no sweeper in place, but there's a ring of fieldsmen on the offside, and now one is going back. So obviously, Captain De Silva analyzing really well there.
And Gully obliges his captain by bowling one into the pads into the right side. There's no run. Django does the fielding at mid-wicket. And Carey Pierre has been pushed out, as you were mentioning, to that sweeper position for the, let's call it, off-spin from Gully. But the ball is really angling into the left-hander, more drift on, or coming on with the arm rather than turn. And the long off is inside the ring now, short and cut out to that man at Carey Pierre. So the Silva just being proactive rather than reactive, anticipating maybe a loose delivery from Gully.
Yeah, I think that obviously he bowled some full deliveries outside the off stump initially in this over. So that's the reason why that man was put back in a sweeper position on the offside. Now he's making further adjustments because of the length, the general length of Jet Gully.
This one pushed down to Mohammed at extra cover, and the captain, De Silva, just toying with Tony Gray as he's making mention of the field placing and bringing Carey Pierre back in the circle. End of the third over, 10 runs on the board, and it's going to be Phillip to continue. And what do you anticipate they would target score after the first power play, 10 overs or so?
Well,
9 overs, rather.
Well, they should be looking at 50 and more. I don't think that they will be looking in their minds to get that bonus point. But obviously, they would want to mirror the innings of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, the way they went about things. But this pitch is vastly different. There's no moisture again. It's a dry surface. It's not going to turn a lot. It might be slow turn. So the percentage shots on this surface is to get to the pitch of the ball. And you have to. There has to be a complete clarity of mind. You cannot afford to be indecisive on this pitch. If you're driving, if you're going to hit over the top like Chanapal did, you got to make up your mind very quickly.
Just pulling out of it there, Nandu, as there was still some adjustment taking place in the field. He wasn't quite ready. There is a deep backward square on the boundary and a third man in place for the bowling of Anderson Phillip. And I did pose the question to Mr. Bascom as well as to Mr. Berridge, who has designed this bonus point system in the advent of a rain-affected game, or as in today, the outfield, and it's curtailed the first power play to 9 overs. What holds true in terms of that? Loud appeal from Anderson Phillips. A tad high there, striking Nandu on the upper thigh, on the right thigh. And just a question in terms of taking into account factors such as bad rain intervention, soggy outfields, and the like. In terms of, it's just 9 overs now, and there is the provision for less than 60 runs, or more than 60 runs rather than 2 wickets for that batting bonus point. How is it affected in a game like this when it is reduced to 9 overs, or even less in other circumstances?
I think it's you look at 10 overs still, because they have to align it with what's going on internationally, and they're trying to bring about that intent, that positive intent.
Phillip, again, this one comes off the outside edge as he's pushing forward there, Nandu. Carrier is out there at third man, so there is protection. It went past Brian Charles at first slip. Just 1 run.
Yeah,
the difference, Mr. Gray, would be
yeah, Mr. Gray, go ahead.
After 9 overs, you allowed additional players in the outfield. So
right.
It factors in somehow in the permutations and calculations. You leave it up to Mr. Berridge and co. But those anomalies would happen in the game that you have to take into account.
Good point. You're an engineer, so you're very detailed, Billy.
It's the cornerstone of engineering.
That's well bowled. You know, you look at Anderson Phillip, you have to be mindful, conscious as the batsman, that some of the deliveries will skid through, because he doesn't have a high bowling action. What he has is the ability to have fast arms through his bowling action, so that some of the balls will skid through. He's not a tall man by any means. He can be described as medium height, just below 6 feet. And that's why he's got those skiddy type deliveries, great wrist position, and he can hit the seam often. And he bowls well on slow wickets too.
Here he is again. storming in. This one not quite timed and moved the bottom hand taking over in that Chandapol shot, pulling it to Gully at mid-on. It's a spring-like action I tend to see, and then a bounce at the end of his run-up.
Yeah, it's a Cobra type action that he has, really fast through the crease. You look at Chandapol playing that shot, it was a poor shot really because his weight wasn't going into the ball. Now, part of the game awareness skills is understanding the nature of the bowler. He's not going to get it up and, head height off a good length. So he can be looking to come forward and get in those drives more forward. Oh, that's a good shot. Good shot. Wide delivery. He will get two and hit the toe end of the bat. Obviously not getting the elevation and the power because it was so wide. And he needed to move the back foot a little bit more to get close to the line of the ball. But if he didn't hit it, it would have been definitely called a wide.
Yeah, and Anderson Phillip as well. I've seen him bowled at the Sir Frank Worrell field, and a number of deliveries went down the leg side to the right-hander. But he has two left-handers to bowl at here. So that natural bowling action for that right-hander looking to jog that ball in. Sometimes you go down the leg side, but it's actually perfect deliveries for two left-handers out there. Tugged into the onside, short of a length on the leg stump. Protection out there, rotation of strike there, key again. As we come to the end of the fourth over, 13 on the board.
Yeah, not going to get too many balls moving off the seam here, although Anderson is a wristy type bowler and can move the ball off the seam, but this is a good placid pitch. And it's something that the Guyanese batsmen will like, they will relish because they are accustomed playing on surfaces like this. And one of the great things about them is that obviously they have fast bowlers to work them out now. So like Thorne and company, Kemo Paul, they're good fast bowlers. So the Guyanese will be very adept at facing the pace too. Shannon Gabriel is on this red four side. And it should be interesting to know when he bowls with the new ball or the older ball. But it should also be interesting to know if he's tremendously fit.
You've preempted my questions with questions back at me. At what point during the course of the innings would you want to give him a quick short burst? Because it's a limited over format. You're not going to give your fast bowlers too many overs. And with the ball still having some of that wax coating on it, you want to put it in his hands before too soon and loses some of that sheen. So you have a slight delay with the ground staff, just again tending to some dampish areas in the outfield with some sand out of the sand bunker.
Yeah, talk about the wonderful bowling attack that the Red Force has. A lot of different bowlers, a lot of different options for the Silver to work with. So he can change bowler for 2 overs, 1 over. He has a lot of flexibility there with the bowling unit that he has.
Interestingly enough, he's given Gooley a 3rd over. He does have Brian Charles and Carrie Pierre, who both opened the bowling. He's thrown around to Chandapoli. Going to get a quick single here as it pushes down to Carrier. He's standing a little bit deep, Carrier, but they've picked their fielder with the ball coming into the pads of the batters and just pushing it to Carrier, and it's a one-man boundary.
Well, yeah, that's right. I like you
you
smiling too, because you know that is the issue out there. They've said in meetings, they've said to the batters that Correa is not as fast and goalie too as the other fielders.
Which begs the next question as Gooley comes back in now. This one pushed to Jason Mohammed. If that is the case, he's sitting just on the 30-yard circle, not walking in too quickly either, perhaps allowing for the single. But with that ball angling into the left-handers, would you want a faster man in there just to try and extract a run out? Or is that being too greedy?
Well, it's really about boundary saving in the power play. That's a bit of poor fielding there by the man. That's Anderson.
Philip, yep.
Yeah, at
Let's put it down to the soggy.
backward point, yeah.
Dampish, since it's
yeah.
soggy, it's fit
Yeah.
enough to play.
That's right. It's playable. But coming back to, you don't want to come in too quickly because you're trying to save boundaries in a power play too. Shot. That's a lovely shot. Excellent shot by Nandu coming down the wicket and keeping the ball on the floor. Body weight going forward into the shot. We'll see it again. Goalie opting to bowl this delivery.
Which is why I posed the question if he's
excellent
going to
shot.
get a third over. Might have just thought, with the batsman of this caliber, such as Chan, and then another one, Nandu, quite in form, you're going to give them too many opportunities with sighters. They're going to punish you eventually.
Well, we mustn't discount the efforts of or the abilities of goalie. He's a very good bowler. He's bowled well in the 40 scenario. So he's an excellent bowler. 2 left-handers. Good shot. Good shot. 4 runs. Excellent shot. Off the back foot this time. So the previous delivery, a fuller length delivery, Nandu was coming down. He was driving straight, got a 4 runs, and this one was pulled back. So overcompensating where length and line is concerned and giving him just the width that he needed to play that shot. Excellent backward point square cut.
Yeah, with my captain sat on, I would have just given him the 2 overs, pulled him out, preempt any opportunity of him going astray. It's cost them 2 boundaries now, and there is a long off in place in carry pair, so it's just going to be a single to end the over. 24 after 5, and it might just be the last over for Goody so far.
So let me ask you something. If he came and bowled a tight over this over, would it be
That's
the same
bonus.
thing? That's bonus.
That's bonus.
Oh, so you're not speaking on hindsight of what transpired in this over.
Try to be proactive, give him the 2 overs. Change it up. Yeah, carry pair is the other option with the left arm now.
Right.
Try not to get the batters too set, because, as we said, Guyana has the ability to chase this total down in terms of the form that their team does have. You're looking at Kimo Paul coming later down in the innings. So if they can bat very long the top order, you have the opportunity of Paul coming and trying to finish the game.
Yeah, if you look at the both teams on paper, they're structured just like the Red Force team at the Guyana Happy Eagles. And I mentioned that they're accustomed playing against spinners. So the potency of the Red Force spinners might not be as great on this surface, although a lot of their spinners have played here. They played club cricket here. I've seen somebody.
Yeah, Goody's just leaving the field. We
Coming
saw him
on the
clutch
field,
that back of his right hamstring when he was hit for that boundary straight down the ground. Sometimes we tend not to pay too much when a bowler grabs some part of the anatomy when he's hit for 4. But he does go off the field. It looks like Raja is on the field in his place. And he's played it on. Ball just short of a length, getting up on his toes, Nandu, and wasn't able to manage the bounce of the delivery from Anderson Phillip, and that spring in his step and a spring in the delivery as well forced him to just jog it back onto the stumps, and Nandu is gone. It's a big blow here for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Well, as I mentioned, Phillips has the ability to skid on the ball. That ball had some pace on it, and he was playing with a close-face bat, and that's a cardinal sin, because if you play on a close-face bat and want to a full face of the bat, the ball can go on to hit the stumps. That's what the eventuality there. So Nandu, who has scored a century, and specifically against CCC, a wonderful century, has now departed, and really and truly a poor shot, technical deficiencies shown there. And Imlak, who has done well where run scoring is concerned and has a good, healthy average, he is now coming to the wicket at the pivotal position at number 3.
And I think this is the point I was alluding to with Niall Smith. You don't want to second-guess captains too much, and bowlers as well. But in that first innings with the new ball and a little bit of moisture, we saw Niall Smith go across the left-handers, and he was able to get some quite a sufficient swing, but he was too far, in my opinion, wide outside the off-stump. And had the line been closer to such a delivery from Anderson Phillip to cram the batters for room, might have been a more progressive line in terms of trying to keep the batting in check as well as trying to pry a wicket out. And Anderson Phillips holding that line there. As I said, he has that natural ball going across the left-handers.
Yeah, in addition to that, you look at Nandu, he was jumping. It's really not what you want to see from batsmen, because when you jump, your head go all over the place, and you want the eyes to be focused on one line and one length. But when your head is going all over the place, you don't have the right perception of exactly what the ball is doing.
So just on the heels of taking another wicket as he springs into his bowling action, Anderson Phillip. Not everyone is as tall as Mr. Tony Gray to stand and deliver for short pitch bowling, much like he took on the short pitch bowling of Mr. Sean Divers earlier on the end of the last innings. Nandu getting up off of the ground and was able only to chop it on. It's a big blow for the Guyanese team, but the captain is in. He's had a 50 in the tournament, 2 in fact, 65 and 51. So he's been in good nick. And he'll want to put a captain's innings down here. 24 for 1. Third over, Anderson Phillips picked up a wicket, and this is angled down the leg side. And this is the point I was making, that sometimes he has a tendency with the right-handers on strike to just push the ball down the leg side. Of course, that would have been a peach of a delivery to a left-hand batsman. And Chanderpaul just admires the delivery from the other end and will gladly accept the wide.
Yeah, Imlak doing well this year, 220 runs, high score of 69 not out, and average of 110, and a strike rate of over 82. So not bad at all for a wicketkeeper batsman and a captain.
And again at number 3 as well. So accepting the responsibility, the burden of captaincy as well as wicket keeping. And coming in at number 3, you normally have your best, most adaptable batsman coming in number 3. In the event of a early wicket falling, he has to be able to navigate through that period. And as well, if he comes in with 100 with the loss of the first wicket, he has to be able to take it on and continue to any momentum. So it's a key position, the number 3 position in any team.
Yeah, it's the core of the batting lineup. It's like a link in football. It has to sort of cement the middle order.
So he's the Franco Baresi of the Guyanese team. Sitting in that first upper position, playmaker.
Oh,
The captain, Imlak.
okay, nice. You know what? What's your IPL team? EPL team?
So I am one who, I'm on the back foot already, trying to fend it off.
All right,
I'm a lover of football.
right.
And players are not loyal to teams anymore, Mr. Gray.
Right.
They go wherever the money is.
Yeah.
But only the fans are loyal to clubs. I enjoy good football. I appreciate it from wherever avenue it comes from. But having gone to Queen's Royal College, blue is the color. Good
Yeah.
delivery there from Philip. They're going to hustle a single. It's pushed to Otley there. And they get the single.
Well,
Rather
my-
Tion Webster.
Yeah, my EPL team is Chelsea. They're about 5th, 6th in the table.
Well, we do have a lot in common, Mr. Gray.
Right, that's good. And, you know, I went to St. Augustine Senior Comprehensive.
Green
but
Machine.
Yeah, used to beat QRC a lot.
Most definitely in those days. That lead striker, the left footer, what was his name? Remind me of him.
Left footer.
the Green
We've had
Machine.
so many strikers. I played with Keith Surratt. I used to call him Birdie. Used to go after defenders. Excellent. And eye-catching when he went after dribbling defenders. And you don't see a lot of individual skills again. You see more robot-like systems.
Short rising delivery, awkward looking shot, but he managed to keep it under control, just patting it back past the bowler and pinching another single to Tion Webster at mid-off. There's a shy at the stumps. Does in fact hit the stumps, but they're well in. Good judge single, end of the over. 27 now for 1.
Yeah, that last delivery, he was trying to uppercut the ball over slip, but it's not easy to read the indifferent pace that Anderson is bowling, because he's got the ability to bowl a heavy ball, but he can bowl some sluggish type deliveries, especially when he's pounding it into the turf. He's a slider of the ball, he's slippery, but when he's pounding into the turf, it might not come at the pace that the batsman expects.
Yeah, he propelled himself into that action. They're pounding it into the pitch. And there is going to be, as predicted, apologies for any alliteration that might have come along the way, but it is Carey Pierre that is going to come into the attack, albeit for the reason that Gooley has left the field and Isaiah Raja is on in his place. He was just clutching the back of his hamstring as he walked, during the course of the over, the 4th delivery in fact. And he's off the field, so Carey Pierre is going to come on. And we are in the 7th over, still within the first power play, and the 2 men out in the deep. There's a long on in that of Raja and a deep mid wicket. Tion Webster is stationed out there, and the first ball is walked into the onside. Django springing his step, 100 under his belt. First one for him in the Super 50 CG United tournament. He did get to 96 and was out a soft dismissal, we term it. Just pushing it back to the off spinner. Caught and bowl on 96.
Yeah, Pierre has been very, very good. We look at Shannon Gabriel not stopping that ball. You don't expect him at this age. He's into his mid-30s. He's never been a great athlete on the field, never been quick to the ball. He's pure pace, and that's what his role is. It's not about diving around with Shannon Gabriel, especially. I'm not sure that he's totally fit.
At my age, what was the determining factor for me when my age and waistline coincided, I knew it was time to give up the higher level of play. This one just, hesitation. It is the Shannon Gabriel. And it's the slowest I've ever seen him throw a ball. Shannon Gabriel trying to effect a run out. Perhaps just one not wanting to get the overthrow with a powerful throw with carrier backing up.
What is going to be seen here is wonderful running between the wickets if they can stay long enough at the crease, because both of them have a good understanding and both of them are very quick between the wickets. Imlak, as I mentioned, when he was wicket keeping behind the stumps, he's one of the fittest players, and Chanapal has worked really well on his fitness, and you're going to find them really putting pressure, especially on the fielders on the inner circle.
Good delivery there from Pierre, just trying to find any gap that might exist between the baton part of Imlak, but he was equal to the task, shutting the door. Short-ish, made room, trying to beat Tion Webster there at cover point.
A lot of these batsmen, they use the pace of the ball to put the ball in the gap. But when there's a slow delivery, it is very difficult for them to get out to put the ball in the gap like that. That's a good example there. But slowish delivery, coming forward, not driving a delivery, not leaving his crease at all, but cannot work the ball into the gap because of the slow nature of the delivery.
Yeah, one of the masters of that art was Daniel Vittori. He would just hang that ball up in the air. You'd wait an eternity for it to get to you, and then you just play too early and push it back straight into his hands, which is how Django got dismissed on that 96.
Right.
So it's not just a soft delivery. We'll give credit to the bowlers. They are luring the batsman into creating that error upon themselves. And that is the ability that Kari Pierre and Akil Hussain and other left-arm spinners of the like are trying to master.
And I saw it yesterday at UE when Calvin Hodge got the wicket of Justin Graves. He was bowling fast deliveries. In fact, I thought it might be the last ball of the over, but he was bowling fast deliveries with the new ball, and then all of a sudden slowed up one, and it was a return catch. So they use that ploy consistently, the change of pace, get the batsman into a rhythm of playing with fast deliveries, and then all of a sudden, the slow deliveries come their way.
I quite like the mold of Kadeem Hodge, and often reminds me of Keith Atherton, Predator-like, and his bowling action in particular with that left arm, quick deliveries. Philip already 1 wicket in his belt. Well, down the leg side, and it comes off the top glove, and the silver leaps into the air, plucks it out of the air, and gladfully accepts, shall we call it, a soft dismissal. And another wicket falls, a key batter in that of Chanderpaul.
Well, Anderson does have the ability to get wickets in clusters, and that one was a very good delivery, a pacey delivery, the right height to bowl that delivery, pounding that ball into the ground. Well, I said very good delivery, but on replay, it was going down the leg side, and don't think that he was in the right position. Went hard at the ball. Wasn't anything about timing there. And you look at him, he has to be disappointed with that poor shot because it was a poor delivery going down the leg side. But so good catch by Joshua De Silva.
He timed that particularly well because it was looping because of the bounce and then the pace coming off with the impact on the glove. So he did quite well to leap in the air. At first, I thought he wouldn't have gotten there, that he would either go on too early or too late. But he timed it just right. And another wicket falls, 2 for 30 in the 8th over, and another one to Anderson Phillip.
But it's great hang time too, because he had to time the jump, but he had to stay up in the air for a while. One-handed catch, so excellent wicket keeping by Joshua De Silva. Look at that again. Oh, excellent movement towards the ball, first of all. Good footwork, because it's not just about glove work, it's about footwork to get laterally towards the ball, closer to the ball. And great hang time by him. Excellent bit of wicket keeping. and a poor shot by the batsman.
Yeah, and of course he would have been, with the left-handed batter, he would have been across the way for the right-hand bowler. So he'd have to, because he's at that angle now, he's forced further left than he would normally be if it were a right-hand batter. So he had to first find the line, use his feet to shuffle across, and then anticipate
That's
the jump
right.
and time it as well. Shows that his Air Jordans are well pumped.
No pun intended. Well, bowled again. And that's why Anderson, in 40 competition and in the regional 50, he's got that ability to take wickets. He's always direct. He is at the stumps all of the times. Doesn't get tired at all. He's got that wonderful battery inside of him. Very, very fit young man, very dedicated. It's good to see him do well at the regional level. And he's been elevated at international level. He's played a couple of test matches.
Yep. England, if I recall correctly. Definitely built with a hybrid battery inside. Motors in. Spraying his step with 2 wickets to his tally, but it's worked into the onside. It's a long chase in there for Otley on the boundary, as it was just dropped into the onside. And off the mark there, Savoy. Kemal Savoy, the new batter, into the wicket after the dismissal of Chandapal. Chandapal going incidentally for 16.
Yeah, I'm confused here. I think that there was 2 runs. We saw that in early parts of the innings. They're not really putting pressure on Otley coming away from the boundary. And it's a wide space there, so he's got to run not just a distance, but at an angle to retrieve the ball. So that should have been 2 runs there.
Yeah, the only pressure he was put on was by Anderson Phillips, would get there sooner. He conceded 15 into his 4th over. Not a short delivery, guided down to 3rd man. Good lift there from the oval wicket. Do you think he's going to get another over after this?
Yeah, should. I mean, if things are going his way and he's a fit young man. The other thing is that you have to stay in the moment. To me, I think that you can have initial plans to bowl him, for example, for 4 overs, 5 overs. And if things are going well and you get in wickets, why not try him? Because you have an influx of other bowlers to choose from, and you have to keep him going because he's the one that is getting the wickets.
Well, the anticipation would be that Shannon Gabriel would take over for him from that southern end when he does come on to bowl. Short again from Phillip, and a good line of delivery there, just coming over the batter's left shoulder on the back foot and just getting out of the way of that is Savoy.
Yeah, you watch it Otley coming from that backward square leg position. He is coming in some yards in just for the miss hook, and this is good thinking because he knows what Anderson is doing. That's the ploy. He's going to bowl Savoy some short deliveries. Why not? The Guyanese batsmen are not really adept at playing the pull shots and the hook shot, and maybe he's a compulsive puller or hooker of the ball.
Phillip, is it going to be another short one? Pitched up this time. And Webb says in quickly. With the pace of Anderson as well, anything short there will make it all the way out to that boundary if they do get some bat onto it. The end of the over, 8 gone, 32, 4 runs per over.
Yeah, just coming back to Ryan Chandapal. You know, I feel sorry for him because I think that his technique has gone to one extreme to the other. His back foot is going way back into the crease. So when a ball is pitched up, he doesn't get his body weight forward. So I think that he has overcompensated where his technique is concerned because he initially was preparing for Australia the first time he went. Remember, his average was 40 and then it went down to nothing in the second time around in Australia. So they worked it out quite well. I think that that back foot movement is something that is not normal in this day and age in West Indies cricket, but his back foot goes really far back and back and across.
Here it is. Continuing on. And as well, he goes into a very crouched position. And if his momentum and his weight is being transferred to that back foot, he has less time to adjust to get onto that front foot. Probably just anticipating a lot more short deliveries. He'd be in a better position then, but not for the ones pitched up and can get himself into a tangle.
Well, you're saying something different, and that is right. I'm applauding you because he gets out in different ways. Billy, you're excellent here. Yeah, he gets out in different ways. So when you look at him, and when that happens, the confidence level will drop, and especially when you have a father like Shivnarine Chandapal, you have a lot to live up to, or people expect great things from you. Song's nice, the ball coming off the bat, but straight to the fielder.
He hasn't been able to get past Tion Webster there off of the bowling of Curry Pierre, which is going across him. There's not that much turn on the ball, but he's using the depth of the crease to make some room to try and get it past him. So the deliveries that we've seen from Curry Pierre, one just fractionally short of pushing him back, and then another one pitched up. So try and get him forward and backward, and I dare say with the last ball in the over, is he going to try and tie him up like a crab? Change of angle, because sometimes you get caught back and forth into that rhythm as a batter, and then the guile of spin bowlers tend to throw in that odd delivery faster or so to get you caught in between. But equal to the task there was Imlak.
Yeah, and it's a lot like Gudakesh Muti, the way he bowls. The players from the West Indies team, they say that he pushes and holds back some deliveries. So to me, I think that he understands how to structure his overs as relates to the actual delivery. So he doesn't give batsmen the opportunity to leave their crease, and then when he floats one and dips one, they're not to the pitch of the ball. So he creates in their minds a defensive mindset, and then when the ball is there to attack, they're not to the pitch of the ball.
We remind you that West Indies encounter against England is coming up shortly at 4 o'clock. As that change is made, we're just asking the question if Philip would be given another over. The game should start at 4 p.m. Yep, coming up shortly. And Shannon Gabriel, he wasn't given that additional over, Philip. So it is going to be Shannon Gabriel into the attack, and he is going to bowl from that southern end. I saw him marking out his run earlier from the northern end, but perhaps they marked their run at both ends just in case the captain opts for a different plan. So he's into the attack. He's going to be bowling to Savoy.
Yeah, and that's a bad bit of feeling. We've not seen that often with the Red Force team.
Just put that down as well. You just look next to Jason Williams. There's a bit of that turf that just came up as he dove across. Perhaps just losing the footing ever
Jason
so
Williams.
slightly. So Jason Williams was a college mate of mine, sharing the seat next to me at Queen's Royal College. He's passed and gone now, so he's forever in my mind and in my heart, a past colleague of mine.
I do call him Murray that. So I like to see the reaction of commentators when they make a slight mistake. You've been doing an excellent job, but it's a comedy relief.
Yeah, that name rolled off of my tongue for many, many years. We in fact have a memorial for him ever so often at the college.
Okay. It's like they're going to hustle for 2 runs here. No, they wouldn't get it. Excellent feeling by that athletic Curry Pierre. Now it's like Shivan Prague. Shivan Prague was excellent. In fact, when he got in the accident and then eventually died, I played the last game with him at the under-19 level for his zone. He was captain of his zone. But what a talent. What
my time at the college, we played a memorial game every year in his honor.
Yeah.
And that match has still been going on for a generation of cricketers. Not quite sure if it took place this year, but of course, as you mentioned, a quite impressive talent. Uppishly past the diving Django there. Not going to go for 4. Good stop from Yannick Carrier in the outfield, but with the pace of Shannon Gabriel, it flew past the man at backward point.
Yeah, not just the pace, but the bounce and the angle away from him. So the bounce is what I don't think that these Guyanese batsmen like. So Shannon Gabriel exerting himself there, getting close to the stump, and a slight bounce there. Open face bat. Gallant effort for the man at the backward point. It looks like Django.
Yep, Django it is. And with the cries from the outfield, it would suggest that he was very close into holding it in. So good start here from Gabriel, creating an opportunity, half chance albeit. Showing good pace as well.
It's well bowled again. Yeah, I saw him at 17 years old at Garcar Park. That's South Trinidad. Kelvin Williams, who's one of the coaches here for the Red Force team, former Trinidad and Tobago all-rounder. He said, come on, let's take a look at this fast bowler. It was a school's final. And he didn't have a run-up. The worst run-up you've ever seen, that you could ever imagine to. And so over the years, I don't think that people understand where he came from. He's worked very hard. He's done a marvelous job. I'm so pleased that he's been able to play at the highest level. And he's retired now from international cricket. That's well played inside the line of the ball. So that back foot movement, evident there, creating the space to work the ball on the onside.
He's still a contracted player as well?
I'm not really sure. Not really sure.
Because, you know, you're looking at him being drafted into the squad. And of course, if you do have contracted players, those would be your first option if you do lose a player for any reason.
Yeah.
So it was no hesitancy in him returning to the Queen's Park Oval. Not with the new ball this time, but nevertheless still a very ferocious piece indeed.
Yeah,
the big man.
Yeah, they've gone with extreme pace. He can still bowl at 90 miles an hour, but not for long. He's never had that wonderful endurance that Phillips has.
I remember seeing him. I looked at a lot of youth cricket taking place at the National Cricket Centre. He overcomes to an end. 38 for 2 after 10. And looking at him, and he was heavy into his training, doing many laps, had his trainer then, putting in the good yards in the nets. And being rewarded here. Still in it, Shannon Gabriel, competing at the highest level in the regional tournament. So it's 38 for 2, 10 overs gone, and the bowling change of Shannon Gabriel. And replacing Mr. Tony Gray, a bowling change here as well. Mr. Sean Rivers, were you a bowler as well, Sean? Yes.
Yes,
Opening
sir.
the bowling as well.
No, I was an off spinner.
Well, all spinners do open the bowling now in the truncated version of the game. Carrie Pierre is going to continue.
Yeah, the first off spinner I saw in international cricket opening the bowling was Patel from New Zealand. He opened the bowling for New Zealand in the World Cup.
Not to be confused with Sami Patel from England, but yes, Patel was one of the first advent of we've seen off spinners opening the bowling in limited overs, and it's now customary to see spinners opening the bowling.
Pierre with international experience bowls and plays out towards long off. So this pair is going to be an important partnership for Guyana if they're hoping to progress further in the tournament, because they're on the Leeward Islands. They're the ones that played the most matches. They played one more than all the other teams.
Yeah, just one win, and very interesting to note where they sit on that table.
Yeah, because of the bonus points.
They're factoring in, have them placed fifth ahead of Jamaica. They placed fourth, in fact, ahead of Jamaica. With 2 wins, Jamaica, but they edged them out on 4 bonus points, Guyana, to be sitting in 4th place.
Yeah, but Jamaica has 1 less game than Guyana's played.
And unfortunately for Guyana as well, those 2 no results impacting their tournament
especially the one against
significantly.
Jamaica. They would have liked to win that match to progress further. It's going to be a battle now with Jamaica and Guyana to make the final 4.
And of course, we can add to that, with the advent of bonus points, it's still possible.
Yeah, but Guyana's not had any bonus point for the 6th run in the 10 overs so far in this tournament. But they've scored big runs, so they've gotten points for that. And most of their points are from bowling points and the 50 made by Kimo Paul. Turned into the onside, the ball that bounced a little bit on him, but well in control. Turned it with the spin. as the over comes to an end. They need 288, 289 because Barrett Force made 288 for 3. Django a brilliant 100, Gully 68, and Otley 66. So 3 batsmen getting over 50 in that innings, and Django going on. Good conversion from 50 to 100. And that's what you want to see more in these tournaments. When you get to 50, you go on. Get big 50s or 100.
Do you think it's a possibility that we may at some point in the tournament see the likes of Rampatab Ramnath? He's included in the squad.
Yes,
What type of batsman is he?
he is a free-flowing batsman. He's under 19. But,
He's had a couple hundreds
yeah.
back in Guyana in some tournaments.
Yes, yes. And his brother is the under 17 captain.
Rampasad, yeah, Ramnath.
Yeah.
Good player as well.
So once Guyana gets to a position that they're safe into the semi-finals,
Might opt to
He would
give him
get a
a
break.
try, yeah, because I saw a bit of his younger brother
yeah,
in the under-17 tournament taking place in Trinidad and Tobago. He played a game out at Gilbert Park. And there's definitely some talent that runs in the family. Would be nice to get an opportunity to have a look at the bigger brother,
yeah.
see what he's capable of.
Back and plays it out towards the forward square leg position.
You're just hanging on the back foot there, anticipating the pace of Shannon Gabriel, short of a length deliveries. Hanging on the back foot off the inside edge. Very careful. Nandu played one on, trying to fend it off of the back foot. Too close to him to force away. Caught between a cut shot and a defensive shot and really just jagged it on.
Even though Nandu got 100, Imlak is probably the most consistent batter in this Guyana lineup. Got 250s and got a good strike rate. So it's important for him to stay there. Also play a captain's knock, lead from the front. This is good running. Good rotation of the strike. Had he hit that, it would have been very, very close.
So a number of times it's been played to Tion Webster there and he's been in. On one occasion he did hit the stumps. This time he was just a fraction away, still hands on his head there. And a close call there. And certainly what you don't want in the Guyanese team, for the captain to be run out.
Yes, and for a quality batter like Imlak to be run out.
Yeah, very curious that he would call for that single to the right of Webster. Pick up and throw in one fell swoop.
4 o'clock in Barbados. The first T20 starts. Puran is back. Hetimai is there. How do you think the West Indies will stand in this first T20?
Well, out of the words of Darren Sammy's voice, the T20 team picks itself.
Gabriel. Good delivery. Inside edge. Luckily for him, it didn't go on to hit the off
Yeah,
stump.
just kind of fanning at it there outside the off stump. Just lifting up rather than staying down and getting that high elbow over the top of the delivery. Full pitch delivery. Just lifting his head a little bit and raising up in the shot and coming off the lower portion of the bat and almost onto the stumps. Shannon Gabriel bowling. No slip in place and the field quite spread.
Yes, for those who don't know, the West Indies T20 team, Rovman Powell captain, Chase Ford, well, he replaced Alzari Joseph, who's banned for 2 matches. Hetmeyer, Terence Hines, Hope, Ak Hussein, Shamar Joseph, King, Lewis, Moti, Puran, Russell, Rutherford and Shepard. Good, strong West Indies team.
And you ask the question, what do I think about the selection of it, and the players picked? I think you'll find it very difficult to pick a final 11 from that.
Yeah. And that's a good headache to have if you're a selector or if you're just one selector like Sammy. Because they've now removed the selectors. They've got scouts. I think the man at the back there, what you call Mr. Gray, he's one of the scouts.
Yeah, each territory now having the scouts and their one main selector,
And we
and
saw,
there'll be one discussion in terms of selection between the group.
yeah, the captain, the head coach, maybe the assistant coach, and the scouts. I don't know what role the scouts play, if they just recognize the talent and recommend. That's the end of the over. So 12 overs gone. Guyana needing 289 to win. They're 44 for 2.
Another short pitch delivery aimed at co-commentator. However, the man to answer the questions is sitting in the back in the pavilion.
So we've seen
Easy to play in a pavilion.
we've seen the crowd. Well, I wouldn't want to call this a crowd.
But one thing, Sean, I want to say on that before we go on that.
Yeah.
People have been asking questions of the CWI and WICB over the years in terms of what is doing what. But what we do see from the board is an implementation of changes in systems, trying to resurrect not the days maybe of yesteryear, but to try and resurrect a more competitive team for the international arena. So a host of new initiatives being put in place, and one of which is that type of system they're trying to incorporate for selection.
Well, I had the vice president of the board as ambassador on my radio program in Guyana, and we spoke about the shortness. I had Ramnari Sarwan on that same program, and we spoke about the shortness of the West Indies first class season. He says next season, they're going to be 8 rounds instead of the 5. Previously, there was 10 rounds. Pierre, bowls, good delivery, bang on target. But what his reasoning was that at the end of the 9th, the 8th, 7th, the players used to get tired because of the long matches, 4 days in a row, and the time. And you don't have the window period now as before.
The scheduling of games is also in a short space of times in terms of all the test matches and so on that being scheduled in the dry season. Then you have the IPL tournaments and other T20 tournaments.
And you've got the Guyana Global T20. That's going to be an annual tournament. So that's going to take up most of November, December.
So we've had a lot of cricket being played, including our Cricket World Cup in the year 2024. And it seems as though we're going to have a lot more cricket being played in the future.
Yeah, and most of it will be 2020. Because that's easier to get sponsorship for. That's turned into the onset. Again, excellent run in between these two. Good rotation, the strike. And the total going up to 45 for 2, 46 for 2.
What it does mean, you're going to have a wider base of players to choose from, albeit for the T20 format of the game. But
yeah, go ahead.
We're more interested in, I say we, the dying test cricket fans are more interested in the longer format of the game, including ODIs.
And what I want to see also is, well, it's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen just for the Olympics, the 2028 Olympics, because cricket is going to be in it, and we've got to qualify as sovereign nations, not West Indies. But there's going to be a 2020 tournament next year. I understand that's exclusive for West Indian players. So that might have to run just after or just before CPL.
Yeah, and they're going to use that opportunity to, I'm not quite sure what if the decision has been made at the end of the over 13 gone, 48 for 2. I'm not quite sure if the decision has been made that the winner, the territory, the country that participates in that tournament, if that team is going to represent at the Olympics, or if it is they're going to use it to select one team.
Yeah, that's the qualifier. You've got to go through the South America and the Americas qualifiers. And if you win, then you go to the Olympics.
No, I mean, I refer to are we going to pick one team as a territory, or is the winning team of that T20 tournament going to be the team to represent the Caribbean?
Yeah, well, the team that wins that tournament will have to qualify through like Suriname, Argentina, America.
So whichever country is successful.
Yeah. And if they win that tournament now, or the top two will go to the Olympics.
Yeah, at some point in time there was a question that they would use that tournament to pick an 11 to represent as in the West Indies team. But it seems to be it's going to be the country that wins.
Yeah, yeah.
Is going to go off
The
and
West
represent.
Indies is only a country in cricket because it's made up of sovereign nations. So technically, the Olympics is for countries, sovereign countries. So
not,
West
not
Indies,
necessarily territories
Yeah,
amassing together.
yeah, and the West Indies is the only team that does that, and that's difficult when you had captains like Clive Lloyd who had to mold different cultures together from different teams, different backgrounds. Well, Guyana and Trinidad are the most similar in terms of the culture, the foods, the ethnic population.
It'll be very interesting when we do return to countries for that tournament in terms of breaking away from the franchise version of the game.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people were caught in two minds when it first was launched, thinking that we saw so many Trinidadians fleeing to all parts of the Caribbean, one even to captain another country.
Yeah,
People
but I
perhaps
believe
didn't know
that
what to make of it.
the franchise tournament is good because if your team has 5 wicket keepers and you're a good wicket keeper and you're second, then you go to a country that doesn't have a proper wicket keeper and you still play. Like Ned benefited from that because he went to another team. So that in its sense is good. It gives players who can't make their first team an opportunity, like Ashkar Prasad. He's going to come back to play in the 4-day for Guyana. But now he's playing with CCC in the Super50. That's slashed away, but can't beat the field at deep backward point on the boundary, so they only get a single.
He's no stranger to playing for different territories. Prasad, he played for Central Sports as well at one point until he was called back for national duty.
And when he comes back, he'll add another arrow to his bow because he's a left-arm spinner. He's been doing well as a bowler for CCC, but he's primarily a batting all-rounder. So another left-arm spinner comes into the fray. Moti, Ashkar Prasad, Pomal, Ned. Somebody's got to make way, and there's a guy in Guyana, Anthony Adams. He played a couple of games, but he's also a left-arm spinner from Essequibo. Shot outside the line of the off-stump, driving, but can't beat the field.
It's not quite the same with the left arm off spinner as opposed to the leg break bowler. The difference in the wrist action, the flight trajectory, the googly.
Yes.
It's not quite the same thinking that you have a left arm spinner
No,
in
the
your
left
team
arm
as
is the
opposed to a
orthodox
leg.
spinner,
Yep.
but the back of the arm now, like Ramadan, who paired up with the Jamaican Valentine in 1950 when West Indies won for the first time at Lord's. There's a guy called Bishun, but he's maybe I wouldn't say old, but he's never played for Guyanas yet, and he's 33. So you want to pick him ahead of the other bowlers, but there's no back of the arm spinners in Guyana. He's the only one.
Across the region as well,
Yeah.
left arm.
I remember Dave Mohammed, Tadpole. He used to bowl that style. What's become of Ginger Danraj?
Mr. Danraj is winning golf tournaments for his home club, Bridgeton Castle.
He's into golf
Sevilla
now.
Golf Club, yeah. His
Yeah.
son as well plays golf.
He was a
Wife as
fantastic-
well.
the
Yeah,
whole
they've
family.
been lifting trophies on the golf course.
Mm.
His son does play for, I believe it's Central Sports. He's on the squad.
I remember when he played under 19 cricket in Jamaica. He got 44 wickets. Larag scored the most runs. And he was earmarked as a future West Indian player. Played a couple of test matches. But I don't think the West Indies handled the spinners in general that well. Especially the captains.
Yeah, it's touched on a bit in the book by Brian Lara, the English Chronicles. Speaking of Dan Raj's role under Richie Richardson in England.
Yeah.
briefly
45 overs
mentioned.
the match reduced to. Guyana need 289 to win. They're 50 for 2. The 50 coming up in the 14th over.
And the batters, it's 50, yeah, motoring on. Chanda Paul falling for 16. Very disappointing shot. Trying to hook one down the leg side from a loopy short pitch ball down the leg side, gloving it through, and a good catch by De Silva. Anando being bowled by Anderson Phillip, chopping on. He went for 12. Imalak is still there, the captain. He's on 10 off of 29. He was joined by Kimal Savory on 11 from 19. So it's been slow going with the fall of those wickets.
I think Chandrapal was caught between a rock and a hard place because he usually comes out and plays sedately. So today now we tried to play with intent. That 6 over the top of Anderson was a great shot, but he wanted to bat positively so badly that he played a shutter ball, and that shot with which he played, he should not have played it.
Yeah, it's about shot selection at this level.
But at least he
And he
showed
chose the wrong one,
the
yeah.
positivity, the intent to score.
Yeah, it would have definitely been called a wide down the leg side.
Yeah.
He left it alone. There was a very curious delivery, in fact, from Anderson Phillip in the end, because he should have been going across the left hand, even with the short pitch deliveries, and that one was well down the leg side.
Pierre continues and turned into the onside by Savory.
Slipping in the outfield
And
there.
there is a extra run because the outfield, we must give credit to the ground staff for getting this match off. But you can't be too hard on the players because the underfoot is very soggy or,
Yes.
or soft.
It looks like it's Jason Mohammed as well, very gingerly getting up there. Veteran of the sport, still notching up hundreds this year. Jason Mohammed, evergreen character. Bowling in the last over as well, had a nice tidy spell, conceding just 11 runs in his first 7 overs, Jason Mohammed.
Good running again, good rotation of the strike. So 55 for 2 now.
So the options as well for Joshua De Silva. There's quite a number of options for him. Shannon Gabriel is on and Carey Pierre. There is Jason Mohammed. Gooley has been back on. He came back onto the field. He remains an option. So of course, Yannick Carrier, who hasn't bowled yet. Tion Webster is also medium pace as an option.
What Guyana don't want to happen is that the run rate keeps going up. The required run rate, it's gone to 7 now, past 7. So they don't want it to get to 9, 10. So they've got to keep rotating the strike, play with good match awareness, good shot selection, pick up the bad balls, hit them to the boundary. Because when it started, it was just over 6. And if you hit a boundary and you get 2 singles in an over, that's the run rate there right away. But you've got to consistently get 6 runs over, and there will be overs when you get 12, 20. And that will make up for the overs with a lot of dot balls. Bowled him, clean bowled. So that's Imlak. The rock of Gibraltar just gone for Guyana. He's gone back, played a ball that should not have been played off the back foot. He should have come forward to that, and it just skidded through, and he's gone bowled. So that's a big, big blow for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, he's gone for 12 there. And that we were speaking about it earlier when Mr. Gray was on air. He pitches one up, drags one fractionally back, and does that repetitively just to get batsmen caught in that frame of mind if to go forward or get back. And this time he was able to push the batsman back to delivery. He might as well been on the front foot 4 and tucked up for room, because Carey Pierre hasn't been giving the batters much room to maneuver and fashion shots in his spell. And another wicket goes there, so a pick wicket for Carey Pierre in his 5th over. And now the total 56 for 3. And it's going to be very difficult for Guyana to try and push on from this point. So we have a look at this delivery there again. Yeah, might have been forward to that one, stuck on the back foot, getting between, off the pad, onto the stumps. Unfortunate delivery, dismissal in the end. As we're heading into a drinks break now.
So we'll take a little break. Well, welcome back to an overcast Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, the capital of Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, the Trinidad has two cities. San Fernando is also a city. I know St. Joseph is the first town in Trinidad. So we start back with the action with Pierre continuing his over. He's got one ball to complete his over. And he's bowling from the commentary box. And the sun came out in all its glory very briefly. Now it's gone back behind the clouds, but no immediate sign of rain or threat of rain. Small gathering in the Caribbean stand. So Pierre will bowl to the new batter. So Pierre, one delivery left. And that's hit out into the offside. So Anderson has gotten off the mark with a couple of runs. So that ends a successful over from Kerry Pierre. So it's 53 for the loss of 3.
The fall of wickets.
57, in fact, for the loss of 3 wickets.
As we look at the scorecard there, the fall of wickets. Nandu went in the 6th over, was 1 for 24, and was soon followed by Tej Narain Chandapal with the score on 30. And just as a partnership was trying to build a partnership there, the captain and Savoy, the 3rd wicket fell with the score on 56. And they were looking as though they were just trying to get the pace of the wicket, rotate the strike a bit, and build a partnership.
I was listening to the off-air comments by Tony Gray, but practice sessions. This is a big, important story to tell you about a man who was there as manager of the team when Guyana won their first double in 1983.
Yeah, Brian Charles coming into the attack, replacing Shannon Gabriel. So you're very keen to hear this story now.
Yes, so the man was Roy Fredericks. He was the manager. In fact, he was the Minister of Sport at that time. He got Tyrone Etwaru, the opening batsman, hadn't made any runs. But according to Roger Harper, who was the vice captain of that team, captained by Clive Lloyd, Fredericks would bat in the nets, even though he was manager. Every day he would bat. So when he came out of retirement as Minister of Sport, he got 136 against Trinidad and Tobago. He got 217 against Jamaica. That's when Guyana won the double. And he's the only sitting Minister of Government that ever made a first-class double century in the world. Brian Charles bowls from the northern end, right arm off spinner. And they come back for 2. So good running again. We've seen this consistently with the Guyanese, apart from Nandu and Chandrapal, who continue to have problems with their running. And strangely enough, both of them play for Everest. Having said that, there's not much cricket being played in Guyana. So maybe they don't have enough time sharing partnerships together at the Everest Club. This is a ball that's short and punched away. Again, another single. So good early rotation of the strike. 62 for 3 now.
Yeah, that Brian Charles delivery there, they pushed for 2. There was a slight hesitancy as well, but realizing that there was a sufficient enough gap, and Kerry Pierre, the left-hander, had to run around to his right, created ample time for them to get back for the second. And there has been a change in the field.
1983 was also the year that West Indies were formed favourites to win the World Cup, which would have been their 3rd title. And Viv Richards was going great guns, and Kapil Dev ran a couple of yards to mid-wicket and took a catch to dismiss Viv Richards, and it all went down. They had to get 189, I think, to win. And that was the biggest upset in sports for a decade.
field has been spread somewhat with Charles coming into the attack. Having just 4 in the ring, of course we're in the second power play.
Yeah, so 16 overs completed, 62 for 3. Chandra Paul, as you said, getting 16 from 21 balls, Savory 16 from 25 balls, and Nandu 12.
And with the field being spread, Sean, is an opportunity now to get a lot of singles and try to turn ones into twos and try and get the scoring rate up from that 3.88 closer to a target, definitely closer to 4.5 with rotation of the strike.
Yeah, Yannick Carrier, who had a 4-wicket haul, I think in his last game against CCC. One of the few right-arm leg spinners in the West Indies. There's, of course, Hayden Walsh. And there's a young leg spinner from CCC.
The West Indies Academy, yeah, he picked up 4.
Yeah, Motara.
Yeah, the young 18-year-old also did play in the 4-day tournament, Zishan Motara.
Yeah, he's the one I'm talking about. Carry Peer. Balls, and that's turned into the onside by Anderson, and they come back for a second. Good running. Slow movement in the outfield there by the player coming in from mid-wicket. And previously we saw a similar situation, but the batters only took 1.
Yeah, from the minute he turned it around the corner, he was eager to look for 2. And that is what we've been speaking about. Opportunity with the field spread. Opportunity to get singles or even turn 1 into 2s and get the run rate up.
Guyana need 225 to win from here.
A run rate,
From 172 balls.
yeah, run rate just about 4 runs and over. So it's still very much gettable. And of course you think Kimo Paul in the lineup to come in later on.
And Ali Mohammed can bat.
The all-rounder, yes.
Pomal can hold his own with the bat. Sinclair can bat. That's Junior Sinclair, another single.
And
So,
we see now the impetus between the 2 batters. The emphasis, I should say, on getting quick singles. That one there to Anderson Phillip, looking for 2s. So this is more like the Guyana team we want to see here to make it as competitive as possible.
and that's what the original plan was when Sami devised the plan with dot balls and all of these things, to have the batters. You don't have to hit boundaries alone exclusively. You can make good scores. If you run 6 runs and over 6 times, you get a run rate of 6 runs.
And of course, the Guyanese team, apart from any other team in the tournament, should know that as well, because they are sitting in the 4th position because of bonus points.
Yeah, but not because of the 460. Yeah, you gotta get 60 runs, and that's loose bit of work. Straight through him and down to the boundary for 4. So that's a bonus boundary. Shannon Gabriel, well, you can't really blame him. He's not been playing cricket for a while. He might be not fully fit, but that's basic.
Yeah, that's bonus runs as well. And he is in that position there.
But why would you
For the
have
leg
a
spinner.
fast bowler at backward point?
Well, the ball, you try to ignore some of the comments coming in the background. But the ball is coming into the left-hander. So with
So if he bowls a
Gabriel at
googly
backward point.
and he cuts short googly,
So
he's gonna
just
gotta feel
don't
it.
bowl the googly then.
That's like
you know shot that Gabriel is at backward point.
that's like a wicket keeper. I had end of the over, 17 overs, 6 to 9 for 3. I had a wicket keeper. He should be nameless. Kenneth Wong, who played for Guyana, took over from him. He played for Guyana also. He was my captain at Maltinos. And every time I bowled the arm ball, he went to the leg side thinking the ball would have turned. So what he told me is don't bowl the arm ball. And this was one-day cricket, and that was my most productive ball.
But I must say, I'll have you know, and the audience as well, Shannon Gabriel took one of the most fantastic catches I have seen this year off of his own bowling, charging in and picking a ball up that was played back to him.
Charles in bowls. Brian Charles, not Larado.
And Shannon Gabriel was full pelt into his bowling delivery action. The ball pushed back to him just mere inches off the floor, and it's not an exaggeration.
But that
Shannon
might have
Gabriel,
been reflex.
no, he dove across because he's heading off in the left direction to get off the pitch. Dove across to his right, full length dive, and took that ball that was struck back mere inches off the ground, and an outstanding cotton ball catch. It was hit so straight, in fact, it was almost in line with the stumps. So he had to go a very long way across to his right. So he does have that ability in the field.
But that was not in the field. That was his own bowling.
That was off of his own bowling. But it does show that he has the ability to and reflexes to execute such a catch.
Turned into the onside. Another easy single. As it goes just beyond the 30-yard circle at short fine leg. So
I'll just put that plug in there for Shannon Gabriel. I don't think I'll ever see a better cotton bowl than that, to be honest.
you've never seen Roger Harper cotton bowls.
Of a fast bowler, I should
fast
say.
bowler,
Yeah.
no. Anthony Gray ever took spectacular cotton bowls?
One driven straight back to him against Australia, he points out. Seem to remember him taking that catch in the breadbasket. Big hands of
Quicker
Mr.
delivery
Tony Gray.
from Charles, looking to hit it maybe on the onside. Got big on him, beaten for pace.
He said the audacity of the batsman to think he can put it past him in the air with his two bucket hands out.
Jewel Garner was an expert at gully. If you hit the ball to his left or right, you're gone. 18 overs completed. Guyana needing 289 to win. They're 73 for 3. All the Trinidad bowlers have bowled well, tight, frugal spells.
Partnership starting to build here. I want to see them motor on, turn the strike over, get the odd boundary of any loose deliveries, put the bowling team under some pressure. It's a long way to go from 18 overs to 45. Our 7 wickets still inside. Try to just pluck away at the singles.
Trinidad and Tobago with 13 regional one-day titles. In fact, they beat the Leewards in last year's final. They're the defending champions. Guyana with 9, but none since 2005. That's a long time ago, when Neil McGarrell hit Solomon Ben in fading light out of border for 6. Although the captain, Shivnarayan Chandapal, had called them in, said they were ahead on the Duckworth Lewis. But back then, nobody trusted Chandrapal's mats. So they stayed out. And luckily, McGarrell hit the ball for 6. And they won in the end on the Duckworth Lewis system, which they had already won if they'd listened to Shiv. So 214 to get in 160 balls.
Savoy just turning one down the leg side, and you could see taking that first run very quickly indeed, pushing for that second run. And we need to see more of this in the innings from this pair at the wicket.
Yannick Carrier bowls, and that's turned into the onside. Of course, Darren Ganga, who has the most titles in regional cricket. He's got 4. Last won a regional first class tournament in 2006. That's a long time too.
"18 years ago to be precise."
Yeah, 19 years for Guyana not to win a one-day title.
So 3 runs in the over. Want to try and get another 2 singles at least to push it up to 5 runs for the over. And the Guyanese batters need to be thinking along those lines.
Guyana has one match after this to play up at the Brian Lara Stadium against the West Indies Academy, and they should win that match. Unfortunately, if rain falls, they could get another no result.
What are the chances of they having 3 no results in 6 games? 7 games.
I tell you something about Ian Bishop now. When he came to Guyana for the regional game, the entire 4 days was washed out. Shortly after, he got selected for the West Indies against England. All 5 days was washed out. So we told Bish, you don't come back to Guyana, else we never play cricket. Rain would fall all the time.
That's like bowling a googly with Shannon at backward point.
Yeah, so the over is completed. It's 100. It's 76 for 3. 19 overs gone.
Yeah, getting a little bit darker out there. 4 o'clock in the afternoon here in Trinidad and Tobago. That game is almost underway in Barbados. West Indies versus England.
Yeah, 6 minutes to go.
And my stint here will be coming to an end quite shortly. 1 over to go here as well. And
Yeah.
there'll be a resumption of the short pitch bowling.
No, I would bowl full. Even if I bowl short, it wouldn't damage Tony because I'm bowling spin. It would hurt his ribs though.
I will urge Mr. Gray to get his best foot forward.
So Charles going round the wicket now to the left-hander. And that's another strange thing I see, especially in the first-class game. Soon as a left-hander comes in, the off-spinner goes round the wicket. If he goes over the wicket, that will create an illusion that's a good shot, and it's gone for 4. 1 bunks into the boundary. So freeing the shackles a little bit there with that boundary.
Yeah, that would certainly help. They try to get the rotation of the strike going, picking up 2s. And get us a short ball there from Charles, and very well put away by Savoy. There's nobody out there in the deep at long on, or there is a deep mid-wicket, but it was well away from him, and 4 welcome runs to the Guyanese total.
So the run rate is now 4.1, but it's the required run rate that's a problem. It's gone up to above 8.
Yeah, you want to try and get your run rate up to 5, and that will naturally come down and give yourself a chance in the last 10 overs or so to chase down the advent of T20 and even T10 cricket. Once you have wickets in hand, anything is possible in the last 10 overs. We've seen teams go from totals of 275 to 350 within that space of time. 45 over affair, so that 10 over bracket would come a 35 over mark.
So the match with Zimbabwe and Gambia, that's the world record. 400 odd runs, and Gambia was bowled out for 58.
Yeah, the partnership there, 24 off of 30 deliveries. Trying to get one away there for another single to turn the strike over. Is the end of the over. 20 gone 3 for 8 as I bid you adieu.
So 45 overs, the maximum overs left in this game. Game reduced to 45 overs per side from 50. And Guyana need another 209 runs in 150 balls. 80 for 3 from 20 overs. So just 5 overs below the halfway stage. Guyana has to take up that run rate, maybe to 6. 5 for us, then 6. But you can't allow the run rate to climb to 8.36, which it presently is. And if they continue like this, it will keep going up. As we say, welcome back to Tony Gray.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sean. Good afternoon to everybody again.
Piri, Yannick Correa. Keep saying Piri.
Yeah, I think it has been a struggle, obviously, for the Guyana Happy Eagles. You talk about the required run rate going up and up. It's because of the discipline of the Trinidad Red Force bowlers. They've always been very disciplined.
And the Silvers now decided to switch the backward point remove Shannon Gabriel from there, but he's gone to cover, which is going to be easy short single. Savory pushes it out towards the mid-off position. There's no run.
Yeah, in this day and age, you cannot hide a fielder. And obviously, Shannon Gabriel, into his mid-30s, he's not as mobile as he used to be, and he's never been really mobile. But that's a key position at backward point, and it allows Karai to bowl some googlies now.
Oh, that's a googly. Excellently bowled. Past the left-hander.
Yeah, wonderful delivery, fast through the air and zip off the pitch. Let's see it again. Excellent approach and really working on that ball and real turn away. And I think that you look at Savory, he was not looking to play with the movement. He was looking to turn the ball on the onside, so he misread that direction.
That's
the ball was
certainly
turning.
before the left-hander who plays for Police in Guyana. He's also from Essequibo, but the east bank of Essequibo.
Is he a policeman?
No, he's a RC, I think.
Okay.
So the Police team pays players to play for them. Once you've got to do some police work though. You got to be in the police sports club or something.
Okay.
That used to be the case with GDF. I'm not so sure if the same thing is there now, because players like Jerry Angus, Benjamin Lambert, all of those played. So that's a good shot down the ground, and that's 4.
Yeah, that's an excellent shot, a fly to delivery, and they must seize the opportunity to hit the ball to the boundaries. They need to attack to get down this required run rate. Excellent shot. Nobody posted on that long off boundary. In fact, you have a fielder at the mid-off position, so well hit and deserved the 4.
Yeah, we've seen boundaries in consecutive overs now. So that will do well for the Guyana required rate. Forward he comes, good delivery. Another dot goes into the book. The Leary Constantine stand.
Yeah, when you look at the one game the Red Force lost to Leeward Islands Hurricane at the Brian Lara Academy, is because obviously they batted well the Leeward Islands and they measured the innings quite well, and that was over 290 something they had to get. It was a brilliant innings again by Graves, Justin Graves. But they measured the innings and they were very assertive out there. When you have a bowling attack such as the Red Force team has, you need somebody to go after them, because they're very disciplined and you need to dismantle their game plan. But what we've seen from the Guyanese, they've not taken risk here. Of course, they've lost those 3 wickets.
The only person seemed to be
shot.
taking risks. That's a nice
Excellent
slug slug sweep down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You have to go after the bowling. I mean, this is about T20 scenario in a 50-over game. At this point in time, you have some wickets to come, so you can feel safe. But a guy like Savoy, who is a hitter of the ball, it looks like a very hitter of the ball, good hitter of the ball, he needs to go after the bowling to dismantle the game plan.
I'm not really disappointed in the manner Chandrapal batted, because he showed at least he was positive-minded. Reverse sweep. Imlach plays a lot of those sweeps and reverse sweeps, paddle sweeps, slug sweeps, and that's the best shot to play against a spinner. I remember Lara in Sri Lanka, Muralitharan tying up everybody, and he and Sarwan got the most. Well, he got the most runs. Sarwan got the second most runs. I remember it is reported that Sarwan went up to him and asked him how to play Muralitharan. And he said, "Get a single and I'll show you." And he swept Muralitharan for consecutive boundary. That's a good delivery. Loud appeal. I was close. We got to look back on the replay.
Yeah, too nonchalant in his movement. He's got to come out to the ball. You see, he's waiting on the ball to come to him. A very close call. In fact, I thought it was a bad decision by the umpire. I thought that it would have gone on to hit the middle stump. It straightened a bit.
Yeah, and it didn't turn enough to miss the leg stump.
That's well played. Dab shot. It could run away to the boundary for 4. In fact, it's slowing up the heavy outfield. And Correa got to it. But they got 3 runs in the process. So good batting by Savoy.
And those are all things you've got to take into account: the slowness of the field, how much rain has fell overnight, the reduction in the overs, the good fielders who's slow. Those are things that you've got to learn. Match awareness, that's what it's called.
Well, it's an intelligent game, you know. I mean, cricketers are intelligent human beings. It's a game of angles. That's a good shot. And I'll be looking for just one because he hit it very hard. And the outfield still heavy, Savory, and the batsman forming a partnership here now. And there's some vibrancy now when you need it. 288, and the big red force made. That's 3 wickets fell. And the other thing about 3 wickets falling is that the other players in the dressing room, they have all their energy levels. They didn't come out to bat, so they could expound that energy on the field of play, trying to defend this target.
Good afternoon to you across Trinidad and Tobago. And good afternoon to you across Guyana, wherever you're looking at this field around the world. Good afternoon, good morning, good day. And the match in Barbados, has it started as yet?
Well, no, I'm doing commentary here, Sean. That's good.
We got to get it from Billy the Kid.
It's supposed to start at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, but I don't know the weather or these things in Barbados, so I can't say for sure it started. Next thing you know, there's a hurricane. Well, no, I don't want to wish hurricane on Barbados. Well, Billy the Kid will tell us if the match has started already. This is a good shot dropped. That would have been a reflex catch.
Yeah, it had to
hard,
be because it was hit with tremendous power. And Correa was in his follow-through. We'll see it again. Again, a flighted delivery, flat batted that one. He didn't go with the full face of the bat at all.
That
but it was
reached
hit
him
with
like a
tremendous
bullet.
power. And he could not have held on to that one. So Correa put it down. Not a simple catch by any means. Look,
Although there's been a couple of boundaries recently, the run rate is still above 8. The required run rate.
yes, Savory has been batting well. He's gone for 36 of his 46. So he's looking to up the ante.
And Anderson is one of those batters who, like Imlach, would employ the sweep shots.
It's well played in the gap. Good bit of fielding. That's Anderson there. It's good to see a fast bowler getting around quickly. We didn't see that from Shannon Gabriel. We don't expect it from him. And the change in that backward point position has been made by the captain. And Shannon Gabriel now posted it in that extra cover position.
West Indies batting first in Barbados. They're 11 without loss. Brandon King is on 3. Evan Lewis is on 8. Thank you, Billy the Kid.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to 2026, the World Cup in India and Sri Lanka. Reason being, I think that we have a good sign. We've seen the upward mobility in the standings in T20 cricket. Yeah. We've gone from perhaps 8th to 4th in quick time. We've seen the upward mobility of our players in the ICC rankings also. So it's been a good format for us.
Carrier balls that's hit in the air, but down towards the man on the boundary. It passes him and it's gone for 4.
Yeah, they're taking the chances now, and especially Savory. And he's hitting that one, slightly open face shot, but straight over the top for 4 runs. So Correa is being taken to the cleaners here.
Yeah, that was Anderson though. 22 from 22 balls. So he's on a 100 strike rate. Savory is the left-hander. Anderson is the right-hander. Anderson likes to sweep. Correa bows to Anderson. Anderson is back and pulling that down towards the backward square boundary. So consecutive boundaries from Kevin Anderson. And he gets the score up closer and closer, bringing down the target.
Yeah, well, excellent shot going across to the off stump and giving himself some room to get the leverage nicely and playing well for 4 runs. So it's been a targeting of Yannick Correa, and it's worked quite well. He's now gone for 25 in his 4 overs.
So Anderson, that boundary took him to 26 from 23 balls, so he's above 100 strike rate. 37 from 47 to Savory, and the run rate still above 8.41.
Yeah, that's to tell you
The
how
required run rate.
excellently the Red Force bowlers did it in the early parts of the innings. So you'll have to work hard. These Guyanese will have to work hard to bring down further that run rate.
So 23 overs completed. Charles into his 5th over. None for 21. At least this can't be a no result because 20 overs have been completed.
Yeah.
So Guyana will need to get a result here.
I'm looking at Brian Charles. He's not a big turn in the ball, and there should be an encouragement to come down to meet him and trying to get the ball in the half volley. That's a good shot, but straight to the fielder again. And good fielding by Mohammed.
But he's bowling pretty quickly, so it's making it difficult for the batsman to want to go down the track.
You could come down the track and play straight
Yeah,
down.
yes.
Yeah,
You-
because the ball, the degree of turn that he will get is not great because of the speed through the air, and the pitch is not turning. So again, this is game awareness skills, an awareness of what the bowler is doing and what the pitch is about.
And when you tell most batsmen to be positive, to go down the track, they believe that anytime you go down the track, you got to hit a 6.
Yeah.
A good single, a good double again, good running between the two. But you can go down the track, don't get to the pitch and block.
That's right. And play with soft hands
Yeah.
because there are gaps there.
Yeah.
Shannon Gabriel, for example, is in that key position at short mid-wicket. And there's a single there because he's not going to come into the ball quickly.
Yeah, match awareness. It's something that many of the younger players don't seem to have.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's quick by Shannon Gabriel. He's
Yeah.
advancing very quickly there. That big frame. Stopping a single.
Yeah, so 24 overs completed, 106 now for 3.
Yeah, must be very impressive, Shannon Gabriel, at this age. It's not easy for a fast bowler. I retired at about 34. At 34, he's now about 36. And I was much more of a rhythm bowler. He is a strength bowler, so it must be very difficult. And now he's been brought on the commentary end, and he's going to be brought on for about 4 overs at most, or 2 overs. Billy, who knows him well, saying 2 overs. But he's an impact bowler, a strike bowler. So he's come on to take a wicket.
I still can't believe Bharat retired, played his last first class match at age 24.
I think you have to understand each human being, they're different.
And
right?
he was the youngest ever to make a century on his debut
and
for
he
West
made it
Indies.
against Australia,
Yeah.
in Australia, in his second innings. And it's brilliant.
Yes,
But
it's nice to see him back in cricket though as a commentator.
yeah, you know, he made a decision. He and his wife made a decision, and you know, every human being is different. But
And then he had injury problems also.
well, I mean, you could fight through the injuries. You know, guys stay off sometimes for 2 years from injury, and they come back
Like
nicely.
Nicholas Puran.
Yeah.
He had a terrible accident. Yeah.
Life-threatening injuries he sustained from that accident.
Talking about that, to Knocker Morton, when I came to the hospital to do a brain scan, he was there bringing somebody at the Sinclair Medical Center. Gabriel is back, and that's hit down the ground. Audacious shot, 4 runs by Anderson, pitched up and hit with ease and disdain.
Yeah, brilliant by Anderson. He's showing the ability and the inclination to hit the ball straight down the wicket. That's a wonderful shot. Remember, the ball is soft now, and it's not going to have the type of pace of the pitch. So Anderson can, seize the advantage to hit the ball down the wicket. Excellent shot by him.
Gabriel has conceded 16 runs. He's in his 4th over. He's bowled 1 ball in his 4th over. I was saying that Knocker Morton was there at the Sinclair Medical Center, and he said, when you come back to Trinidad, we'll have a drink. And he was in an accident and he died.
Okay.
And I'm still here.
Yeah, in central Trinidad.
Yeah.
That was sad. I think that he left the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah.
He was playing for them.
Yeah.
And they celebrated a win, and he got in an accident in central Trinidad. So it was sad to see him go. Excellent batsman.
Yeah.
Somebody who gave its all on the field. Very serious and industrious type player.
I remember him making 100 at Albion for the Leewards when Stuart Williams got a double century. Hooper got a double century in that game, and that was the first time I saw a Guyanese crowd clap when rain stopped play.
It's a good shot again, just
Trying
one
to
run.
hit it too hard though.
Yeah.
Lost his shape a little bit there.
And there has to be not just power here, but gap finding, putting the ball in the gap. So he gave himself some room. Shannon Gabriel opted to bowl a full-length delivery. No swinging offer. The ball is soft now and older now. So Shannon Gabriel might not be the type of player or bowler you want on this surface, because the ball is going to come onto the bat nicely now with his pace. He has extreme pace. So a batsman can play through the line of the ball, no movement through the air or off the pitch.
Gabriel with his rug in his pants waist behind his back. Number 20 on his shirt.
That's
Good
well
delivery,
bowled. Yeah. Yeah, the lengths are so very important, not just the lines. But he has to pound the ball into the turf to keep the batsman at bay. So no opportunity to score there, but a good defensive shot.
Yeah, 34 boundaries. Well, 40 boundaries, including 4 sixes, has been scored in this match so far. Most of them by the Red Force team. But we've seen a lot of boundaries recently. 178 in 122 balls, still doable. Conditions have become increasingly overcast in the last 10 minutes or so. Good single.
Well, risky single. Good cricket all round, playing with soft hands. Good response. The run in between the wickets have been excellent. And you look at the fielder coming in from a cover position, getting to the ball quickly, but still a risky single. So the momentum is good in running between the wickets, but they still have to be conscious. There are really 1 or 2 very good fielders, especially in the inner circle, and must not lose a wicket because of the run-out route.
I remember Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes as a little boy watching them. They just looked up, shook their head, and they ran. They batted with each other so many times.
That's right.
I remember in the Australia series, Viv Richards at number 3 hardly got a bat second innings. And they had over 100 to win. Those were the days. But we can't look back at those days and lament the quality of these days. We've got to find solutions to improve the quality to get it back to those days. And there's lots of problems that prevent that, including funds. So the overs completed, 25 overs gone, 113 for 3.
Now, I think that you have to look back. I've said it time and time again. The perception that most people have is this is a modern game. We have seen the advent of the T20 game, and that is the only real difference, and one or two shots and that sort of thing, but the game remained the same when I played. I mean, if you have the reality of having dominated world cricket, one-day internationals and test match cricket for over 15 years, some people feel it's 16 or 17 years, then you have to look back to find out what created that level of success, those iconic figures, those elite athletes, and try to do research. And then you have to use what you learned in this era along with the modernization of the game and the technology.
Brian Charles in bowls, and that's a short. Anderson just hits it into the onside with a horizontal bat, and there's no run. Another dot goes into the scorebook. Tony, what do you think? That's
That's a brilliant catch. That's an absolutely superb catch. It looks like T.N. Webster. Brilliant catch because he misjudged initially the ball and the flight of the ball, but just was able to time his rock back so very nicely, and it took a superb catch. Those catches are very difficult to take. I'm going to watch that again and again.
Did he touch the rope, though?
I don't think so, Sean.
Well, we don't have the benefit of the third eye, so we have to go with the umpire and the honesty of the fielder.
Yeah, that's a brilliant catch. Running back and timing it well.
Yeah.
He's an excellent fielder. He stayed focused and judged the flight of the ball quite well to take an excellent catch.
And he had to keep his eyes on the rope also when he was going back. So that's an excellent catch. Stupendous catch in the end. And he's gotten the last specialist batter, Kemal Anderson. Now the all-rounder has come in with the reserve wicketkeeper, Savory.
Yeah, we know that Keno Paul can play these exuberant type innings, but I think that he will have to concentrate for long periods too. He likes to be expressive, and this is a different scenario, a very difficult scenario. You see that catch again, well judged. T.N. Webster, brilliant, athletic fielder, and the ability to control his body and the momentum going forward so he doesn't touch the ropes. That's excellent fielding.
Good catch. Great catch.
Yeah, Sean, we were talking about the past. If you have 15 years of dominance from the past, obviously you can learn certain things.
What do you think T20 brought to West Indies cricket in a positive way?
Well, the fitness level, you have to be very fit because of the intensity of that format of the game. The fielding has improved immensely. Oh, that's a good shot. That's an excellent shot. That's a huge six.
And that's gone.
And that's what I am talking about. Kemo Paul, no nonsense in his approach, a huge six. And if you want chance bowling in that area, he's going to go after you. And we know that he can hit the ball.
And the sky is beginning to get from light grey to dark grey. And we saw the flags.
That's another great six. That's a huge... Oh, it could be out. He's out. That's amazing. He went for a second six. And again, well-judged catch by, this time, Jason Mohammed. Excellent catch. Now, he's looking for the distance. He didn't get the distance. He got the ball high in the air, but well-judged by... Jason Mohammed, and the fielders are elated because they know how dangerous Kemo Paul can be.
So 190 now for 5. 2 quick wickets going down in the space of 6 runs. And that 6 runs was hit by Kemo Paul. But he was looking for another 6, and he perished. Brian Charles had the last laugh.
Yeah, to get to close to this score, you have to hit boundaries, yes, but you have to be calculative in the way you've hit in your boundaries. You have to look for the ones and twos. You have to rotate strikes. So it's a combination of things. You cannot consistently hit boundaries, especially against this bowling attack. So it's it's a good effort by the fielding team. And there's a reason for why they're defending champions. There's a reason for why they've done so well in List A cricket in the region. It's because they have a combination of players, and because they've been so disciplined with the bat now, and obviously have always been good with the ball. As I welcome Billy to the mic.
Yeah, particularly disappointing there, Kimo Paul. Perhaps if he had 150 runs on the board and then he came to the wicket, you know, he could have tried to push on from there, but he tried to take all the responsibilities on his shoulders and tried to go at too rapid a rate to try and bring the target down, perhaps looking at the required run rate. But as you said, you have to strategize the innings in banks of either 3 or 5 over spells where you want to be, and then reassess. The new batter is on, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, the all-rounder. This was a particular, and he has the ability to finish games, Kimo Paul, and he does have that hitting ability to put away even good deliveries for 6, so he can score rapidly. And you want to think that maybe perhaps look at the last 10 overs or 7 overs of the innings, really to push then. So you want to try and they were going quite well in the partnership between Savoy and unfortunately Anderson got out. And, you know, try to motor along those lines, build those partnerships, get closer to 150 than 170 and see where it goes.
Well, I think that, you know, you're looking at habits here, and habits are very important from an early age. You're looking at good habits. Kimo Paul has the ability to hit the ball over the ropes towards the boundary, but there are also bad habits of not being able to curtail yourself out there, your emotions, and if you think that you should go after the ball all of the times, you have to be selective. And he is not one that can be consistently selective. So not thinking the game through there, hit a boundary or 6 and then fell short of the ropes.
Shannon Gabriel will continue. It is 5th over now. Initial spell 3 overs. He's gone for 14 runs, changing ends, bowling now from the media center end.
Yeah, I think that he's better against the left-handed batsman because of his natural angle. And it's been a good enough effort by Shannon Gabriel. He's not looked totally winded. He's looked winded, but not totally winded.
Trying to talk him into a wicket, Tony Gray.
Yeah. You look at his returns, 4.1 overs, 19 runs. Not gotten a wicket, but it's been a good effort by him.
And his lines and lengths have been very good to the batters, both left and right-handers. So it's a good return for him so far.
Fast delivery that didn't bounce. It was short. Good wicket keeping there by Captain Cook. I say Captain Cook because he's been good. It's really difficult, Billy, for a wicketkeeper batsman, but he bats at number 6, sometimes number 7, to be behind the stumps all of the times, be tactically sound as a captain, and have good concentration to come and bat after. It's really tedious.
And sometimes certain wicket keepers, given the task of captaincy, work well at it because they're already concentrating on every single delivery, looking at fielding positions, but then to add on to that bowling changes and strategy changes. He's done quite well in the tournament.
And that's why I think that, Shea Hope has done an excellent job, and he should bat at number 4 until he gets accustomed, his body gets accustomed, his mind gets accustomed to doing 3 different aspects of the game. He used to open batting in the one days and obviously wicket keep, but now he has an additional task, and that's why he needs to be supported on the field of play because it's not easy, and he doesn't want any added trouble with any of the players.
Which is why I think the balance of the team is just right. Because to have Jason Mohammed in the role as he is, adding support to the Silva as well in terms of his experience, it bodes well for Trinidad and Tobago cricket.
I think that is an excellent point that you're making, because of the fact that we've not really talked about vice captaincy and senior players, how they could be supportive to the captains to take the pressure off them. It's really about helping each other out there, and we've not gone into the profound nature of team, what it means to have team support out there when things are not going well, for example. And we've had some excellent vice captains in the past. Derek Murray for Clive Lloyd, Sir Vivian Richards for Clive Lloyd. Clive Lloyd has had a wonderful amount of support over the years.
Well, I want to say he probably molded it that way. The great Sir Clive Lloyd. Remember, he built the team, they say?
Yeah, not easy. And I think that Sean made the point that players coming from all over the region with different backgrounds, different ethnic backgrounds, different socioeconomic backgrounds, it's not easy.
Good delivery there. Saw the ball just dancing in the air, somewhat angling in to the right-handed Ronaldo Mohammed. He's yet to score. Kemal Savory is out there still. He's on 41 off of 59. So good innings from him, and in partnership with Anderson, who made 32. They were going on quite well. And to come back to your point about support in the field, at the Guyana turn in the field with Captain Imlag there, Kimo Paul was on the field, but you didn't see too much communication between them in terms of offering advice or changing in plans or even that moral support. Come on guys, let's go. You didn't see too much of that in the innings.
Yeah, it's not an easy game at times when you're under pressure, and captains are under extreme pressure, not just on the field of play, but off the field of play. The media is always at them. It's not an easy portfolio to have. Excellent feeling, and that backward point position, brilliant.
So the end of 27 overs, it's 120 for 5. And chasing 288. It's 168 away.
Yeah, you need that experience out there. And you talk about teams and how you develop great teams, very good teams, that you have to have senior players around. You cannot just bring forth young players at the same time. The Australians do it quite well. I think that in recent times we have done it quite well here in the Caribbean. You have younger players like Antonez, Andrew Jewel Andrew, and they're giving him a little experience there by having him around. But there needs to be a really focused system to help these younger players.
Definitely some exceptional talent there in the young Jewel Andrew. Heard the president, Dr. Shallow, indicating that he thinks he's ready for the next level. Don't quote me on that. But he is impressed with the youngster. Oh, they turned down the single in the end as the sharp youth Jason Mohammed races in to cut that single off in the covers.
Well, the batsman was on his back foot, so all these little things the batting partner has to be conscious of.
Driving away there, Charles couldn't stop the single.
But assessing a player's growth and his development, and if he's ready, there are certain things that you need to understand. It's not just about eye candy and the shots that he will play if it's a batsman, for example. If he's physically ready, if he's mature enough. We've seen some mature innings from Jewel Andrews. But, there are other aspects of development that people must be conscious of. If he's mature enough in the way he thinks, if the pressure is going to get to him, So I cannot really say if he's ready or not because I'm not around the player.
Yeah, we are not privy. This one turned into the onside. Jungle was very good in the outfield as well. We are not privy to the inner workings of player management. We can only, I don't want to say guess, But use our little bit of knowledge and experience to try and figure things out in terms of what his preparation might just be.
And how does he handle fame? How does he handle the money that will come to him, the U.S. money that will come to him? All these things need to be looked at carefully.
It's another youth with another BMW at age 18.
And there must be a cadre of players as we come to the end of this over. There must be a cadre of people around him to be supportive in different ways.
Yeah, we speak about Shamar Joseph going through the same thing as well with that IPL money in the pocket, having to manage the personal affairs, and as it's indicated, just a 2-over burst from Shannon Gabriel.
You said it, I didn't. I thought he was going to go for 3 overs, but he's an impact bowler. Bowled quite well, was tight at this commentary end.
The proactive captaincy knows when not to give him that extra overs with Jed Gooley.
Yeah, you have to manage him at this age. He's an old fast bowler. It's safe to say he's an old fast bowler. And he's at the end of his career. So you have to manage him nicely to get the best out of him. And it's about 3 overs, not 4 overs, about 2 overs. And just for him to make an impact.
At the same time, with Savory on strike, you don't want to give him, Savory might be getting accustomed to one type of bowler for too long. A bowling change is being made. Yannick Carrier coming in, perhaps coming in as well, knowing that a new batter is at the crease. This one cramping him for room, jogging back, turning back into Savory. But a good knock from Savory on 42. Sure he would like to go on and get to that 50. See his team up to 150 runs. There is still time in this game. The better delivery, yeah.
Yeah, that's well played. Very good defensive shot. You've got to have that stride going forward to combat those inner deliveries. And one spun, not a lot, but he's just turns the ball enough to get the outside edge of the bat or to have the batsman being defensive. That's another good delivery, but enough room to play it through the offside. Let's get in that release shot.
And not a bad single to give there as well, because he's going to have an opportunity to bowl at the new batter, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Just looking to see, yes, the slip is coming into place for the leg spinner to the right-hander. Brian Charles would normally occupy that position. There are still 4 men out into the deep, 2 sweepers either side of the middle of the pitch, as well as a long off and long on. Yep. Goes past the left-handed first slip, diving away. It kept a bit low. And that is exactly the delivery Yannick Carrier would have been looking for. It goes for 4. But a mini battle one there. A lot of turn there. Just pitching, dropping in front of him.
Yeah, excellent delivery. The field placing was excellent too, because you had a slip in place, not just to catch the ball, but to perhaps create some apprehension in the mind of the batsman to go forward. That ball bounced a little bit and spun away from the right-hander, but playing with soft hands, the ball went down. It was a very difficult catch for the slip to take.
Yes, a slip as well. It's a different position you have to be in terms of predicting where the catch would come, in terms of getting to your left or to your right, if he's on the front foot or back foot.
Not a good delivery. So he's targeting his stumps. He's getting 1 or 2 deliveries to spin across the right-hander. And obviously, as a wrist spinner, right-handed wrist spinner, he feels much more comfortable against the right-handed batsman.
Yeah, you want to be pitching into that middle stump line and getting it to spin across. Perhaps batsman would think that if he pitches one wide outside the off stump, could just be the googly. Has the opportunity to double bluff the batter as well. Not a good delivery, turning the strike over, conceding the single. But it still is going to be Ali Mohammed who will take strike, as it's the end of the over. 29 gone, 127 for 5.
There's real pressure for them now because of the fact they've lost wickets at not so good times when partnerships were building. So they're under some pressure and they will have to take some risks. And one of the things about this team, I mentioned the discipline with the bowlers. They know their particular game. They're not going to over-try. Anderson, for example, got 2 wickets in his spell. Excellent bowling at the stumps all of the times. We've seen Carrier being hit for a couple of boundaries, but he settled along nicely. Shannon Gabriel at his age has come and done a very good job for his team. So they're working well together, but they've been disciplined and they've been at the stumps, bringing all the modes of dismissal into play.
So the current run rate stands at 4.38, with the required run rate now going just over 10 runs and over. It's going to be an uphill task. They're going to look for 2 as that one is played out to long on. It's not going to be 2 Carey P out there running around to his right, the left-hander.
Just now they will have to look for boundaries. In fact, they will have to look for boundaries already to bring down the required run rate. But you have Kimo Paul not being there, and if you have to have somebody hitting the ball around, I'm not sure these batsmen are that way inclined.
Which is why the wicket of Kimo Paul was really critical at that juncture. He would have been someone who could have accelerated the scoring rate. If we look at we in the 30th over now, if you could have gotten another 100 runs in the next bank of 10 overs, you would have been looking at 50 runs or so, 60 runs or so in another 5 overs. It still would have been a Herculean task.
Fielding has backed up the bowling. Bowlers have been disciplined. The fielders have been excellent. 2 very good catches on the boundary. One by T.N. Webster, the other one by the evergreen Jason Mohammed.
Can't beat Django. At point in the Red Force, they're on a high there. They're in the field. There's chirping going on. They're batting well. Their key batsmen are performing. Their bowlers are performing. Of course, they're at home as we take a look at Mark Dial out on the boundary edge with Keon Otley. Single to the total.
So many other players to look at and choose from. Mark Dial is recovering from a knee operation. He's worked very hard. Remember, he just submitted to the West Indies team. He went to Nepal and got an injury across there. So he's worked very hard to come back. And he's a very talented player also.
Yeah. Trying to push it past mid off. A little bit more to the left of Phillip. Could have tried and gotten it through the gap, but Phillip is fast enough to get around and cut off or deprive the opportunity of a second run. So 130 now in 30 overs here. And Mark Dial as well, all-round ability with ball and bat. Can bat anywhere in the order. Can bowl at any point in time. Is off-break bowling. So versatility in the depth of the squad.
Yeah, we must not discount his off-break bowling. He's a very tricky bowler. He's got the arm ball. He's got the one that goes straight on. He's got the one that can go away from the right-hander. He's a tricky bowler, smart cricketer, and when he's fit, he's excellent on the field of play. He's a wonderful fielder.
Yeah, I do believe he opened the bowling at one point in time for a game or 2 in the CPL.
Yep.
And the battle is going to ensue between Ali Mohammed and Carrier. Quick single here.
That's brilliant running. That's excellent running. Now, he's got to run in a straight line. It's a shorter distance. If he veers away to be protective of himself, he can run into some trouble there. So, although he might be hit with the ball on the bounce, he's got to run in a straighter line.
Yeah, you're looking at running 18 yards really with an outstretched bat. So you want to cover 18 yards and not turn that 18 into 22. You already have an advantage of backing up with your bat just a meter away and then another meter to ground. So perhaps even trying to cover 16, 17 yards as quickly as possible. Just working the mathematics out.
That's right, that's right. And holding the bat in the right way at length so you have some distance with the bat. All these little things will come into play. Inches, you can get out. The quickness between the wickets, the communication with your batting partner. We talk about Gordon Greenwich, Sir Gordon, and the most honorable Dr. Desmond Haynes. You have to also talk about Sir Richie Richardson and Gus Logie. Whew. Almost like the
Stalwart,
Olympics. Yeah.
stalwarts of West Indies
Yeah.
cricket. And you
Quickness
asked,
between the wickets.
you
Yeah.
asked the question, what produced cricketers like that from that era? What were their beliefs? What was their character like? Explained very clearly in the book by Beyond the Boundary by C.L.R. James.
Yeah, I think we take those, documentations for granted. It's about a societal influence, the sort of thing that created success, the discipline our players had from their parents, from their teachers. The whole environment was different. There were no real egocentric values. Everybody wanted to represent the West Indies team. There were no other distraction other than to play football or cricket. But these guys now, they're not in the same society, and we have to understand the negative parts of our society now that has impacted our players. It's not a bad delivery at all. Very difficult to play a square drive with that type of delivery because the ball is going away. It's of a slow nature, and you have a man at backward point. A man at backward point and a man at the wideish third man, short third man position.
If we get another one that's tossed up in the air just to tempt him somewhat.
It's well bowled. Evidence of turn here now. The pitch is a lot drier, the ball is older, and you have a wrist spinner bowling. He's getting close to the stump, so the angle of delivery is most times to go away from the right hander. He's really looking for the wicket here.
There's the flighted one in the air, past the outstretched hand of the fielder at cover point. He was put in that position explicitly for the one tossed up in the air, so Ali Mohammed would try to go after it, lift his head. It came off the outside edge. A chance gone a begging. Desperate dive in the end.
Well, I'll tell you something, that's Carey Pear. He's
right.
perhaps can be described as the best fielder on this team, the Red Force team. A gallant effort again, but away from him. He plays different sports. I've played basketball against Carey Pear, so we know that he has hang time. We know that he has athleticism, but it's a water break now.
And he doesn't have that left hand to right hand to get it into the bucket, however. That was on his right hand. Couldn't quite get to it, so it's going to be a drinks break here. The two batters out in the middle, Kemal Savory, he's still on 45, in the 40s off of 71. And Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, he is on 8. And it's 5 for 133 at the end of 31 overs. We'll take a break as well. Welcome back, viewers. Our resumption after the drinks interval. We're in the 32nd over of the Guyana's reply to that total of 288 by the Trinidad and Tobago team. It's Brian Charles resuming bowling from the southern end. He's bowling to Kemal Savory, who's on 45. A difficult task here with just 5 wickets remaining. 82 balls to go in the inning, truncated affair, 45 overs. And with Ali Mohammed joining Savory here, they want to bat in stages and banks of overs.
That's a good shot. Excellent shot. It wouldn't go to the boundary. That's a good bit of fielding there. But they will get 3 runs.
Yeah, nice dab. And this is what they'll need to do. And could have been and tried to do with Anderson and Savory at the crease. Rotate the strike, get the odd boundary. So they're trying to pick back up, add some momentum as this partnership now tries to build again. 138 for 5.
I had to hit some boundaries, but the nature of the Red Force team, a lot of them have played CPL right here at the Queen's Park Oval, so they understand the nature of this scenario that Guyana is trying to exude now, some energy, some shots. It's not going to be easy because, as we've seen, the Red Force team fully focused out there. 2 brilliant catches on the boundary, so it tells you that they are into their game. The intensity level is good, and they're not wanting to be complacent here. That's well played. Looking for the 1.
We haven't seen too many loose deliveries either from the bowlers. And as I said, they're sitting on a high right now. Momentum is with them. The form is with them. They're sitting second on the table. Could very well go into the top position with the bonus points at the end of this game. And another game, West Indies are batting. 3 wickets down for 33 runs.
Aye.
In the power play, in the 5th over of the power play. Pulled away. Jason Mohammed is out there. He's not going to get it. Drops in front of him. Don't want to be offering too many chances to Jason Mohammed out in the deep admin wicket.
Yeah, this pitch is in the center of the oval, so both sides are at distance, especially when you're hitting against the wind. The wind normally comes from the east, so you've got to be careful there. And these players know that. That's why they've posted strategically so fielders on the deep mid-wicket boundary, because it takes some hitting to clear the ropes on that side. It's not slog sweeping. It's with those deliveries that just pitch short of a length. So batsmen will have to rock back and really time the ball well, and really use power to clear the ropes on that side of the ground.
In fact, in the first innings as well as this innings, we've seen the fielders not all the way on the boundary in that direction, that easterly direction. And Tion Webster is also still sitting inside, just about 4 yards or so inside the ring. There isn't much of a wind here, and hasn't been all day at the Queen's Park Oval. It's been very much overcast, as Correa will continue into the 33rd over of the innings. Jesse Carey Pierre just more in front, cover point, just at maybe 1 step to his right now. Maybe slow turn, which is why the ball didn't quite get to the point position where he was standing. Coming off the outside edge, trying to go more in the direction of extra cover in the air. I think his intent was always in the air, but coming off with the turn off the outer half of the bat, making its way out to the sweeper.
Yeah, and for the right-handed batsman, you've seen that there's a 6-3 field, so predominantly a offside field, and he's encouraging the batsman, the right-handed batsman, to play across the line of the ball. Shannon Gabriel is one of the fielders on the onside for the right-handed batsman, so this is excellent thinking.
He's gone for 35 runs into his 7th over. but he's created opportunities. Don't want to say that he's been a tad bit expensive, but he's created, as leg spinners tend to be in the limited form of the game. Because batters do tend to want to go after them when they see that ball tossed up in the air. Oh, that's a good delivery. Coming back sharply into the batter, Savary, and getting past the wicket keeper.
I think that what happened there is that the captain, the wicketkeeper, expected the ball to go on to the stumps. But as a wicketkeeper, you have to maintain focus on the ball itself and not what the batsman is doing. So it's not about preempting thought. It's about being focused, staying in the moment, and collecting that white object.
You want to keep your eyes on a predicted part of the ball.
It's well played, but for no runs.
It's a bit of a cat and mouse taking place here between Carrier and Ali Mohammed here. He's trying to tempt him with some flighted one. At the same time, Ronaldo's trying to work it past the two men behind the point. There's a backward point and a point, as well as a first slip. Yeah, it's in the air. It's going to be some work for Webster. He does, in fact, get it over the extra cover area this time. They're going to get two.
Yeah, the outfield is not dry, it's not low, it's heavy. So once you hit the ball at distance and you don't clear the rope, it's going to drop and stop. And it might not offer the third run, and it didn't here, getting 2 runs in the process. So the pressure is being magnified here by the fielding team, and it's been a professional approach to the game.
It's been more of a sandwich from Ali Mohammed rather than a driver. Just getting it over the 30-yard field.
What is this thing about golf that everybody loves? They're addicted to it.
If you start playing golf, you wouldn't want to do anything else in life. Particularly as a cricketer.
Why is that so?
Because you play against yourself, really. You battle numbers and try to improve your game. It's about the next shot, forgetting what has gone and trying to perfect the next shot. And you try really to minimize your misses. So you want to play in safe areas. So if it's a par 4 for that particular hole, you try minimize your misses so that you stay within 4 and not go to 5. And you challenge yourself every time, and the course challenges you as well. So it's not hitting the same shot every time with the same club. So for instance, you could have hit that with a pitching wedge and get the same result.
That's a good shot for one. But I've said it time and time again, I think that golf is the ultimate game because you're playing against yourself, you're playing against your opposition, you're playing against the golf course, and each golf course different. And it's the ultimate game because it's challenging you. And you look at CEOs play golf, presidents, prime ministers play golf, and former great players in different sports too. They love golf. Stephen Curry, he plays golf. LeBron James, Michael Jordan,
Garrett Bale,
Charles Barkley and all.
The less we see of Charles Barkley in golf, the better. They're just short of him, landing in front of him and going away for 4.
Yeah, I think that what happened there is Ali Mohammed had played it with an inside type shot, and the ball swerved away from the incoming fielder. That long off position, misjudged the flight of the ball because he played it slightly inside out with power. He's a strong man, and he misjudged it. It went into the boundary for 4. So a welcome 4, and they will need a lot more of those type of shots to be played.
Yeah, so that sandwich just slicing off the face of the club there and slicing away and spinning in the air, getting past the field. It takes it on to 149 for 5, 1 short of 50. And it will be a landmark with still five wickets intact. And Jason Mohammed has been into the attack. It's pulled in the air, and he's got to get a wicket here. Simple catch for Carey Pierre. Jason Mohammed, hands up in the air, swee, as he would say in Ronaldo fashion. Comes on, magical from the silver, bringing on a bowler and getting a wicket immediately.
Well, his type of bowling is a rarity. You don't get guys bowling like that. Very slow in nature. Not any faster delivery. He has subtle variation. It becomes slower and slower, so it's very difficult for batsmen to create pace on the ball, and that's why he's been brought on, because they know that the Guyana Happy Eagles batsmen have to go after the ball. They have to hit the ball over the ropes, and because of the slow nature of Jason Mohammed's bowling, it presents a huge challenge.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to give them any pace to work with. Slow through the air, slow off the wicket. It was a good connection. He did pull the driver out, Ali Mohammed, but it didn't meet the turf. It couldn't land and get anywhere near the hole. It only went straight into the hands of a very gleeful Curry Pierre.
I think that you're addicted. I think that you're addicted to golf. Billy?
Anybody that plays golf is addicted.
Brian Charles Lara, anytime I see him, he's always going through the motion of a golf swing, you know.
In our younger days, you'd see us just running down the corridor and bowling one or playing a forward defensive in the air, no ball, no bat in hand. You reach the age of 50 or so, you're swinging a golf club, trying to perfect your swing. Ali Mohammed perfected that swing. It would have gone for 6 had it been for Curry Pierre on the boundary. Loses his wicket, going for 21. Couldn't get to that 150 mark with the 5 wickets intact.
And you know that it's also a strategy to put the best fieldsmen on the boundary now, and strategically placed is Curry Pierre on that long on boundary.
Yeah, things falling into place quite nicely for Captain De Silva. Any change he's been made in the bowling department throughout the tournament has reaped reward, almost immediate impact. Joshua James we saw coming on, getting 2 wickets for 15, I believe, in 4 overs, and to the excitement and the hurrah of the Trinidad and Tobago team, not anticipating it. This one is in the direction of Curry Pierre. This time, the driver of Junior Sinclair. It's a Callaway, and it's gone for 6.
Yeah, lofted delivery, and really a flighted delivery that was lofted nicely in the slot. And you know that, wouldn't want to say tail enders, but lower the batsman, he's a tall man, is right in his arc. And that's what he needs to do. That's the only way they can come close to getting this score. So this is cricket. It's a game of glorious uncertainties. And they have to still try, still believe that you can get to the score.
Well, it's going to be a dab past the wicketkeeper. It's going to just get 1 run, and Isaiah Raja chases it down. He's on the field. The end of the over from Jason Mohammed. Pretty expensive over, but I'm sure De Silva wouldn't mind that, because he got a wicket there to break a partnership just as Ali Mohammed was starting to get going on 21.
Yeah, 4 more wickets in hand, 156 to the loss of 6. Not good going at all. And I think that when you look back at the tactical moves that Imlak had made on the field, and I think that you have to look at that. Not bowling Ned, continue to bowl Ned. He bowled 1 over, and he's a wicket taker, bringing on makeshift bowlers at the wrong time, helping the opposing team to build momentum. You have to look back, research, and find out where they went wrong, because it's hardly likely, the probability is huge that they will get the score.
It's going to be Sinclair to face up to Yannick Carrier. So the battle between Carrier and Ali Mohammed is over. A little bit of a misfield there from Carrier. It's going to be a single. It's going to bring Savory, who's on 48, back on strike. Be looking to get to that half-century mark.
Hey,
Cross the landmark.
Yeah, he looks good. I mean, this is going to be his first half-century, second half-century. 52 not out against CCC. That's well played. Control shot, looking for 2. They will get the 2. Easy running between the wickets. Looking for the 3rd, but not getting it. Junior Sinclair.
So that's his 50 as well. 78 deliveries, 3 boundaries in that 50. So a good knock here from the youngster, adding to his run tally for the tournament. And it's good to see as well for the Guyanese team that their middle order is showing some resilience.
Well played again. Yeah, you always have to, they most likely will lose this game, but you always want the individuals to go out there and be professional, because in this tournament and into the future, they might have to play certain roles with the bat. So it's always about continuing to learn. It's a process that they are going through, and they have this experience of playing the highest level of regional 50 over cricket.
Yeah, it'll augur well for them for future games. For example, St. Clair goes on and gets a score, gets familiar under conditions, batting under different types of conditions. Shuffles outside of his off stump and tugs it into the onside over mid-wicket. And that's a huge 6 into the big tree down there at the Scotiabank stand. And 6 good-looking runs going across the line.
That's an amazing shot. That's a well-organized shot. And I say well-organized because he read the googly well. It was pitched wide. It wasn't an easy shot to play, but he played it well. He's a tall, rangy type player. And he's got a wonderful bat swing.
Then he rose with the bounce of the ball, read the turn of it to perfection, middled it, so much so that the man standing at mid-wicket, he was immediately looking into the stands to see where the ball would ricochet off into to get it. And I've made the point over and over again, particularly to the youth players, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We always look for those batters when they come at that position to win games for you, particularly in T20 when chasing or even to post a total. Because you would want, when they do come to the crease for the last 5 overs or 10 overs, what the batters couldn't do in the innings, you expect them to do at the end, to even post a good score and get like 20 runs in the last 3 overs or so. You have to have ability.
And that sort of attitude must be reflected in your practice sessions. That's well bowled.
Peach of a delivery there.
You know, I think that he's coming from an angle. Obviously, his run-up is from an angle. He gets close into the stumps. He's got the right perception of where he wants to bowl the ball. He's completing his action. He's getting the ball to bounce and turn. No deliveries have kept low. This is excellent bowling. Slow delivery, giving the batsman ample time to play off the back foot, square of the wicket.
The pitch has stood well during the course of both innings. And we had a delayed start, and it was really for the dampness in the outfield. It wasn't wet per se, but it was just loose under the footing from overnight rain. But the pitch itself has held up quite well. Just on that last delivery, the penultimate delivery of that over, he took the slip out after that 6. And one went past the outside edge. Ian, Mr. Gray, if you were bowling there as Yannick Correa and that one took the edge with that peach of a delivery and there was no more Brian Charles.
No, I would have been angry because the thing with it is that, all right, you allow a batsman to hit a 6. In this situation with a lot of runs, the probability exists is that they're not going to make it to this score, and you want them to be aggressive to get the additional wicket. So you're not taking out the slip, and it's a sort of defensive mindedness that you don't want at this point in time. I'm looking at things as the coach, to look at international cricket, and when we play international cricket, we don't want, after something like that, when we're in an advantageous position, to remove a slip, you got to go for the juggler.
You have to have that killer instinct to wrap the game up. There's no reason you would take the full slip out in that occasion, and that's what I wanted to allude to the point. We see it in the 4-day game in the regional tournament, not just per se the Red Force team, but captains are quickly put players out in defensive positions. Anderson Phillip back into the attack. It's going to be a quick single to Carey Pierre on his left side and shy at the stumps. You don't expect him to miss, do you, Carey Pierre?
That guy is so brilliant. And I made a point about cross-training. He plays basketball. He plays everything. You know, look at that one-handed pickup. Excellent timing in his stride towards the stump. Very fast. His judgment, excellent. I think that he has a combination to continue to play at the highest level because he's played 3 one-day international games. But he's got to learn to turn the ball a little bit more because at that level, you've got to be sort of mystifying to the opposing batsmen.
Yeah, athleticism and ability. Good take there from De Silva down the leg side, landing just in front of him off the tie pad. Quite a good take there indeed, diving away to his right.
Yeah, the captaincy of De Silva has been good. As I said before, he's got a lot of options out there, bowling options. So he's brought back Shannon Gabriel at the right time. He's now brought back Anderson to mop up the tail, as they say, but there's no tail again. All these guys can bat, as we've seen from St. Clair. He's hit a couple of sixes. Excellent player. So he's brought back Anderson to bowl directly at the stumps.
Slower ball. Attempt at a slower ball, but angled down the leg side and a wide, rightly so, by umpire Jacqueline Williams. And looking at the equation, 119, it was 120 in 20 overs. In 10 overs. 120 in 10 overs. If this were a T20 game, you would think it's quite gettable.
Yeah, I mean...
Even with 6 wickets down.
Yeah, but it's a different game. It's a 50-over game, and it's over 12 runs and over from here on. So it's difficult because you have to do it consistently.
Hit straight back over the head of Anderson Phillip. Good strike there. One bounce into the boundary and a good hit there from Savory. This is my point. 114 runs to get. And with a batsman set on 51. And so if thinking of a T20 scenario, and if they have planned their innings as such, and Kimo Paul knowing that he could get to that point, then it's very much gettable.
That's right. Well, he's gone on to 55. He's cleared that front leg, accessed the ball really well, and hit straight over. And that's excellent batting again. So, offensive type cricket, and the scenario demands boundary hitting.
St. Clair at the other end, he's 16 from 8, so there's ability there. Hit in the air, this time over mid-wicket. It's going to go all the way, and it would have crashed into the Dos Santos stand at the lower deck. Such was the power in that shot. And another boundary here to Savo. He goes up to 59.
Well, pace on pace there. Again, a delivery that was slightly just short of a length, but he played it on the up quite well. So he kept on looking at the ball onto his bat. But it was a savage type shot, an aggressive type shot that yielded 6 runs.
And this is what is possible when you do have batters with ability coming in at the lower order, particularly if you have a mainstay still there, and that man is Savory on 61. That was some clean hitting.
Yeah, excellent hitting. And they're calling for something here now, a spray or something. It's looking like gloves.
Yes, you just wait for the ball, picking it up at the back of the Dos Santos stand. It is no longer there.
Yeah, he's got to get some new gloves because he's obviously batted for 81 balls. He's gone for 61 runs already. It's been a tremendous effort from him. He's been really the lone batsman that has decided to bat for long. The others have gotten good starts, or some of the others have gotten good starts, but have not carried on. And he's got some help now from Junior St. Clair because he's now in his 8 deliveries gone to 16. So it's been a cameo type innings from Junior St. Clair.
And he's shown he has the ability to time the ball and read the spin. Have to see how he'll do against the pace of Anderson Phillip. It's still Savory on strike as the ball is retrieved. His gloves are changed. 12 runs in the over so far, 13 in fact. And he's hitting this one. Carey Pierce chasing after it. He's going to dive. He's not going to get it. It's to his right again. And they're going to come back for 2. It was hit in the air, this time clearing the front leg and trying to beat the mid-off fielder instead. Lobbed up a bit, but sufficient pace enough to beat the right hand of Carey Pierre.
Yeah, slicing that ball away from Carey Pierre. And Carey Pierre has the great athleticism, but he is also quick to the ball. So the ball eluded him.
Doesn't have that ability to switch from the right hand to the left hand to get it in the bucket.
Yeah. You're watching the NBA.
The defenders were flabbergasted when Michael Jordan went up with his left and they thought they had it blocked. And he just switched to the right hand.
Yeah. In the air.
In mid-air.
Yeah.
Carey Pierre not able to pluck that one in. He's had 2 attempts at that type of catch thus far in the innings. So he just evaded him. Did take a catch off of the bowling of Jason Mohammed a couple overs ago. To his left that time. He looked very comfortable catching on his left side. Just out of his reach on this occasion. It's an expensive over here from Phillip. Hit along the ground, straight to Carey Pierre this time. So it's coming down now. It's coming down, Tony Gray. 107 runs required now partnership goes up to 33.
There's still 11.67 runs and over. That's with 4 wickets in hand. You know, if you had perhaps 6 wickets in hand, it stood a better chance of getting the score. But the ball is not moving around. It's spun somewhat from the hand of Carey, Pierre, and also Correa. That's a good shot. For one, no, for none. He's looking to run it down to third man.
So 15 runs in the over from that bowling change, taking Jason Mohammed on, bringing on Anderson Phillips, suggesting that he wants to go for the kill. But going for 15 runs in that over, Anderson Phillips has 5 overs now, 31 runs conceded under 2 wickets, 15 dot balls in his spell. There was just 1 dot ball in that over as his, but it's provided a little bit of impetus here. 107 off of 54 balls.
Well, the bowling of Anderson becomes easier to bat on this surface because the ball is much older now. It's not going to skid through. It's not going to have the type of potency with the new ball that he had. The bounce is not going to be high. It's going to be just in the arc, and the players can play through the line of the ball. It's not going to have the low bounce either because we've not seen it from the pitch. So it's easier for Anderson to go for runs other than the spin bowlers. Jason Mohammed was sluggish, slow, and the batsman had to create pace on the ball.
Absolutely right. As always. Wider this time, outside the off stump. Jason Mohammed is going to come around. Carey Pierre was in that position. It's gone to the right of Jason Mohammed, who is a right-hander, and accepts a dolly catch. And Yannick Carrier just gets the wicket that he's been tugging away at the right-handers with that type of delivery, and a comfortable catch taken in the end there. And Sinclair is going to go for that 16 off of 8. Disappointing for him. He was going really good.
Well, a flighted delivery that was pitched wide of the off stump, and a leg is going further away from the batsman, and obviously not getting to the pitch of the ball. You don't have control when you don't get to the pitch of the ball or close to the ball. You're not going to get the power in the shot. It's going to hit the toe end of the bat, and this is good thinking because it might have been called a wide if it wasn't played by the batter. So excellent bowling and thinking, field placing again by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
What it goes to show as well as we look at it here, look at how wide the delivery is and what prompted him to bowl it that wide instead of a traditional bowl outside of the off stump. The last time he bowled one like that on a good line and length, he disappeared behind the Scotiabank stand. So he had it in the back of his mind that Sinclair's going to go for another one. There is protection there, 2 men out in the deep, but he just pushed it that much wider. And Sinclair, perhaps if he thought either let it go or try to go over extra cover, would have been a safer shot. And of course, the silver, putting Jason Mohammed in that position, you knew he was going to take a catch. The chance was going to come.
Yeah, you have to get close to the ball, looking to hit with power. You cannot go away from the ball. Your body has to be advancing towards the ball to hit with power.
Yes, body momentum going in one direction and the bat in another, and the two were never in harmony. Good delivery there. Pitched on middle, turning across. Pomol, who is into the crease now. 7 wickets down, and that 107 is looking very much more like 207 now. But Savory is still there. And when once the batsman there's life. That can be swing across the line. Just wonder a word to Pomol, replicating the shot of Sinclair, but his left leg as well going to the left. And the bat swinging across the right of the delivery with a ball turning across him. It's a recipe for getting out.
Yeah, you have to be logical out there and play with the movement of the ball over cover. There's a lot of space there, a lot of real estate, and you have to play with the movement of the ball.
Yeah, just like that. Yeah, you should do well to think to rotate the strike and get Savory back onto strike and settle yourself down, get acclimatized to condition. The sun is setting here at the Oval. It's getting that much gloomier as the sun is now going behind the scoreboard on the western side of the ground. So conditions are changing in terms of light, so you'd want to do it from the non-strikers end.
And a great thing for the fielding side now, you have the last power play, so you have 5 fielders outside, so they could be more than protective of the boundaries.
This is Carrier's last over. 9 overs allotment for this 45 over affair. He's gone for 49. 1 for 49. His first wicket got in this over off of the first delivery. Gonna get one.
Impressive fielding and catching by the Red Force team. They've been excellent on the field. They've given their all. Has been very meticulous in the way they bowled and obviously their field placing. So a lot of captains out there. It's not just the selected captain in the silver.
In the air over the head of extra cover. It's going to be a chase for Tion Webster. And anytime they've made good connection off the middle of the bat over extra cover, it's gone into that gap between long off and the sweeper on the boundary. So rather than try to put that over mid-wicket, the better option, the less riskier option is to go over extra cover. It's the end of Correa's spell. 52 runs conceded off of his 9 overs and the 1 wicket from him.
Yeah, a little expensive by his standards. He's normally a lot more tighter than that, a lot more stingier than that. But still, you can describe him as an attacking bowler, and he will go for runs sometimes. Now, it's not Sir Vivian Richards batting out there, Brian Lara or Carl Hooper. It's harder to hit the ball over extra cover for 6, especially when the ball is of a slow nature, the deliveries are of slow nature. So you have batsmen who can hit the ball for 1s and 2s, but not 6. So it's really good field placing. The strategic thinking of the players out there have been good. We talk about being supportive. All those guys are very intelligent, good players. So it's not just one captain out there, but a lot of different captains, 7 or 8 captains out there.
Mr. Ramdev Chanika says hello to you, Mr. Gray.
Who's that?
Resides in Boston. Worked at the Ministry of Sport with you back in the 90s.
Okay.
Mr. Ramdev Anand Chanika.
Mm.
He's a Celtics fan.
A Celtics fan. Yeah.
Anderson Phillip. It's good to see that the Silver maintained Phillip to come back on. Enough confidence to give his lead strike bowler another over. As we look at the time, just crossing 20 minutes past 5. The set cutoff point was, I believe it was 19 minutes after 5. We'll just double check that, but we're past that now. But it is getting darker here.
Well, it's good. It's good. It's a position like this, you can bring back your fast bowler to learn to come back even when his previous over has not gone good.
Stepping across his pommel is a loud appeal. Did sound particularly woody, perhaps getting some bat onto it. Wait for umpire Williams' signal. Yes, just nodding that he got some bat onto that.
Yeah, huge step across to the off stump, or outside the off stump, and perhaps going down, slightly down leg, and a vociferous appeal by Anderson. His mindset has always been positive. The intent is always to get wickets, always to win the game, and sometimes you have to be defensive and be patient. He's an attacking medium fast bowler.
You just got a look of the setting sun out in the distance on the western horizon.
Well played, just for one. And a young fielder's coming off the boundary in Tion Webster. He's got a good arm too, wonderful arm. This time one bounce to the wicketkeeper. And these guys are so good at rifling the ball very quickly, stopping the taunt, just a taunt of a second run.
Still approaching 5:30. Still the fans out there watching this down to the end. As well, bowling Anderson Phillip now with the light fading. You probably want to get his overs allotment more in before the opportunity of light affects the outcome of the game, that is.
Well bowled, good Yorker. Put them all equal to the task. Getting that one run, but good Yorker. And we've spoken off air, Billy, about the fast bowlers now from the West Indies team not being able to consistently bowl Yorkers. Joel Garner's a great exponent of that. Sir Curtly Ambrose. You look at elsewhere in the world, Waka Yunus, my former teammate at Surrey.
Shoaib Akhtar.
Shoaib Akhtar.
You could mention
Umar Gul.
any Pakistani
Umar
bowler
Gul.
for that matter.
Yeah. Umar Gould was excellent at bowling the Yorker.
Yes,
That's
he
a
was
wide.
legendary.
Yeah.
Was it the 2006 World Cup, was it there? He came on and the confidence given to him by his captain, knowing full well he gonna bowl, what did he bowl, a maiden over with just 6 Yorkers?
Yeah. That's amazing. But now you have batsmen making adjustment to the crease and, creating different lengths.
Batsmen brave enough to duck into one to just scoop it over their shoulder.
Well, they have the protection of the helmets now.
Call it the ABD of cricket. Wide delivery. Bat onto it. Goes out to Mohammed. Extra cover. No run with Pomal all the way out of his crease. Trying to allow the for Savory to get the strike in the other over. He did manage to get a single there. 191 for 7 in the 38th over. And it is getting very, very dark out there. Might very well be the last over for Anderson Phillips with this fading light.
Well bowled again, so he's bowling different lines of Yorkers. I've seen some tail into the leg stump. This is wide of the off stump, and it's been brilliant. Very good over by Anderson.
2 for 36 for him off of 6 overs. His 2 wickets, that of Tejnarain Chandapol, caught by De Silva down the leg side, and bowling Machunandu, playing back and cramping him for room, coming off the inner portion of the bat. Those are the 2 wickets that fell under the wicket column for Anderson Phillip. As of course with the fading light, the fast bowler has to pack it up for the day. He's taken out of the attack. And Sean is back in the commentary position now. Off-spin bowler. Welcome back, Sean.
Yeah, well, good afternoon to you, Billy. Good afternoon to everyone, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, especially if you're in the 83,000 square miles of beautiful Guyana, the only English-speaking country in South America, oil-rich Guyana. If you're listening in Trinidad and Tobago, wherever else you're listening, good afternoon, good evening, good day, good night to you. So, in the dying stages, Guyana needs a miracle.
It's been a good knock from Kimol Savory, the shining light of the innings, 67 to him. He's played shots all around the park. He's looked quite comfortable against both pace and spin. Just looking for partners to hang around with him. Anderson threatened to stick around with him, but he was gone for 32.
Had a brilliant unbeaten 52 against the CCC in his second game of the tournament at the UE Spec. So he's played brilliantly, but as you said, he's looking to have the partners with him. There's no Shepherd, no Hetmeyer, no Rutherford. So he's on his own. Parmal can bat a bit, but it's going to be a Herculean task to get these runs.
Particularly as Carey Peer now back into the attack. The miserly Carey Peer just conceded 18 runs in his 5 overs. Picked up a wicket as well.
I want to say good evening again to Dr. Robert Ramcharan and Nigel Camacho. I wonder if Nigel Camacho is upstairs there as the president of the... that's a lovely shot. Out of the ground. He's using his feet and he's not giving up. That's Pomal. Certainly, it's not done till it's finished.
That's a towering 6, skipping down the wicket to Carey Peer, just calling him the miserly Carey Peer. But Pomal, adept at using his feet, skips down the wicket, catches it on the half volley, and launched an almighty hit into the Constantine stand. I dare say it went up into the 3rd flight in the stands. Yeah. Monumental hit. The umpire is coming out, umpire Kelman Cowlesser, with a bag of balls, because that one is now in the upper deck.
Yeah, humongous 6 there from Pomal. He's not giving up, and he's showing Savory that he also can bat. So, slim hope for Guyana going into the semi-finals. This is a game, Jamaica, who is slightly below Guyana in the points table, but they have one more game than Guyana, and Guyana to get into the semi-finals.
Guyana on 28 points, Jamaica on 24, with a game in hand.
So
With
most,
one game to come for Guyana. Is that Brian Lara's
yeah,
Cricket Academy?
and against the young West Indian
West Indies
players, the
Academy.
West Indies Academy.
So an opportunity there for them to get not just a victory, but some more bonus points.
An emphatic win. They got to crush the schoolboys. This is a smash and a miss from Pumal, looking to go over the top again. But that's what he's got to do. You got to
Yeah.
play shots.
The Academy, 4 games, 1 win. They sit on 16 points. This one slapped into the offside. There is protection there. And interestingly, I beg your pardon, Tion Webster, he was sweeping on the boundary more at the cover point area. Just coming into that extra cover area for Pomal. Because a couple has been hit in the air there off the spin of Carrier. But it's Carrie Pierre. Reverse sweep. Reverse sweep attempted there. No contact whatsoever.
Imlak is the best reverse sweeper in the Guyana team. But he's gone.
In the air, Keon Otley is out there down. See if we're just looking for a moment to see if could have gotten a second. It's not to be. 39 gone. 200 is up. 201 for 7.
Yeah, still a lot of runs to get. The asking rate going up. 14.67 now.
Philip is going to continue in this fading light at 5:30 in the afternoon, Sunday afternoon, November afternoon. So the sun is going to be setting that
Today is
much
Saturday.
earlier. Saturday, yeah.
Yeah, Chandra Paul.
This is Sunday.
Yeah. Chandra Paul 16, Nandu 12, Imlak 12. Well, Stavery is still there playing a tremendous knock for his team. Anderson 32 got going but didn't capitalize on a good start. Paul 6, 1 shot for 6. The next shot trying to hit it against the breeze and was stupendously caught. And then, so that's it. The bad light has stopped play with Guyana losing on the Duckworth Lewis system. I wonder how much runs Guyana had to get at this time, but they're way behind whatever target it would be.
That's a calculation in hindsight there, because we were just seeing with Anderson Phillip on and the light fading how much longer it could continue. 5:30 being the cutoff here. Saturday afternoon, there's no more sun to speak of, and that's the end of the game. We'll just run through the scorecard. It's victory to Trinidad and Tobago, scoring 288 for 3 in their 45 overs, with Amir Django getting to 111, Keon Otley 66, and Jed Gooley providing impetus at the end of the innings, scoring 68 off of 51 balls. And the batting card for the Guyana team in the end getting to 201 for 7 after 39 overs. Tejnarain Chandapol going for 16, Matthew Nandu for 12, Imlak the captain for 12, Kimal Savory, he's not out on 69. Good effort from him in the end. Kevlon Anderson, 32 off of 29. He was motoring along nicely till he lost his wicket. Caught out into the deep by Charles. Kimo Paul going for 6. Just a 1-6 from him. A huge 6 at that. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 21. Junior St. Clair, 16. And Vasami Pomal not out on 10. 5 extras in the innings. And the bowling card shown for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Goalie, none for 13 from 3. Anderson Phillip, none 2 for 37 from 6. Kerry Pear, 1 for 26 from 6. Gabriel didn't get a wicket. He bowled 5 overs, 20 runs. Brian Charles, 2 for 40 from 9. Yannick Correa, 1 for 52 from 9. Pretty expensive for Correa. And Jason Mohammed just a solitary over which cost 12 runs.
So that's it here from the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago coming away with a victory against the Guyana team as we wrap it up here. And the next time you will see us will be at the toss. Take care.